Support for the Hawks Nest podcast is brought to you by Manscaped, who is the best in men's below the waist, grooming champions of the world. Manscaped offers precision-engineered tools for your family jewels. Manscaped just launched their 4th generation trimmer, the Lawnmower 4.0. You heard that right, the 4.0. Join over 2 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped with this exclusive offer just for you. 20% off and free worldwide shipping with my code NEST, N-E-S-T, at manscaped.com. Ho, I think it's about that time. Here we go, folks. I hope you're ready. Let's get this going. Come on now. Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon, of course, Brandon Kane. You know the place. I appreciate you coming on in, stepping on side. Have a seat, relax. We are going to be here for a little bit of time, but you already knew that. Well, we've got a lot to discuss here today, a lot on the plate. Of course, we've got tomorrow night's impending matchup tomorrow against what has become now the new nemesis for our Seattle Seahawks, where once there was a 49er, and now there is a Ram, not just in yesterday's terms, but in yesteryear's terms, as it is as far as the Niners in the early 2000s, and now it's kind of the Rams in the late 2000s, or late 2020s. We need a new name for the 220s. It's, there's no shortcut on it, you have to go through all the syllables on that one. But they are that now. They stand as that sort of mighty titan, that mighty big bad boy on the block. After all, McVay was brought in to take over for Mr. Fisher simply in his offensive scheme alone to attack Coach Carroll and his offensive scheme and what he does. Yes, he was brought here to slay the Carroll Dragon, and indeed he has been successful in doing so. We will dive into this matchup. I'll give you some details on it. I've watched all of last week's game with the Cardinals and the Rams. I wasn't able to watch all of the Tampa Bay game, but I think I got a good feel for what we're going to need to probably expect in hopes of winning this game and where it go wrong and all that. We'll get right into that. Off the top, though, let's okay, off the top here, no Adkins, no Sherm, no Gordon, no CJ Henderson. And now today, no Gilmore. And I ask you in the chat, no problem? Seattle Seahawks, a once aggressive team on all fronts every season, pedal to the floor, even when they would have a stacked particular unit or a stacked particular team, have been very, very quiet this year as far as any of the trades are concerned. Oh, yes, we hear all of the same old mantras about in on every deal. But are we really seeing it? Are we really hearing of any certain connections between Seahawks and players that are out there who potentially could upgrade this team? Upgrade a team that's sitting on somewhere between $12 million and whatever else you could also accumulate by converting Russell Wilson's base to bonus. It's quite a bit of money for a team that's just sort of sitting there 2-2, obviously with some holes, obviously with some flaws, especially for a team you would think would be going for it right now. I understand that Gilmore may have not been a fit here. Of course, many of you got the text in the morning at 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning. Oh, he's going to be cut, which was, of course, this is the new way of the NFL, is that a team will announce a player is going to be cut. And then that gets a chance to get out all the NFL teams. He's not yet released. It's going to happen. He's going to be released. But if you want to throw us a last minute trade offer too, it's going to happen. It's absolutely going to happen. But if you want to just come throw it on over here, we'll take that. And that's how these new trades work. And a lot of times you can drum up a lot of value via those trades. Well, we're sitting throughout the day. We're going, man, we're sitting in what you think a prime position. We know the Niners need it. Yeah, we know Tampa Bay maybe needs another corner, but we're sitting in an okay position here. Maybe we can jump into this fray. There's not a lot of corners left, and the corner position's been bad. We're going to talk about Sidney Jones, but for all those folks out there that loving on Sidney Jones, and I'm kind of with you. I think he was an improvement over Trey Flowers. I think it almost speaks to how badly Trey Flowers was, that Sidney Jones can come out of this game as the lowest rated lowest rated defender in this game, not lowest rated corner, but lowest rated defender in this game for our Seahawks. But the fans are absolutely like standing up and clapping for him. It just speaks to how badly Trey put and what he put on tape. But I understand Gilmore wouldn't have been an exact fit with his man-on-man type of experience, and maybe he wouldn't be as comfortable in his zone. And I understand Sherm's a little bit slower, and I understand CJ Henderson's got some head issues, and that George Gordon's got a baggage behind him that you have to put into a whole airplane. All the cargo holds, all the overhead bins are full of the Josh Gordon baggage. So I get why everybody would have some hesitancy here, but my only question, and I'm not going to dwell on it long because I'm going to be interested to see what you got to say on this. My only question for him is this: if not them, who? We're going into week 5. The countdown to the trade deadline is upon us. Who is the guy they're going to go get? What are you going to do with that money? Are you just sitting on it? Is a team in Super Bowl mode, all the way down, going as hard as they can, sitting on cap money so they can roll it over next year? Say it ain't so. Say you couldn't find some way to upgrade this team with that money, and I hope that deal's coming. But I'll tell you, folks, I'm going to be a little bit annoyed if it isn't. I'm going to be a little bit angry if it ain't. Because that's BS. That's BS on a multitude of levels. But I'm not going to crank on it long with this point. I want to get to the Rams. I want to get to the preview. I want to get to my 10 thoughts here on the NFC West. So let's dive into this a little bit on a couple of these other fronts. I watched the Rams game against the Cardinals. The Cardinals were very impressive. They ran the ball on them. They threw on them. They threw short. They hit deep passes. Defensively, they looked fast. They looked on the routes to a degree. But I think that there are some keys here to Sunday's game as we're coming up as to what it's going to take to kind of take advantage or look at what the Cardinals did and see if you can kind of model your game plan a little bit around what they did. First and foremost, they forced Stafford to have to be patient and really go through his reads. They put a lot of guys back in coverage at times, but they really made him sit there and have to be patient. And he was for a while in the game, but he got a little impatient as the game went along. And this is a thing we'll touch on a bit, but this is a big part of this, is that you just don't let him hit the deep shots. He's going to want to be hitting it deep. Force him to hit all that check down stuff. If you look at him over the course of the games, he's wanting to go down that field. He's wanting to attack. He's wanting to show everybody that big arm. You know, chicks dig the deep ball, and he wants to show everybody that. So keep him patient. Keep him in the mode of, I got to take the 7-yard out route, the little slant, little dig. Keep him there. Secondly, double Aaron Donald. Let's double Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald has had a career where you could make the argument that Aaron Donald has done more individually as a single player against the Seahawks as far as damage goes beyond any player in any sport in Seattle Seahawks, not just Seattle Seahawks history, Seattle sports history, that no player has been able to feast like he's been able to feast. And I don't think we noted it as much just because simply we've been sitting on 16 games a year. But the guy, he hasn't made a career out of necessarily playing the Seahawks, but he's feasted at his best upon the Seahawks. And when I go back to my old general, I don't have the stats to base any of this on, gut instinct, it feels like a lot of those times we were single blocking him, because that's what you're going to tend to do over with the 3-tech. The 3-tech, that defensive tackle sitting there more often than not, generally in your offense, you're going to have him singled up. And Seattle, I would aim to bet, if you look at all the sacks, all the pressures, all the tackle for losses that Donald's accumulated over his time playing Seattle, I would reckon to guess much of that was done against single blocking. Watching the Cardinals tape this last week, they double teamed Aaron Donald pretty much most of the time. Not all the time, but pretty much the majority of the snaps I watched when my eyes went trained to it was 2 guys on Donald. And Donald would move around that defensive line as they try to get him clear, and there'd just be 2 more guys over on that side to take care of him. Let's implement that. That seems kind of like a smart strategy. Let's put that one in play. You know, make somebody else beat you on this defense besides Aaron Donald, at least as far as the pass rushers go. Next thing is test the interior of the Rams defense. I don't know if it's, a Rams fan can come in here and probably tell me a little more clear in the chat. I don't know if it's this or not, but it feels a little bit like Michael Brocker's absence as that one-tech defensive tackle run plugger there for you for so many years, is now missing a bit there. Now, Brockers may have been going down a bit in his play and not quite what he was, but watching the way the Cardinals were able to kind of attack on all fronts in that running game, especially up the middle of the defense, and you're already going to have with Aaron Donald, the guy who wants to penetrate, and he's going to at times leave his gap in that aggressiveness. And most of the time it pays off for him, but you can also take advantage of that. So that one tech has got to be the guy to really put the hard hat on, do the dirty work. They've got some guys that are there that they're fairly talented. But at least watching this last game, Cardinals were able to definitely get right up into the middle of the defense. Attack with the short passing game and attack some more with it. The Cardinals hit on that short stuff constantly. They slowed down the pass rush, especially in bubble screen games, any kind of screen, just making sure you get the ball out of the quarterback's hands. Now, the one thing I don't think Russell Wilson's going to have that Kyler has is that in those few moments when he held onto the ball, Kyler is just so next level quick, so next level fast. I mean, legit like 4.33 type fast. He just runs around defenders and zoom, Porsches his way up around the corner, and the defenders just can't catch him, and he goes and gets himself 12 yards. Maybe a younger Russ might have done that. I mean, maybe, but it's just one of Kyler Murray's kind of super traits that he has, and that's hard to replicate, and those moments are going to be key as to what Russell Wilson's decision-making is going to be in those moments. Does he try to see if he's still got those old legs to get around? Does he just simply throw it away? Does he find the check down? Does he get through his reads? It's something just worth watching. I will say this, though. Russell got up to 19 miles an hour. 19 miles an hour against the Niners this last week. Not bad, Russ. Not bad on the 19, getting that GPS love in there. Next part on this, next couple last points on this is get Stafford off his spot. He doesn't always fail when he's moving. He's not a bad quarterback throwing on the run, throwing on the move, but good things seem to happen more often than not when you get him into that stage, as opposed to sitting in that pocket clean, setting up, on rhythm, on time. You really want to get him more into that movement approach, in my opinion. And this goes hand in hand with my last point on this with Stafford, which is that he's going to throw you 2 to 3 balls a game. 2 to 3 balls. He's one of those quarterbacks. I often reference this. That's not all quarterbacks are this way, right? Russell Wilson's not going to throw you 2 to 3 balls a game, right? Carson Wentz will probably throw you 2 to 3 balls a game. Same thing is true here with Stafford. Great quarterback. He can throw for a lot of yards, but he's probably liable to throw you a couple balls. Pick those balls off when they land in your hands. The Cardinals were ready last week. They were very good at it. Awesome job on their part. Those are my kind of points here for winning the game. I didn't put in there, you'll notice, really run by short passing, obviously run as you can. It'd be nice to keep the balance in there, but that short passing attack right from the start, get them into the mode of understanding that you're not just trying to hit the deep ball all day, because they're going to make you prove that that's not what you want to do. I don't think that they're going to just be sitting on the short zones. And then once you have them in the short zones, once they finally buy in on that, then you go take your deep shots. All right, there's another last little point here before I get over into the chat, just for you folks. This is a new kind of little segment I'm doing on Wednesday. It's a little bit a part of just expanding this show. We're always going to get over to the chat to you guys, but sometimes I take a little bit of time by my opening points. And I like to do a little new segment here, which is 10 things I think about the NFC West. I have said often it helps us to know our enemy. We don't want to just be always shaded on ourselves. Some of the stuff is Seahawks stuff. It's just kind of the 10 main items from the week that are sort of jumping out at me about our team and teams in our division and where things are going, where we're at. Because obviously, if we don't take care of business in our division, we're not getting much of anywhere, right? So number one on my list is Kyler Murray is your quarter pass MVP. I don't think this is any surprise to anybody else in there, but the kid's been really good, and he's taken his game to another level. He shredded that Rams defense, and that's not a bad Rams defense this last week. He did it nonetheless. If he continues to play at this kind of level, he'll have one of those all-time epic seasons that we've seen from the quarterback position, in that he'll have, darn near 800, 900 yards rushing, and then he may throw for 5,000 yards in addition to that. Say nothing for touchdown passes. So good on them. Good on Kyler. Again, it's always one week it seems like Stafford we're looking at like, oh my goodness, and then it's Kyler this week. It's going to be rough getting through those two teams, and we got to play them 4 times collectively. Number 2, Cards are still not getting my memo on James Conner. He's a running back you brought over from Pittsburgh. I said this a couple weeks ago. I kind of harped on it a bit because I didn't understand what they're doing, which is that Chase Edmonds should be getting more carries than James Conner. But when you look at it, James Conner's still getting more carries. They're still giving him a significant portion of the carries. And boy, watching that game last week, it was obvious you should be getting the ball to Mr. Edmonds a little bit more. Edmonds is averaging this year 5.9 yards per carry. Mr. Conner, 3.2. Number 3, Seahawks, please start using the tight ends. The tight ends for the Seahawks collectively between Everett and Will Disley have caught 14 catches on 15 targets, 160 yards, 1 touchdown, about 11 yards a catch. I don't understand why they're not at all trying to at least target or feature them more. Good things seem to happen when they throw in their direction. Number 4, this is one for you Huskies out there. Byron Murray is balling. Guy that I did not necessarily think would be that good as a pro is proving me wrong on this one. He's 6th on the team in tackles, 5 passes defensed, 2 interceptions, and a touchdown. Guy's looking like a Pro Bowler. He's coming on, and that secondary needed it with Patrick Peterson gone, Malcolm Butler suddenly retiring right at the end of training camp. Kid's looking good. Number 5, Bobby Wagner is still the best in the West at the middle linebacker position and maybe the NFL. Yeah, I know there's 49er fans out there that'll tell me Fred Warner's faster. They'll tell me Fred Warner's better in coverage. And yeah, Bobby ain't as fast as he once was. And yeah, maybe Bobby doesn't quite hit like he once was. But Bobby Wagner is leading the NFL again here in tackles. A couple tackle for losses, a sack, a couple passes defensed. Yeah, it's not maybe all-pro defensive player of the year candidate Bobby Wagner. But I'll tell you what, for a guy his age, for a guy who's played that many football games, he's playing some damn good football. Shout out to Bobby. Number 6, J.J. Watt is quiet. Ooh, that big addition, that $15 million a year addition for the Cardinals is, he's okay. No sacks, 2 tackle for losses. Okay. Number 7, the 49ers look like the bottom dwellers. No shocker here to any Seahawks fans in the chat right now, but it does appear to me, folks, it does appear to me that we're looking at the 4th place team at this point outside of them bringing on some major addition. There are things on their team in a lot of respects a little bit like us, so I'm not trying to throw rocks in a glass house, but a lot like us, there are things that they don't seem to have a quantifiable fix for. The secondary position, the running back room. You now see Trent Williams in a position where how major is that injury going to do? What is that going to bring him at? He was playing as still one of the best left tackles in the sport prior to that injury, but it looked pretty serious. So we'll see where the Niners end up, but it does appear to be the case where we stand right now. Number 8, we already just talked about this a second ago, which is the Rams are missing Michael Brockers. Man, that Cardinal team ran for a lot of yards, and yeah, Kyler Murray eats up a lot of yards on the ground, but yeah, so did the Cardinal running backs. And they had having their way with that Rams defensive line, with the Cardinal offensive line that I've watched a couple of Cardinal games with Vikings and the Titans game, and they weren't exactly pushing people all around the football field up front. And maybe this is a little harbinger to this tomorrow's game here, in that we should maybe hopefully be able to do something similar if we commit to doing it. I'd look for a surprise bounce back game from Chris Carson in this one, because the inside zone, the runs over A gap should be pretty plentiful for him if he wants to go with it. Number 9, Darrell Henderson is carrying the load for the Rams. This is, of course, the running back we're going to be dealing with tomorrow night. We all know about the situation the Rams have been dealing with at running back. You had Curley leave a couple years ago. They lost their backup running back here a little bit this last offseason, backup third string, whatever you want to call it. Darrell Henderson's been kind of that guy. He's there. He's been all right. But then they were hoping for Cam Akers to be that star-level guy for them this year, and they lost him at the start of training camp. Darrell Henderson has slid right in there and played really well for them at the running back position. He's averaging 4.9 yards per carry. And if you want to look for something to compare this with, Sony Michel, running behind the same offensive line for the Rams, is averaging 3.7 yards per carry. So he's being very effective, seemingly giving them a difference maker, but at least a very good play at the running back position. Number 10, and this is last, let the Lance era begin. Now, I don't know if Jimmy Garoppolo had that phantom leg injury just because he's been so PTSD'd out by the Seattle Seahawks. I can't blame him for that. Hell, I'd have fears of Jadeveon running through my head with what he did in that massacre. But outside of that phantom injury that seems to be coming and going like some cold for Mr. Garoppolo, it does look like the Niners are pushing more towards into the Lance side of this. Garoppolo didn't play awful in that first half. He wasn't, yes, the interception to Quandre Diggs was bad, but overall, I mean, look, he was playing like Jimmy Garoppolo. It wasn't anything different than he normally plays like to me, and watching him play. And they very much could have challenged in that game and won that game staying with him, but they went to Trey Lance. This to me is an indication that they're pushing towards Lance in the long term, and I find it really premature. I said this in the offseason, and when I went on to a 49er channel and talking to Jay over there at Last Second Sports, and I said, hey, man, I just, I don't know. I think you're putting in this rookie who's too young, too green. He needs a little more seasoning. He needs a little bit more time, but you guys saw it last week. I don't think I'm telling you something you guys don't already know. Let's bounce on over to you guys in the chat. I just want to also shout out to the sponsor before I do. We are going through our first kind of month here with our new sponsors, so thank you very much to them. It's Manscaped, manscaped.com. Now, look, you guys, we all got below the belt shaving needs. I'm not going to get too intimate with you, but you got to take care of yourself down there. You know, you get down there, you whack something wrong, you clip it. You know, we all clipped it. Don't want to clip it. There's no worse pain than you got to go through the shower, hot water hitting. Save yourself for that, okay? This new Manscaped product they've got, it is like almost like space age technology, you could almost say, and how it takes care of your package beneath. And you know what? They're sponsoring me. They gave me a code. You go there, you save 20% if you use my code, NEST. That's right, NEST. You also get free shipping. Hey, there's another bonus. And you help the channel out. Win, win, win. So go over to manscaped.com, save yourself 20% and free shipping. And thank you to Manscaped for sponsoring the show. I do appreciate it. All right, I have yapped and blathered enough. Let's bounce over to you guys in the chat. Thank you to everybody here watching the show. If you like what you're watching, please do slam that like button for me if you could, please. It does help me out, does help the channel grow, does help other people find the channel. Carl Nerney, yes. What's up, Carl? You are first out the gate. D-Mac. Ooh, what's up, D-Mac? We got to get online here, soon, bro. Jem G, Hawks Nest. Like the video, guys. Thank you, Jem G. Please do like that video. Bodie Lynchfield. I'm feeling confident about it tomorrow in a very odd way. I am, I was talking to somebody in my comments section here, Mr. Kane, actually, a little bit about this, and I'm in a zen-like state like he is. I like that wording he used, so I'm going to steal that from him. I'm feeling zen-like. I don't know what to expect. I've got legs folded over each other, holding the iron butterfly. I'm trying to find my peace. So I'm hoping the best. It would be, if we win, it would be awesome. Certainly that would be, as somebody asked a couple weeks ago, you stack a couple wins like that. That's at least an indication of moving in the right direction. Is not everything is necessarily fixed at that point, but you can start to see maybe you can turn some of these tough troubles around quickly. Fat Boy Ka, your Hawks might have a chance. I think on a Thursday night game, anything's possible. It's that shortened week where players are at body-wise. It's nothing of major injury necessarily. I'm not talking about like a rolled ankle you're trying to fight through. That's one thing. Like you've got Carlos Dunlap fighting through a turf toe right now. But actually just the general soreness and how you hear about players talking about it. It's something that lasts probably about 7-8 years as a fan. I've really realized that I didn't understand growing up as much, and just how much these players' bodies are battered and beaten to get through those weeks to get to the point that it's then ready to do it again, ready for the car crash again the next week. It makes it very hard in these games, I think, to predict where given teams are at, given that maybe two different teams are different states as far as their body in disrepair. Andrew Eddy, Carson updates. Collins a bigger role. Carson does have a neck injury right now. He's trying to fight through. I don't know if that means he'll play or not. We've not heard any certainty on that. I would expect with Collins being a little more effective recently, and with the fact he's healthier at that point, you're probably going to see him featured more. So I would say if you're a fantasy guy, you probably want to lean on Collins if you got him. Leland Kimball, what is up, Leland Kimball? One of the members of the channel. Appreciate you, my guy. I do, and thank you to the members, Seahawks, Brendan Nelson, Robert Jimenez, Thomas Cox, Robin Hayhurst, Big Mac, V Tiger, Jason McDewer, Versace Python, Robert, my brother Pennington, Leland Kimball, Go Hawks 2021, and Roxanne, Phil Freeman, Ryan B, Mr. Keynes, Barry Zotoro, Spencer Smith, Tim Schumi, Joey Mendez, Preston Morrow, my two-time, Doyle Robertson, Nolan R. Vance, Charles Riley, and Matthias 23451. Thank you for being members of the channel. You are awesome for having done so. Not for sale says, I swear we're always down running backs when we play the Rams. Yeah, it does seem like we're just always down running backs in general, not for sale. That's what it always seems like. Every running back that comes through here just seems to, I don't know if on the practice field they're just banging them and just, this will toughen you. This will toughen you. And they're just hitting them with like sabers or whatever. I don't, wooden sabers. I don't know what they're doing to them, but our running back room for like the last 8 years since Marshawn Lynch just Battered and broken. Battered and broken. Ethan, let's go. We got a stream, baby. Now, bring out that primetime green. My primetime Wilson jersey is ready and waiting. Oh, that's kismet, man. That's kismet. That means we're going to win. But yeah, we're going to get that prime green, man. Love it, hate it. You're getting it tomorrow night. Empower Code. Hey, Brandon, love the streams, bro. Keep the awesome work up. Just subscribe. Empower Code, you're awesome for doing that. I really appreciate you for doing that. Thank you so much, and I appreciate the kind words. Basham, if we can get the offense on the jump from the start and the defense does a decent job, I'm not asking to stop them, but hold them to some field goals. I really think we can win. Yeah, I won't be putting this game on the defense if they give up anywhere underneath 30 points. I'm gonna feel okay about the defensive effort in this game with this Rams offense. I think a lot of what happened last week with the Rams and not doing as well had to do with the fact that, we talk about Russell Wilson taking on a new offense for the first time in his career and learning it all on the fly, kind of figuring this all out. Well, Stafford's doing the same thing. He didn't come from the Rams offense at the Lions. He's taking on a new playbook. And though everybody, I think, kind of goes, it's almost like subtle shade to say, well, Stafford will come in here, he'll just have the playbook like that. It'll be no problem. Take some time. And watching last week, you could see some of the wheels turning in Stafford's head on how he was processing things, I think, in this new offense to do it the way McVay wants him to do it. So there's a little bit of those growing pains going on here. Absolutely there is. But with that said, you're also still got a guy who's very explosive, can put the ball down the field, and who I'm expecting is going to be able to put some points on this defense. We just got to take down the explosive plays. That's the part you've got to try if you can limit. Bash M, if we can get the offense on the jump from the start and the defense, Trevor McGuire, 2-0 against the Rams in green. Hey, I love it, guys. Trevor, that's a great stat. That's a great stat. I'm guessing they're going to keep staying on green the longer that stat stays undefeated. Jay says, won't be here real long. Got basketball conditioning, 5:30 to 7:30. We'll go out there and kill it, Jace. Drop, top, submarine. Yo, what's up? Plagueis, the 20s. 20s? Oh, the 20s. Okay, the 20s. Doesn't have much of a ring, but I guess that works. Trevor McGuire, we owe the Rams for that early playoff exit last year. You better believe it. We owe them for that Cancun remarks and all that stuff. It's time to go get it. It's time to give it back to them. It's time to shove it down their throat. Plagueis says, no Gilmore. Yeah, no Gilmore. I guess they've got some alternative plan? Question mark? Lolo, as much as we need all our guys here for this game, we can't rush Carson because of that neck. I guess not. No. And, look, let's face it. We've all done the, we've all kind of done the math on this one with Carson. He's going to miss 5, 6, 7 games a year. And that's almost the best case scenario. So if this is one of those games, this is one of those games, but we know it's just kind of part and parcel what you get with the Carson experience. Plagueis, when are we going to make some trades or moves? We have some money. Plagueis, it's frustrating me. I'm trying to remain in that Zen-like state. I don't understand it. I think any of those fans out there, there's really nobody, I think, unanimously across the board would look like the given 5 players I've mentioned: Atkins, Gilmore, Sherman, Henderson, Gordon. And at least one of those guys they would be picking out going, well, I can understand not this one, and I can understand not that one, but that one? And it might change fan to fan, but I don't think anybody's out there and saying we should be out on all 5 of those guys. We shouldn't have put some of our money to that. Our 3 tech position's not giving us much right now. The corner position has been bad. Was still bad last week, albeit an improvement over what we've seen. At least DJ Reed was better and Jones was a little bit better. You benefited from having a rookie quarterback in that second half who was in over his head and had deer in the headlights look going out every snap. But I don't know if they're targeting a guy later down the mix. I don't know. I'm truly kind of befuddled by this one a little bit. And again, that's where my worries come into play about maybe the possibility existing of them rolling over the cap, which, again, if we get past the trade deadline and that's going to be the case, there's going to be some flame on, and it's going to be flames coming out on that stream. I will not be a happy brand in that stream. Lolo, as much as we need all our guys here for this game, we can't rush Carson because, Life and Sports Talk with Jake. Hey, disappointed in not bringing in Gilmore. I know he's 31, but how long is Russ going to stick around with a mediocre, crappy defense? Not past this year is the answer on that one. not past this year. I mean, there's a couple of levels of this pushing Russ out. If you're going to throw the ball 23 times a football game and take your foot off the gas at the first moment you see fit to do so, Russ will go, like you did last week with San Francisco, like you kind of did with Indianapolis. You know, Russ is all about legacy. You can hate that, love that, be indifferent to that. But what that fact means is that for a man who values that, he is not raising his legacy status by throwing the ball 23 times a game up in the Pacific Northwest. And I don't want to see him leave. I want him here. I know I have to say that very clearly when I'm talking about this stuff, but that is a little bit of what disappoints me here, and in the lack of action, in the lack of movement. And to roll it over would be a dead-on indicator that the front office was already in this mode of moving into that state into this next offseason. Trevor McGuire says Gilmore for a 6th in 2023 is crazy. Agreed, man. Agreed, Trevor. I don't understand why you couldn't have bested that offer. I think many out there would contend, well, he's from South Carolina. He went to college in South Carolina. This made it a little bit more palpable for him to move there and not make his contract a problem, being that he wants to be paid. So this gives him a de facto end of the year to sort of test the waters in Carolina before then he can test the waters in free agency. And that's probably pretty right on with what's happening in this situation. All that being said, then the wonder comes from me and maybe Seattle on that of why you wouldn't have then gone in and said, what's the offer going to be for us to maybe bring you in and then just give you the extension now? How can we maybe make those numbers work in there for you? Maybe we'll come to find out that they tried something with that down the road, but I am equally frustrated that we're not in on any of these deals. I don't need to be in all of those deals, but we're just not in none of them. Fat Boy, when Gilmore got traded, all I thought about was talking about the Seahawks should go get him, laughing out loud. Yeah, I instantly thought it when I saw it this morning. I said, okay, this is the deal that Schneider's been waiting on. This is the deal that he's been sitting in the darkness, lurking with his piles of cash. You know, with that one move he always has up his sleeve every year. This is the one. Here we go. Oh my goodness. Look at that patient man. Look at him just sitting, just riding that pocket, riding that criticism. But no, it was not to be. Trevor McGuire says we don't need a middle linebacker, though. Nope, we don't. Oh, sorry, you're responding to Lolo. Lolo says Gilmore wanted a huge contract extension. Hawks wouldn't give more than a 2-year, $16.5 million deal. Still sad, nothing worked out. Jalen Smith doesn't seem likely either. Yeah, I would have gone up to a 3-year deal. And I guess if that's what is held holding it back on that. I mean, I don't know, 2 years, 16.5. And he said no. I'd want to know what he's maybe wanting. I'd want to know what he's wanting. That's interesting if that's what they did offer. Jalen Smith doesn't seem likely either. No, Jalen Smith doesn't make any sense. As Trevor says, that he's a middle linebacker, and you don't really need him. And Dan Quinn, the guy that basically has a lot of the tenets of his defense. He's not running the same type of defense Seahawks run anymore, but has similar kind of tenets built within it. Passes on him. I think that's probably an indicator you want to not pull the trigger on that one. Austin L. sounds like Carson might be out tomorrow. Sure would be nice if our first round running back could actually be healthy for once. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. Austin L. agreed. This is pretty one of those moments where Rashad Penny's absence, you're just going, man, really? Really? Again? Really? Okay. Really just can't even get on the field. I don't know. Like the running backs that I'll tell you, moving forward, I don't care if you're picking in the first or the 7th round a running back going forward. Let's get guys that got some toughness to them again. Like skills and traits and explosiveness is beautiful, but we need some guys that can take a hit and go down. It's not like Carson's been running 20 carries a game here, and Rashad can't even run 1 carry a game. My goodness. Tim, DB11, need this game. Worried about our pass rush and needs Russ to move around and play the short game. Offensive line will not hold against AD. DK play the decoy and West Coast offense to the 10th power. It'll be interesting if we can see that being the path here, because theoretically, this should be the path, Tim, right? You bring in this offense almost specifically, much in the way McVay was brought in to slay Carroll. You have brought in Waldron to slay McVay. So you got a love affair before with the deep ball. Rams figured all that out. They figured out how to get a good pass rush while still keeping things clean up top, deep. That means you should have short and intermediate passing game holes. And those were the same type of holes that were showing up last week for the Cardinals. And if they're going to play a mobile quarterback like the Cardinals, kind of in that way. Now, granted, the Cardinals did a lot more spread concepts than Seattle will. And that's the one part that, man, if I'm the Seahawks and I'm Waldron this week, I'm like, implement those spread concepts. Get out to 5 wide. 4 wide, 1 tight end. Get as many of those defenders off the ball at that point. It makes it harder for the Rams to run as much of their blitz packages. Say nothing if you can do a lot more of the up-tempo stuff out of that and be very creative within that. I hope that they kind of go that route with it. But we do need this game, Tim. We do. This is at home. You got to go down into Los Angeles later on. And we haven't had a tremendous amount of luck going down to Los Angeles over the recent years. Beyond Balance says sometimes the decisions of this team's leadership makes me feel like they have given up, almost like they're challenging Russ to leave. That's the impression I'm getting of why I hinted a little bit of an anger that will come down the pike. I don't want to be mad about it now because there's still a chance they could do something and then I'm going to look like an idiot, right? I freak out, go over the deep end and I start pounding the table and freak out, which y'all know I'm going to do. Then I ain't going to help anybody if they actually end up pulling a really big trade and they find a maneuver to make and it's like, damn, they got him. Okay. All right. I'm back on point. So there's a little bit of time on this. But, I've been a pretty patient guy here. I've been a pretty nice guy about this. It's silly. You haven't alone converted Russell Wilson's base to bonus. And I'll tell you this, we can take this as a dead indicator right now. That's not going to happen this year. So there is no base to bonus money. They're going to sit on that. They're going to make sure Russ's cap hit is only $26 million as we get to the end of the year. I can say that with pretty much a surety here at this point by week 5. But the $13 million you're sitting on, the 12, 13 million, whatever it may be exactly, yeah. Not in conjunction with that first fact I just talked to you about, because now you're sitting on a de facto $23 million in a season that is a make or break season for Russell Wilson, which means you're pushing him out. Because if you cared to keep him, you'd be using all that money. You'd put it all onto the table and say, let's go. Let's turn this horse around. Let's get back on the path. Out of these woods, out of these branches smacking us in the face. I'm getting hit too much. Gabe Jackson. Getting hit too much. Here's Ethan Posick back. I'm getting hit too much. You know how Damian Lewis struggles to pass protect as a right guard? Yeah. Okay, now he's going to be left guard. Huh? Lolo, could you look into Kenny Moore? He's a zone cornerback, not going to be worth a first, but a second or third player. Yeah, let me write him down right now. Look up Kenny Moore, and if I like him, I'll do a Seahawks scouting video on him, Lolo, for sure. I'm kind of been looking at doing a couple of those videos here lately. I've just been loving being stuck on the channel, but just haven't gotten back over to the other side of that other channel. But I need to do some work over there, so I will look him up. Blunky TV says, I'm going to trust Seahawks tomorrow and bet on them. Ooh, my goodness. What's the line, Blunky? What's the line? Hold on, I'm going to look up the line. Seahawks Rams line. I love pop-ups. Odds maker expected tight. Well, the odds makers are saying it's going to be tight. Seattle 2.5. So they don't even give us the full 3 points of the home field advantage. They only give us 2.5 of the points. That's not a bad bet, though, because then you win by a field goal. That you're in the money. I don't know. I would never encourage anybody to bet. I don't know. But then again, on this game, I don't know what's going to happen. So I wouldn't want to bet on this game because I can't predict what my team's going to be week to week at the moment necessarily. Need a little more proof to know that they're going to be good or able to be good. Trevor McGuire, Ruskin Sill Scoop. 19.34 miles per hour says that is the case. Man, I didn't know he could still get up to that speed. He was running past Javon Kinlaw, that top 10 defensive tackle. Brando2345 says, is this next draft going to have good centers, tackle prospects? I heard it's a weak cornerback draft class. I'll honestly, I haven't looked too deeply necessarily as of yet at where the prospects are. It's, as I understand it, probably a little bit deeper this year in tackles than it is centers, where centers, it seemed like there was a little bit more centers last year. Not a little bit more, but just more. It was a little more deeper in centers. The one thing I'll say in general, though, across the board on the positions on this, Brando, and I'd say this even about the cornerback position, is that there were a lot of players who are getting an extra year to go back into college. So to put this in base terms, what you're going to see into the next draft, if you look at this last draft and the amount of players that declared for this draft versus the amount of players that are going to declare for the next draft, it's going to be literally double the amount of players that declare for this next draft. And that seems like maybe a weird 1 year off thing. It's not just a 1 year off thing. It's a 1 year history off thing, because normally you wouldn't have these players that were seniors or fifth year seniors, but they're being granted the extra year due to the shut down the season or the ability to opt out. They're getting that extra year now back. They can still come back in the NFL. So that is going to widen out and deepen and fatten up. This draft class is going to be thick with like 4 C's. Okay. So yeah, I think all across the board, you're going to be able to find talent, say nothing of the undrafted class, because there's only going to be so many picks. Marcelo, looks like we'll have our pass rush crew in the game. What do you think we need to do to be more effective in quarterback pressures and sacks? Got to make Stafford eat some turf. Go Hawks, Marcelo. Obviously, I always come back to this kind of time and time again, which is that your front four's got to generate pressure. And the front four can do that in actually a couple different ways at times. You can do that with just all 4 guys trying to beat their man across from him. You can do that with running the stunt game, which Seattle has done an okay job over the years with that. But you can kind of embed both. I think the key is that they're starting to find their rotations. We had the Benson Mayo stuff they leaned on early, the Rasheem Green stuff they leaned on early, and while Rasheem is still getting snaps, he seems to be getting more and more snaps to the inside. And now the outside stuff's going back over to Darrell Taylor and Alton Robinson. And I think that with those guys out there, better things are going to happen. I think they'll give you better production. I don't know if they're going to give you star level, and Darrell Taylor's on pace to have 12.5 sacks. But I think they can give you better than what you're maybe getting out the gate, especially as we looked into that kind of first game, second game, as those guys were getting, Benson Mayo should not be getting more than like 10% of the snaps in the game, in my opinion. DBH, Seattle are having real issues on both sides. They got a lot to clean up. Trevor, I felt like we left a couple of picks on the turf last week against the 49ers. There were a couple of close ones, man. There were a couple of close ones, and they need to do that in this defense to be successful. We need, when those opportunities come, and I'm telling you, with Stafford, he'll give you an opportunity. They'll usually minimum 2. You're getting 2 Stafford pick possibilities, 2 Stafford pick chances. Whether you let it slip through your hands, he throws hard, he throws fast. You gotta catch it, but he'll give you the chance. Tim, let the Eagles keep losing. JS will swindle and get us Fletcher Cox or Travis Kelce. I'm hoping that type of move. Yes, I would. That would be the type of move I'd be like, okay. And Alex Crescento is correct. Fletcher Cox is getting old. The good news with that, though, is that when you trade for him, you're only going to be on the hook for his base money going forward. And when I've watched him, he still looked okay this year. Maybe I'm missing something, but I haven't studied him in depth, admittedly. So he doesn't have a sack so far this year. Looks like he was out week 1, and he didn't do a whole lot in week 4 against the Chiefs. So he may be a guy that's one of those riding on reputation type guys at this point. Honestly, I haven't looked super deep into Cox's where he's at playing right now. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez, my mod. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you on in here. Alex, we'll take Kelce, though. I'd love Kelce too, Alex. The problem with Jason Kelce is I believe he's just going to have too much dead money hit. So to put this in base term, the only way to get Kelce at this point is it's possible you could do it with the Eagles, but you're going to have to give the Eagles beyond what Jason Kelce would pull in base value. So what I mean by that is Kelce at this point in time of his career is probably only worth, a 3rd-round pick for a guy his age at the trade deadline. But because of the fact they're going to have to eat so much dead money to be able to pull that off, you're going to have to up that ante and probably up it pretty substantially. So I'm looking right now, and Kelsey is carrying right now, he's carrying basically a $6 million base money hit. He has a dead money hit, $6 million. He has a dead money hit of about $19 million. So that means that there's approximately $13.5 to $14 million of dead money hit that the Eagles have got to sustain immediately if they were to trade Kelsey. The Eagles, I don't even think, are sitting on that amount of cap space as it stands right now. So that means that not only would they have to trade Kelsey, they would have to find a way to offload salary in addition to that. Now, it's probably going to be a fire sale, so maybe that's possible. They find another way to offload here, offload there, and make it all balance out. But your bottom line going to have to come back with a bigger pick than just a third rounder. Most likely, you're going to have to come with a second and a third rounder to get it done. Sophia Ann, I'm sorry I was late on acknowledging your donation. I am sometimes late on that. I get talking and I don't even look at what I'm doing, but I really do appreciate it. I know I've seen you donate before here, and I love you for that. Thank you so much. And I salute you, madame. Thank you so much. You're very kind for doing so. You didn't have anything you said in your deal, but just posting the facts. So appreciate that. Alex Day's trying to prove. Ethan, Alex Collins is going to have to be a big piece of this game. I hope so. Give him some carries. Let's give this guy like 15 carries this game. Let's work him in the pass game a little bit on some screens. He's a great screen guy. Gets up to speed fast. I like it. Let's go. Nitro, it's disappointing the Panthers got Gilmore for a 2023 6th-round pick. Who else do you think we could get to help the secondary? AJ Bouye. It's getting lean, man. I mean, you get down to like there's only so many options, right? At the end of the day, there really is. It's Xavier Rhodes from the Colts. He's got some history playing zone corner. He's a big corner. He fits the Seahawks mold. I mean, it doesn't wow me. Doesn't blow me away. Obviously, at this point, the Patriots aren't trading any of their corners away. They just moved Gilmore. Who's out there? I would be banging the door of the Falcons saying, what is it going to take for us to get AJ Terrell? You're kind of getting into desperation mode just a tiny bit here. You really are, because you look across the board and you go, there's nobody that's jumping out to me that I'm going to want here. There's nobody that interests me. And I mean, Bradbury maybe with the Giants. But again, we're just getting down. I'm just almost naming names at this point, rather than finding guys that would fit, that are zone fits, that are there's not a lot. Corner's going to quickly become what it is. Robert Roll, I can't believe we gave a draft pick for a corner and then cut him, but wouldn't give us 6 for Gilmore. This is my only guess on this, Robert. I cannot think that the front office is this idiotic. I'm going to give them some benefit of the doubt, even though I know I rail on them sometimes. I will give them a benefit of the doubt in this respect, Robert, he would not have come here and played on his current contract if they just traded a 5th-round pick for him to the Patriots, and that this was done because he wanted to go back home to Carolina. He's played on the East Coast throughout his whole career, right? College in Carolina, Buffalo, then to New England, now to Carolina. He seems to have a little bit of an affinity for playing on the East Coast. And so if he was going to come in to be a problem, coming in trading for him off the top and saying, no, Stephon, you're just going to play on your base salary through the rest of the year. And he goes, no, I'm not. F you, I'm hurt now. My leg hurts. Ow. My leg hurts. Okay. Well, now you're stuck. You don't want to do that if you're Seattle. And then so if it comes down to paying him an extension, we're going to learn more about maybe the details. Somebody else was just mentioning we weren't willing to offer more than a 2-year, $16.5 million deal. If that's in total of what you're willing to offer, that's incredibly low. If they're willing to offer a 2-year, $16.5 million deal per year, I wouldn't think they would do that. So they probably lowballed them on the offer, and that you have every bit of a right to be frustrated with that. Sound seems to be muffled. Sometimes it can be weird, but let me know, chat, if anything's weird on the sound. Let me see where my chat. Check. Tim DB says Chris Carson has lost a step, never fast to begin with, but Alex Collins showing how slow he is, IMO. I agree, Tim. I propose the same thing. There's a noticeable difference between the two when they take the football versus how long they take to get to the hole. And Carson takes a good deal of time to get to the hole. People have contended to me that's because Carson has to deal with stack fronts and Alex Collins doesn't. I didn't necessarily see that when I was rewatching the game the other night. But if somebody's got some stats to back that up, I'm all ears to be convinced otherwise. But yeah, Tim, look, he's had a couple of lower leg injuries over his time. He's been battered, he's been bruised, he's been injured every single year of his career. Even last year, there was a relatively healthy season. He was still dealing with a multitude of injuries. And to your point, he wasn't necessarily super fast to begin with. He's a 4.6 guy, kind of come forward, or 4.58, I think, something like that. Coming out of his pro day. So just not a fast guy as well to begin with, and then you lose a little bit of a half a step, and now it becomes 4.65, right? Or 4.68. And like, ooh, now we're getting real slow. Ethan, while I was not as big on getting Gilmore in particular as you, Brandon, I'm right with you. Then who? Who is it going to be? Yeah, that's been my thing with it from the beginning, Ethan. None of really the options that have ever existed out there throughout this offseason into this year right now, be it trade, be it signing a guy this offseason. There wasn't a guy necessarily above all. I said, this has got to be the guy, this guy. I mean, outside of course, going for a Joe Thuney or going for a Lindsley, where you were gonna, you're paying a little bit for past performance, and maybe you weren't getting a guy in his prime anymore, but you were going to upgrade the position in a significant way from where it had been prior. And that's the part to me where I just want to see the team be improved. I think it's a good team. I think it's a team with a couple of additions can get back up in even a potential spot of contending. But it's a team right now that's, unless everything just gets right on its own and it just moves in this direction of what we saw from the Niner game and some weird evolution of they just needed to find themselves and no training camp. And that was just why those first couple of games were so embarrassing in there. But now they've got it. They're figuring it out. Well, outside of something like that, which I can't completely see happening, I can't see happening. Trevor McGuire says the verify. Did I probably said some weird stuff on trying to my Manscaped Pro. That's what you get for speaking off the cuff, guys. You say some wild stuff off the cuff. Austin L., if they aren't going to go after any cornerbacks before the trade deadline, are there any defensive ends that we could possibly trade for to bolster the pass rush? Brandon Graham might be a guy you could be interesting from the Eagles if they are in a fire sale mode. Thinking on any of that, I remember looking at this before, and there wasn't a lot of guys. It's another one of those, like, you got the Jets. There's not really much there on the Jets. They're not going to be able to give you. Lawson's out, done. Patriots aren't going to be able to give you anything. Steelers they don't got nothing to give either. Obviously, Watt's signed now. Jaguars, I don't think they're giving up on their young pass rusher, but let's face it, Jaguars might be on the precipice of firing their coach, and that might mean they're willing to offload Josh Allen, I think is his name. Where's he at right now? Yeah, Josh Allen. So he's got 2 sacks this year. More of an outside kind of guy, 3-4 guy, I think, more than anything else. But that's an option. It's pretty lean. It is really pretty lean at the end of the day. Just not a ton that stands out in that respect. I mean, if the Vikings were to float out of this, I mean, now they're sitting at 1-3 here, and if they start to fall back further here, do they get to a point of looking at moving on from Danielle Hunter, who I know wants to get paid a new contract? Maybe that's kind of an option you could take a look at. That's maybe a possibility there. But there's really not a lot of rushers right now at this moment. It's kind of my point on this is if you're not going to jump on something, whether it's a corner, pass rusher, center, running back, wide receiver, where is that option coming from at this point to certain respects? Mighty Johnny Boy says we should pick up Anthony Miller. He's a good receiver. He got cut today. I'm open to bringing him in and take a look at him. I think he's mainly, you want to try to put him in the slot. Kay says, we're just thinking of you. I love to hear that, Kay. Well, see, I felt you thinking about me psychically, and I was like, I went live. I was like, I'm going live now. It's just how I roll. I got that connection. But thanks for jumping in, Kay. Good to see you. Salty tears, this game is going to be super hard to watch as a Cardinal fan because it's lose-lose for us either way. But I hope no matter the outcome, you all do well. Yeah, I mean, look, Cardinals, you guys are rolling right now, you know. I mean, 4-0 start, only the second time in franchise history you've had a 4-0 start. Now, the last time you had a 4-0 start, you did end up 5-11. But that's not to say this is going to happen then this time again, that history will repeat itself, because history never repeats itself. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. It's fine. You're good. You guys got first place for now. It's all good. For now, it's all good. But in all honesty, Salty, look, you guys have been as impressive as any team in the NFL this year to start the season. You play in the toughest division in football. You're sitting 4-0. Your young quarterback in his third season seems to have taken a mighty big step forward. And no, that is not a knock on his height. But that seems to have happened. So, you know, great for you guys. Awesome. And it's going to be a hell of a battle when we step into that cage. And hopefully we're doing it on the back of these wins. Even Tech World, I was really hoping Eskridge can make it back. I mean, how bad was that concussion? Jeez. Yeah, it's taking a little bit of time for the concussion. You don't want to rush him back, but boys, you get to one. Like, how bad is this? Is this like season ending? We're right back? It seems like we always get back into this place with these rookie players, the highest pick guys, where we're sitting there going, are we going to get back this year? Is it career? Is it career threatening? But man, it must have been a brutal concussion he sustained. Doyle Robertson, undefeated all-action green, go Hawks. That's right. That bright, shiny green blinds the opponent, I tell you. They were overwhelmed. So loud. Scott says, do I like the action green uniforms? I'm not a big fan of the green. I think the lime green tone is best hinted rather than painted across the walls and then splashed back on top of that. It's just, man, it is bright. It's bright. I feel like I have to wear sunglasses watching games when we got those action greens on. And if it was me saying like this too, like, would I rather have action green or vintage like 1980s unis out there? See Russell in the 80s? I'd rather the 80s. If you're saying, you know, vintage or the black uniforms Bobby Wagner's been clamoring for, I could do the black alts. That'd be pretty cool. I know it doesn't fit to the color scheme, but action green's fine. I don't hate it, but you know, it's a lot. It's just whoo. It's a lot. Blakis, if Schneider doesn't make an epic move or something that shows us that they're alive, he needs to go. I've been lenient with Schneider. I thought Carroll was to blame, but it needs to be both. It will be pretty bad at that point if it goes down that way. And outside of hearing that Carroll overruled Schneider of making any of those moves, which I would think would be reported about or dug into or we would learn of in some way, certainly Schneider would want to make it apparent if that was the case, then I would be probably with you on that, Plagueis. This is a gross mismanagement of the front office to not utilize those assets to put a better product out on the football field. There is no argument to be made that you should be sitting on $13 million of cap space, say nothing of the money you should have converted for Russ, because that's money you could have gone out with 4-5 players that could be starters on this football team to help your team get better, to help your team get to a higher height than it's reached recently, to keep the Hall of Fame quarterback on the team into the future. But as I've said, this kind of goes down two ways. This is a fork in the road as far as our understanding of the situation. And it starts to look like you go on the other side of that fork when you don't use that money. Beyond Balance says we are undefeated in action green. That's the part where I can't hate action green totally, because it's hard to hate something that's you're undefeated in. And if it takes my eyes being blinded for 3.5 hours for us to stay undefeated, then that's fine. Ruiz LA Rams says it was Cabo, not Cancun. Okay. Okay. Beyond Balance, I'll bet at this game, action green in prime time. We got this. I love it. Yeah, we are hard. We're hard in prime time. So I'm hoping so, man. I am hoping so. Sophia Ann says, interesting the DK versus Ramsey. Seems like Ramsey has the best of him. I think Ramsey's probably been on the better end of it recently. In his first season, DK was able to get out over the top of him pretty quickly on one play. And he's had his few catches in there with Ramsey, but yeah, Ramsey's maybe had a little bit of the better side of DK up until this point. It'd be nice for him to have a nice sunning moment, a nice take his boy on a walk day, hold little Jalen's hand as he takes him down on a 60-yard bomb. I think that wouldn't be bad. I'd be okay with that. Chris Rosenthal. Any sign of us looking at Darqueze Dennard? Possibly. Bengals have run a lot of zone in years, I believe, with his draft there originally, right? Maybe. I don't know how much of a significant upgrade he'd been, and quite honestly, Chris, I haven't looked too closely into him as a player, so I'm speaking kind of out of school on that particular one. But I think they will be kicking the tires on all possibilities out there at this point. They're just going to probably be lesser talented opportunities. Plaga says, yeah, I wouldn't be rushing a neck injury. Those are scary. No, you don't want to rush a neck injury, especially when you've had 2 players in the last 10 years have to retire due to neck injuries. Chase, we should call Adams the Kittle stopper. Oh, yeah. How about that with Jamal Adams coming out there and shutting down Kittle? Now, one thing to say with this is that I do believe that, Kittle was playing with a rookie quarterback the second half, and then also say nothing of the fact Jordan Brooks, I think, probably filleted Kittle's ACL. I mean, Kittle's a tough dude. He got up and was limping it off, but George Kittle was not at 100% after that hit going forward in that football game. No doubt about it. But Adams, look, props too. He's been banged on a lot by the folks out there for his coverage skills, lack of coverage skills. I've long said that you'll see him be a better cover guy when you stop taking him off receivers and start putting him on tight ends and running backs as you would normally do with a strong safety. And I think we saw that this last Sunday. DB11, Pete makes all the final decisions. JS play the informed consigliere in mafia families. That's right. JS is sort of Robert Duvall, right? I hope Seahawks org gives him the keys when Pete leaves. I agree. I still would like to see at the end of the day, because I don't know what is what when Pete stands at the top as to what is really John responsible for as far as what is he had the full say over to determine. They can talk about all they want about the relationship and Pete, leaning to him and letting him do it. But I think Pete is really a guy who just is in on every process. That's part of what's made him a great coach, a great builder of organizations and programs, but it also can have its downsides. Blunky TV says Daniel Jones is better than Russell Wilson. On what planet? On what realm? On what dimensional space and time? I mean, what are you talking about? Scott, do we still have a first-round pick next draft? No, Scott, we do not, unfortunately. That goes to Jamal Adams. Music Kingdom. Pete, people that think we should get Gilmore need to think about this. Gilmore wants a long-term contract that has an annual value of $15 million. I agree with the music. It would give me a little bit of hesitancy, no doubt about it. And the cornerback position tends to be one when you get into your 30s where you're going to start to fall off, and Gilmore's shown signs of falling off, and he's currently fighting off an injury, at least we think, unless it's one of those phantom injuries that suddenly he rebounds from next week now that he's gone to a new team and figured out that he's going to be able to be a free agent after the season. Because, again, that's probably part of this agreement as well, is that Carolina brings him on, says we're not signing you to a new deal, but we will not franchise tag you after this year, so you can go be a free agent. It's a part to consider on this music, and we'll know where the value was, but if you're talking about having to pay Gilmore a 4-year, on average $15 million per with like $30 million guaranteed, I would not have pulled that trigger at that point. I would not have pulled that trigger at that point. So, it would be understandable from that. And that's why too, I wouldn't say any one of these moves they haven't made isn't bad in itself. It's just, why hasn't one of the moves been made? If not Gilmore, why not Sherm? If not Sherm, why not CJ Henderson? And if not CJ Henderson, who? Is the running back room just good? Are we all right? Is Trey Brown going to come back and be the savior over there? Oh. MSR Rook says they must see something right? I'm scared. Me too, Rook. I'm in the same place. I'm saying I'm hoping there's going to be a move to come, but you passed on a multitude of guys here. Plaga says our team would have looked real different if we would have acquired most of these players: Sherm, Gordon, CJ, Gilmore, Julio, Atkins. Yeah, any one of them. That's my thing with it. Just take like 2 off that list. I'll be fine. You don't need all of them. You can pick and choose a bit, but give me a couple. They would help this team. Josh Gordon would be helping this team right now. Is Geno Atkins just fallen off that badly that he wouldn't be helping a limited pass rush from the inside of our defensive line right now? I don't think so. Aaron Ford, our offense is so basic sometimes. I feel like I'm watching a high school team. It's been like that in years past, Aaron. I think it's getting better this year. I think they're showing more and more wrinkles with what they're doing. But I do agree with you, in the past, it has been basically there's high school teams that run probably more complex attacks at times, especially with the spread stuff that's starting to take over into the high school scene, than what Seattle's done recently, Aaron. But I do think you're right to have noticed this year you've seen still some of the tendency to lean back into that old style of what we've seen in the prior 10 years. But I think you're going to start to see over the course of this season that process take hold and this team really start to look more like a modernized offense. Tay, is Russell Wilson the GOAT? The greatest of all time? No, he's not the greatest of all time. And look, Russell Wilson's a first ballot Hall of Famer, but he's not even the greatest Seahawk of all time. So, Mason Dale says Al Woods has the third highest PFF grade on the team. Look, Al Woods has been a monster. Not a monster, but he's been really upper level, solid defensive tackle for us. Really has. Providing some pressures, helping to stop the run from the inside. He's, been your best defensive tackle. Brian Monet's obviously working through an elbow thing, and he looked solid in week 1 with 5 tackles, but then I think that elbow has really been bothering him, and Puna's been just kind of quiet. But Al Woods has been a force over there, man. He has been a force, surprising me too. I didn't think at 35 years old he'd still have in a tank, having not even really played last year, but he looks like he's got some fresh legs, and he's a big boy. He takes up a lot of space. Tay says only $26 million. Only $26 million if they move off from Russell Wilson this offseason. There's still a $26 million. There still will be a $26 million dead money hit if you do move off from him. Austin Williams, Rams defense is going on the attack. Oh, they will, Austin. You're going to get their best punch. They got embarrassed last week. You're going to get at home nonetheless. So you can expect that they are going to bring it. And how about this little weird stat this year? Road teams are 33-31 in the NFL this season. The home field advantage in the NFL is not just here, but across the board is seemingly starting to die out a little bit. Kind of interesting. But I agree, they're going to be ferocious. Aaron Ford, does anybody just sit and watch Dwayne Brown get beat like 90% of the game, or is it just me? Yeah, he's not look great so far, man. Not look great. It's 36 years old. There's only 3 tackles in the sport right now playing who are above 35 years old. Dwayne Brown, Jason Peters, and Whitworth of the Rams. And Whitworth's the only one still playing good. But Peters is okay for Chicago. I watched Garrett run around him on a couple plays when they played him, and yeah, maybe Dwayne's just kind of losing. It happens to us all, man. It happens to everybody. Father Time is undefeated. Tay, is Jamal Lewis a bad safety? Jamal Lewis. Oh, you meant Jamal Adams, Tay. No, I don't think he's a bad safety. I don't know that all the time the Seahawks are using him correctly and how to get the most out of him. But I still think he is an upper-level safety in this league. Mason Dale, as a Seahawks fan, should I be ashamed for trying to trade for Cooper Kupp this week in fantasy? No. Because Cooper seems to be the number one guy Matt's looking to throw to at all given times, watching the tape last week. So he is a security blanket. If all else fails, just throw it to Cooper. So it's probably pretty smart. He's going to put up some stats, man. He's going to get his catches. He's going to get his touches. Adrian D. Seahawks have more to lose than the Rams do. If the Rams lose, they have an easy 3 weeks after. If the Seahawks lose, we go 2-3 into a rough 3 weeks of the season. Agreed. That's why I do think that this game does really hold a lot of. Last week was a little like you're on the edge of falling off into that same place that now the Niners find themselves as far as the bunker dwellers, the basement cellar dwellers. And you didn't want to be that. That's what you got yourself out of last week. But for all you accomplished really last week and what you kind of proved out to there, you've brought yourself to third place. And not third place in just what the record is in this division, but third place in that you're obviously right now, as we go through the first 4 weeks of the season, the third best team in how you've performed. Now you can get better, you can improve, It's a long season. Teams go through ebbs and flows. Sometimes teams peak high early and then they fall off later. I mentioned that Cardinal stat where you got 10 years ago, you also went 4-0. These are the only 2 times in your history you've done so. But then you went 5-11 for the season. Weird things happen. Weird things happen in the NFL. And it's not always easy to predict in that fashion. But to your point on this, you start out 2-3 and then still have that tough ride of the schedule coming up here. It's going to make it hard. It's going to make it hard. Doyle, the line is Rams 2.5, not Hawks. We're home underdogs. Oh, we are. I misread that. I'm sorry. Okay. Oof. Goodness. Drop Top Submarine says, who's the worst pick, Rashad Penny or LJ Collier? Drop Top Submarine, I'll actually point to LJ Collier on this one. When Rashad Penny's been on the football field, he's been an effective football player, averaging almost 5 yards a carry for his career. And the issues and problems that have plagued Rashad Penny have been ones that you could not have seen coming out of college, being that he had one of the most cleanest medical evaluations the Seahawks doctors and coaching staffs have ever had with a player. He had no injuries in college that he sustained. Then he arrives here on the scene, broken hand right there in training camp. And then gets through about one season, gets through into second season, starts performing year 2, torn ACL year 3, ACL thing still giving him problems. Now he gets a calf thing. Here we are into year 4. Now the calf thing is still continuing on, still fighting through that, it would seem. The calf thing comes from the ACL, usually the surgery and the tightening of muscles and all that stuff. So the Penny thing would have been harder to predict. I don't like first-round running backs, but at least you could have said, okay, he's got talent. LJ Collier, you could see from the jump, drop, top, was not going to be good. And the main really bottom line point on it is if you look at the first round of that draft, it was the deepest first round for edge rushers and defensive linemen in probably 15 to 20 years. And what happened from that was that every team in the first round drafted a defensive lineman and an edge rusher. Every team. There was like 15 of them taken before LJ Collier picked. So you had gone down to the 16th best edge rusher on the board basically in that draft and went, yeah, let's take that guy in the first round. That was a much, much worse pick. And that's not even looking at the player who LJ Collier was, which you look further at that, and he wasn't a difference maker talent-wise that even Penny was in the tape he put out in college. So it just made no sense on any way, shape, given form. Ethan says Gilmore wants $15 million per year. I think that's what I heard, not $15 million total, but $15 million, that's a lot. I couldn't see Carroll doing that. Oh, I thought I was responding to somebody in the chat said Seattle's best offer was like two-year, $16 million deal or something. So, yeah, I don't think Carroll would do that. He's not going to pay that kind of money for a corner, especially one that is that old. Nico Orta says, let's go Rams. Good. I would say good luck to you, Nico, but I wouldn't mean it. Not tomorrow night. Not tomorrow night. Sorry. But I appreciate you watching. Okay, and you got a good team? Okay. That Clowney week 8 or 9 game was one of my faves when he ran and just threw Jimmy. Okay, I know. I'm gonna do a great Seahawks moment video eventually on that 49er game. I already got the title because I did it on my reaction video at the time, which is the Santa Clarita Clowney Day Massacre. That was my title for it. So I'm gonna put that title on the great Seahawks moment video, but he absolutely wrecked that 49er line. I know we didn't get to see that kind of Clowney game in and game out from any fan's standpoint, but what a treat it was to watch in that game. Just blast Jimmy, just wreck shop, show what he could do when it was all running. And man, you were feeling good on that game. You had Quandre in there at that point, Clowney rolling. You're like, okay, this is coming together. It's coming together. But and it was a hell of a football game, Kay. A hell of a football game. Chris, we have not had a losing season since Russ has been here. Enough talk about how bad Pete and Schneider are. I picked 11-6, and we can do that. Need one trade. Let's see what happens. Agreed, Chris. And look, I mean, they could maybe not make a trade. The young talent could step forward on this roster. The line could come together. Dwayne Eskridge comes back in and adds another element to the offense and manages to stay healthy. And the team is able, even in that state, to go compete and then still roll that money over. They may be able to do that, Chris. But if you're not at that state of being good and you could have been helped by bringing in those players and then you sit on that money, that's just the part that I'm wondering on. And the hour's drawing nigh. The trade deadline's coming here soon. And the players that are available have been taken. But yeah, as far as bad with Pete and John go, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I won't unpack that one fully, Chris, unless you want to talk on that one. But I don't go full on believing necessarily 100% that John's bad necessarily, but I think that there are elements of what Pete does in affecting John's job that then make John look bad, with Pete having the final say in the final call. And I'm not saying necessarily that Pete's bad, but I do think that there's things on this that have been problematic in what they've done, and they've made quite a few mistakes in the way they've gone about their process at times. That's kind of worth noting. James Dials, thank you for subscribing. You're awesome, James. I appreciate you. You're a kind sir and scholar, as well as Let's Relax. You also subscribed. I didn't notice at the moment, but I noticed now below. Thank you for subscribing. You are also awesome. Lance Graham says, I think the Seahawks will look horrible against the Rams. Maybe. I think we'll give them a good fight. Good fight. Chris Nape says, no herniated disc for Carson, an ongoing problem for a few years. Okay. So probably can, he's probably used to maybe fighting through that just a little bit, and maybe they're managing it a little bit. Sure would be nice to have him in this game with where the Rams are as far as that interior of the defensive line and as far as stopping the run goes. And Donald's still a game wrecker, no doubt about it, but it feels like you can get some yards up the middle on this defense. Big task, Athond. It's the great New York Giants. That's a fan right there. You guys are starting out rough, but maybe you guys will turn it around. You got some talent. I thought you guys were going to do a little bit better this year to kind of begin things, but you guys might turn it around here. John Paul Bacon, hello, John. How you doing? Good to see you. Lance, wish the Seahawks would have dug deep in their pockets for Sherman. You wouldn't have had to dug very deep. It would have cost you $3 million. That would have bettered the offer of Tampa Bay. He wouldn't have gotten on that plane most likely. But the Seattle Seahawks seem to believe that Sherman's done. Blunky TV, I had Chris Carson on my fantasy team, but I had to trade him and DJ Moore for Travis Kelce. I would too. You can't rely enough on Chris Carson. Like I said, he misses you 6 or 7 games of the season. So if you're talking about having him on a fantasy team, you can't predict when those 7 games are going to happen. More often than not, you take this given week with the neck injury. Is he going to play? Is he not? He's going to get carries? Is he not? I wouldn't. With running backs in fantasy, you always want the guys that you know are going to be out there and going and rolling. So pretty smart to make that trade. Dro, how big of a role do you think Ryan Neal could play in tomorrow's game? Well, I think the Rams do like to do their own little spread concepts at times. Now you got an extra guy to bring on the field. He was, to confirm in rewatching the game, it was not they were running out 3 safeties. They were running out a lot of dime packages, and Ryan Neal is essentially your 4th cornerback in the dime package. But I thought he should be back out there again. There should be times they run dime in this game where, it might be odd to do so. I know you got to kind of still play the run to a degree, but having that extra safety there as opposed to a cornerback, and especially when you bring Marquise Blair in. So picture this, you got a dime defense, right? Your normal corners on the outside, Sidney Jones and DJ Reed. But then on the inside, what do we got? What do we got on the inside? We got Ryan Neal here, and they're putting out Marquise Blair. This is in the dime packages, okay? And then you still have Jamal Adams over the top. So what you've done theoretically here is you're bringing out a dime defense that has personnel that can still play against the run. Okay, so if the offense comes out in what would be a 3 wide receiver set, which normally you'd be running nickel on, but you're running out the dime, but you have essentially 4 safeties on the football field to go with your 1 middle linebacker, maybe that's a little interesting counter to things. And they had some success with it last week. It can help you now with the extra guy in coverage a little bit now as well, in having this just an interesting little wrinkle potentially. Dark RH says our Rams inside linebacker core is incredibly weak. Teams exploit it by just running at will up the middle. Losing Brockers didn't help either. That's what I'm glad you confirmed kind of what I was seeing a little bit on tape with that Dark RH, which was that it does. It seems like just that middle seems a little vulnerable right now. It does. And I wasn't noticing as much on the middle linebackers, but that's a great point. And that it might have just been, and you did lose Samson Ekubon this year too. In addition to that, I know he's not an upper level player by any stretch, but maybe just as at least a good run stuffer to help out in that realm and how he did. But it was pretty odd to watch that Cardinal team really give it to you guys up there. They don't. In the games I've watched the Cardinal offensive line, you say they're good pass protectors. They give Kyler good time, but run blockers first and foremost has not been the thing that's on the tip of my tongue with them. Deb Peterson says Goff sucks and is overrated. Probably. Dark RH, also not a fan of how our defensive coordinator has been utilizing Ramsey. Been using him as a safety linebacker instead of making him follow the number one wide receiver like always as throughout his career. Yeah, that would be weird, Dark RH. Why would you break something that was working? Don't break it don't fix it if it's not broken. I mean, that's been working. You get Ramsey traveling, you get Aaron Donald destroying defensive lines, and you ratchet the defense around the other edges of things. You clean other things up through your zones on the other side of stuff. I mean, that ain't hard if you're a new defensive coordinator coming in there. But again, I'm saying this from the perspective of a guy that, we went and traded 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick without seemingly understanding quite how to use the player we were bringing in. So I can't say it like we don't do something similar in that respect. That's interesting to hear, though. Weird. Tim, DB11, Seattle giving it the old college try this year, but next year trading Russell for draft picks. Reset one more time with draft picks and cap space. It's possible. Dark Rage, so DK might get a few easy matchups as well. Yeah, I mean, you're doing us a favor, Dark Rage, if you don't have Ramsey traveling with him. No lie. DeAndre Owens, Rams gonna smack them. We'll see, man. You're coming into our home. You're coming in to our land, our stadium, prime time. We shine brightest in prime time, baby. We shine prime time, baby. Mike P says, just for fun, who is our emergency quarterback? I don't actually know the answer to that one. I should know the answer. I usually like to know that just for the hell of it. I'll take a guess. Colby Parkinson. TD, never mind. Kelsey not worth a second plus anymore. Seahawks, Brendan Nelson. Hey, Brandon, catch you tomorrow. You know it, Brandon. You know it, my guy. I'll be ready to roll if you are. For sure. If you want to go a little earlier, I will be out right up until the edge tomorrow, probably. So, but for sure, we're good to go, my guy. Lance Graham, Hawk. Did you see Terrell Pryor got arrested today for allegedly hitting a woman and throwing deck chairs and pumpkins at her car as she tried to get in? Well, you've reached a new low point when you're throwing pumpkins at a car. You just in that moment as you're holding that pumpkin, flinging it into the side of the car. There's got to be that side like this is not one of those my brightest moment spots. What's up, Alex Brenmeyer? Lolo, I saw something hilarious. Raiders first round pick Alex Leatherwood has the worst PFF grade for a rookie OT so far. Poor guy. TJ Watt, Joey Bosa, Justin Houston. Next up, Khalil Mack. Rest in peace. Yeah, it's a poor kid. He got overdrafted. That's the one side part. It's like, this is a little bit what happens with LJ Collier, where it's like, it's not LJ's fault that he's a first round pick when he probably should have been like maybe a third-ish, something like third half, fourth. Maybe not drafted. I mean, what'd I say? I don't know. But it's not his fault. It's not his fault he gets picked in the first round overdrafted, that Tom Cable has his little weird love affairs with certain linemen, and Tom Cable must just have like the best ability to sell personnel coaches on the guys he wants, because he always seems to get him, even when he burned the whole bridge this whole offseason with forcing out 3 of their best 5 offensive linemen on that football team. And now they're having offensive line problems. Who'd ever figure? But that is funny. Diehard Hawks fan, sup champ? I hope Collins has a breakout game. I do as well. It's going to be interesting to see him if he can get some substantial carries in this game. Dark RH, also, I thought I'm making the same thing. I won't believe in Vegas or AZ until their coaches prove that they won't collapse in the second half of the season. Yeah, it's too early to crown anybody, to take the eternal words of Dennis Green. You want to crown? Yes, crown them. So I'm not crowning them yet. I'm not. They are playing really good football, but it's a long season. Insert colorful metaphor. Hopefully not a Malik McDowell situation with D. Eskridge. Well, he hasn't rolled a ATV over his forehead yet, so I guess that's at least something. But it's kind of annoying that we're getting another year of an early round pick, not getting us any production on the football field when we desperately need it. Kay says, I'm okay with DJ Reed. I really like him a lot. Wish we still had Me too, Kay. I think it helped out with DJ when you got Sidney Jones on the on the field and Flowers off, they flipped DJ Reed back to the cornerback position he was playing last year, on the side of the field he was playing last year, when he played really good for us. And then he slid into that side, and he seemed to slide right back into that same place of the comfortability. So it would behoove the Seahawks to keep him there moving forward, I would think. But I like him too. I do. If he plays again like he did this last week, he'll make himself some money this offseason. And who doesn't miss Marshawn Lynch? Who doesn't miss Marshawn? Insert colorful metaphor. Love the old school AFC West uniforms. Yeah, I want the AFC West uniforms. Look, action green's great. Give me old school AFC West, that silver, that cold-blooded silver. Yeah, I want that. Dark Rights, look at Kingsbury's history as a coach. Always starts well and falls off in the second half of the season. Yeah, he definitely has that in his past, I believe. I remember that as well. We'll see with them. They've got a good team this year. They do have an older team. You look at right now, A.J. Green's leading them in catches, and, he got to make it through a full year. J.J. Watt, Chandler Jones, getting older. We'll see if they can all hold up, too. They don't have exactly a deep team, but they've got some good frontline guys. Byron Murphy stepping forward in that secondary, and they got him with Budda Baker. Kind of interesting. Michael, MSR Rook says, I was looking at the Broncos. What about Darby or Michael Omeneda? Maybe I don't know about the scheme fit. I'm just reaching at this point. I think Darby's the cornerback. They do some zone stuff. In Denver, so he would maybe work. I don't know how good he'd be, but he'd maybe be okay. And I'm not sure on Michael. I know the name, and I know it's like I'm picturing him playing, but I'm just not putting it together at the moment. So I'm not sure on him. Ethan, I love the primetime green. Love it. I'll admit the green jersey and green pants is a little bit much. Yeah, the green jersey, green pants. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's just way too much. That is just like, that's on like fire of vibrant neon green. But yeah. Case is the very first Seahawks home game I ever went to. He was retired for 1 year before the Raiders, and I ended up meeting him. And he came over to Sherm's mom, who was in my row. Oh, nice. I met Sherm's mom at the San Diego Chargers game. My mom got a picture with her. Very nice lady. Very nice lady. I'm sure you thought the same. Probably chatted up. That's awesome. What a nice game to go to. Marshawn appreciates the love. He does. He does, especially from the fans. And he knows he's got a special place in Seattle forever. No doubt about it. Case says Carson and Hyde was great. Alex and Hyde would be great. I'm missing Carlos Hyde at this point, that's for sure. He was a pretty good player for us. Again, another guy couldn't stay healthy with us, got injured again. He wasn't special, but he was productive when he went in. Ian Nichols says, shout out to the Nest. Thank you, Ian Nichols. Appreciate it. JDM, hey, dude, hopefully the D can get to Stafford with the front four with the occasional linebacker safety blitz and cover those receivers to keep the Rams at bay. Offense needs to convert a third down. Collins is better than Carson. I'm more in favor of Collins at this point over Carson, regardless of neck injury. I've arrived and landed at that point. I think Collins, through the preseason, early part of this year, he has looked like the best running back that we have. And if he's the best, then he's earned the right. If competition is truly king in Seattle, as we've been told it is, he's earned the right to then be put out there as the starter. Diehard Hawks fan, I want to see you do a show with Evan Hill from The Real Hawk Talk. You're both hardcore fans, and it will probably be the funniest show made, hands down. Diehard Hawks fan, I am 100% down to do it. The only hesitancy I always have with channels that are bigger and above me, I don't like to necessarily reach out to them because I feel like they've established themselves a little bit, and you're kind of what's the term I'm trying to come up with here? I just don't want to pluck or I just want to be respectful about it. So if they were ever down to have me do it, I'm down to jump on the program, no doubt about it, man. And I like all those guys. So they do good stuff. They're killing it. Trevor McGuire, if Carson can't go, I would like to see DJ Dallas get a couple of snaps as a change of pace to Collins. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that too. I like that too. I would do that over Homer. Homer gets the ball and do you guys remember the play in this last Sunday? It was probably the loudest I started laughing during the game. He gets out into space on a wide zone. He gets 5 yards on the play. But the second a defender comes up and hits him, his whole body does this like helicopter fly move. And it seems like anytime he's ever a running back, and he gets some carries, there's like 2 or 3 of those moments in every game where he just it looks almost like getting depleted. And I don't know if it's just he doesn't have enough sand in the pants, but it's brutal to watch. It's brutal to watch. Elena McCollum says the O-line is where it starts. Need to be the bully instead of being bullied. Well, as Dark RH was pointing out in the above, with where they're at as far as that one-tech defensive tackle, where they're at with the inside linebackers there on this team, this is where you can go bully some people. You got big boys to do it. I don't know if Kyle Fuller can do it, but you got the guards to do it. Get down in that second level. Get on them. Test them up on the inside. Test that under soft belly right there in the middle. See what you can do with it. Danny McCormick, it'd be nice if defense played base 4-3 instead of bare front, and if offense started with running game plus play action first drive and continued through the game, the whole game. Hurry up, O equals Russ on fire. Up-tempo Russell Wilson, Danny, to your point, is great Russell Wilson, and I think he's getting a chance to do that more and more. He didn't get a lot of attempts last week, but they did run a lot of up-tempo with him. And he had a lot of control at the line of scrimmage, which is, I think, a very good thing to give Russell at this point in time. I'm probably less apt to want to be with the 4-3, Danny, just because I don't know if I trust necessarily where we're at with the Sam linebacker. And especially, if we're talking about the Rams, who like to usually go into a lot more of the 3 wide receiver stuff, to where I don't want you staying in 4-3 if you've got them going into 3 wide. We've seen how that kind of ends out before. I've always been a little bit down on the bare front, though. I'll say that. To me, it's keeping the base 4 in there, whatever's going on the back end, being nickel, dime, whatever, you've got the front 4 in place. They went back to more of that this last week, less of the exotic looks. I would expect probably more of that same this week against the Rams. I'd be surprised to see them get all crazy again there at the line of scrimmage. It wasn't helping. We'll see, but it wasn't helping. Dark Rage, go look at Kingsbury's coaching history, even in his college days. I will. I'll take a look at it, man. It'd be interesting to see if it turns that way again. It will. He's calling some good games. I mean, that game that he called against you guys, it was hard to tell what was coming play by play. They were mixing it up. It was good. John Robinson says, I know you probably went over the Gilmore thing, but what the hell? Why not get him for a 6? And why was the deal dependent on a deal? Why not just use him this year and get a comp pick? I'm guessing that he would have held out. He's dealing with a mystery injury, John, which I'm guessing is going to quickly recover the second he gets to Carolina. He's been an East Coast guy his whole career. I've referenced this before at certain guys, John, where you have guys that don't always want to go across the country to live. And a lot of people look at the Pacific Northwest and they think, man, that's so far flung. That's like Southern Alaska. I don't want to play in Southern Alaska, especially if I'm an East Coast or a Midwest guy. John, I referenced the guy like Jack Conklin a couple years ago who was a free agent right tackle, and everybody said, well, let's get Jack Conklin. He's a Midwest guy. He wants to stay in the Midwest. And I think in this case, you could probably take from a guy like Gilmore. He wants to stay probably on the East Coast. And his accommodating to be traded to Carolina would not be the same accommodations that he would provide the Seattle Seahawks if he was moved to us. So it bothers me as well that we're not making a move on any of this stuff. I think when it really comes down to the rubber meeting the road, John, your front office wasn't willing to really pay the asking price Gilmore's wanting. But at the same point in time, Gilmore's probably asking for an exorbitant amount right now for a guy who's not even been on your team yet. And that might be a little bit of a hard trigger to pull for pretty much anybody around the league because nobody offered that type of deal. Philip Champion says the Rams are the Seahawks kryptonite. Well, they have been prior, but part of the reason that they've been prior, especially when you look down the board of where the Rams have been successful recently, has been really that Rams offense being able to attack that Seattle defense, and the defense not having a lot of answers for what the Rams offense is doing. I mean, even the game a couple years ago, what I call the Paul Allen ghost game, where his spirit entered the stadium and he blew Legatron's kick to the right. Even in that game, the Rams offense was moving at times at will on the Seattle Seahawks. And that's happened because of course, flood zone concepts and all that stuff that they've attacked with. McVay's well suited to beat the Seahawks defense. And the Seahawks defense has changed a little over the years where it's not going to as much cover 3, which is the most vulnerable to the McVay defense. But the side that changes this year is that our offense is new. We have taken your offense. We have imbibed your spirit and absorbed it on top of what we already had. So now we have the spirit of Warriors and a little Rams baby. So we've got all that. And I think that's the place where this changes. If you look at offensively, your defense has had our number, no doubt about it as well. So it's been not just the offense, but the defensive ball really giving us trouble. Well, now we actually got a scheme to attack your defense like we've not had, I think, in recent past history. And I think we're going to be able to attack in the way a lot like how the Cardinals did this last week because we brought on that new offensive scheme. Now, it's still a work in progress. It ain't humming on all cylinders. So we'll see if we're going to hum in this game. But the potential's at least there schematically, and you didn't have that in recent seasons. You were going into the game schematically a step behind, one arm tied behind your back. Elena McCollum, Gilmore requested to stay in the South where he lives. Didn't want to come to Seattle. There we go. Kay says Texans cutting Anthony Miller. Anthony Miller's a really talented kid. Kay, he would be a guy that is he's one of those guys that's got a little bit of a reputation of, his talent has not matched his production on the football field. There are many out there that think he could be really good as a slot receiver and really in an explosive type offense, running kind of in more of those spread stuff. I don't know. I watched a little of his tape, wasn't wowed by him, but he is worth kicking the tires on. It's worth bringing into town and seeing what he's got. We do need some help at the receiver position. Elena says the run defense has to shut down Henderson. They do. 4.9 yards per average. He's earned those yards. It's not just, gaping huge holes he's running through. It's a matter of he's sometimes cutting back against the grain. He's sometimes breaking a tackle in space, doing it in kind of a variety of ways. He's looking as good as I've seen, frankly, Henderson is right now. Why do I? Hey, man, I like the dime package Seattle ran with Ryan and Blair. Rams love 11 personnel. We should see plenty of dime. Yeah, I love it because it's just a great way. Get your best football players on the football field, regardless of the package you're trying to stay into to match the opposing offense. Sometimes you just got to do it that way. Sometimes it can burn you, as I was talking above about sticking in that 4-3 defense, because we did that in 2019 at a rate of like 66%, and our defense wasn't very good. But this looked good last week. This looked like it was giving the Niners a little bit of problems having the rookie quarterback in there. We'll do that as well. But Garoppolo was having problems with it as the half winded down the first half as well. Michael Crowhurst, let's go Hawks. Be good game one. Be good game. It will be a good game, Michael. Welcome on in. Sorry, I'm behind the chat here again already. Oh, my goodness. Tim DB says, my head says Rams have our number. My heart and lack of butterflies got me feeling a Seahawks win. Go Hawks. I'm torn too, DM. I'm torn as well. I don't know which way it's going to play either. I just don't. I'm hopeful. I'm not in a complete this is no chance. I think it's going to be a fight. Trevor McGuire says, Cody Thompson got the call up. Think he should be a sneaky little mismatch in the middle of the field. He doesn't do much for me, Trevor. In fact, it annoys me that he's getting the call up and that I'd like to have a more talented player than having to call up Cody Thompson. That I just don't. Why is he getting snaps? You can't find better than that. Maybe he's great. I know he's a practice squad MVP type guy where he just looks awesome in practice, but I don't know. I sure would like something better. Elena says, put those hands up. Make Stafford slam his thumb on his helmet. That is a little bit of his move, right? I think he did that even a couple weeks ago or last week. Maybe it was. Good catch, Elena. Philip, to me, Russ is the best Seahawk of all time. I wasn't old enough to see Largent, but I doubt he was as good as Russ. Walter Jones maybe has a case. Yeah, I mean, this is sometimes a little bit, Philip, I think of when, and I get it, where younger fans come in, they didn't see a guy, and so they don't historically know where to, sort of put things. Russell Wilson's been an amazing football player. He's the best quarterback in Seattle Seahawks history, and second place is not even close behind him. He's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. And he may statistically put up some upper-level statistics as far as a quarterback goes, but those upper-level statistics will find him 8th all-time in passing yardage, 7th all-time in passing touchdowns. There will be nothing he has separated himself from statistically to point to. And while he's been a consistent winner at that point, if he only ends up at a place with 1 Super Bowl and 2 Super Bowl appearances, he can't lean back and say, well, I've won all these Super Bowls, which separates me as well as a player. So we take away the stats, we take away, the accolades. There's no MVP trophies there with Russell. And again, he's an awesome player, but when you're looking at Largent, the thing to consider on this, Philip, is Largent was far and away the best player of his generation. And I consider kind of Rice, even though he somewhat played at the same time, Rice was just coming into his own as Largent was getting old and coming out. But from that period of Largent, from that 77, 85, 86 period, he was the best receiver in the sport. And when he retired, I was speaking about statistics a second ago with Russell, he had accumulated all of the major receiving records in NFL history at that time. Now, Jerry Rice came along and the West Coast offense came along and teams started passing the ball over the football field and the NFL started slanting the rules towards allowing for the passing attack to take hold and blow all these numbers up into the stratosphere. But that's where you have to take the perspective of things on it. That's where you've got to look at something when you look at the lens of what a player did in what given era. Just because it's in the current era of the new doesn't mean that makes it the best. You got to kind of look through the lens of everything else. And remember as well, Largent accomplished all those records, Philip Champion, not with an amazing team around him, not with an all-time Hall of Fame quarterback throwing him the ball. He was doing it in a run-first offense that didn't want to throw the ball with quarterbacks who had limited arm strength and limited ability. And he still got to be the best receiver ever when he retired. It would have been, if you were there in 1988 when he retired, Philip, it was no question. There wouldn't be no debate. If they had these talk shows on YouTube about guys going back and forth, there'd be no debate on it. Everybody go, well, obviously he's the best of all time. It's only now 30 years have passed and the offensive explosion has taken place that everyone sort of kind of forgets. But you never should forget on that one, Philip, because he was a truly amazing player, a difference maker in that respect. Danny, my opinion, if Chris Carson doesn't play tomorrow, Collins will take over and won't give it back. He fits this offense so much better, and Pete will have to admit, Waldron running his hands. I hope so, Danny. I hope to see it as well, and I agree with you. If he gets in there, I think he's going to show out. I think he's going to do better than what we're seeing from Carson right now. Whether Carson's lost a step or not, whether Carson's just not a fit for this offense, whatever the reasons are, I think you're going to see a more effective running back in Alex Collins out there. Jeffrey at Thistle, why do we keep getting pissed off? Why do we keep getting pissed off teams? Why do we keep getting pissed off teams off a bad loss? It's true. It's true. You got the Titans week 2 coming off one of their more embarrassing defeats in recent years. They were going to come hard back at us on our home opener. Then the week after that, the Vikings in danger going 0-3. You got their best punch. I think, Niners weren't necessarily in that same state last week. But with that said, we're going to get that from the Rams this week. You're getting the Rams' best punch. GoHawks 2021 says, sadly, it would seem that the Seahawks management did not want to improve this team. If they sit on their bloody hands and Carroll is still here, we have stated we're not renewing our season tickets again. Understandable. You're responsible for the product you put on the football field, and it's one thing when you put a product on the field and you've done all you can. You shot every bullet in your gun. That's one thing. But it's quite another when you still got a few chambered in there, huh? When you got a whole nother clip on the side of your hip. It's a whole nother thing. DK Butterfinger endorsement. What memorabilia do you have? Well, I've got a signed Largent jersey behind me on my shoulder. That's probably about it. Not a big memorabilia guy. Even that was a beautiful gift from my mom. So, Michael Corhorse, no, Philly, you're about that. Didn't you get to see Michael? Oh, sorry. Eddie Castro, funniest thing I've ever heard. We didn't know how to use Jamal Adams reference. Cam Chancellor was born to be a sledgehammer. He knew his job from birth, and he executed at a high level. Yeah, Cam Chancellor was a great player. Cam Chancellor knew what he was doing out there for sure, Eddie. But then Cam Chancellor and Jamal Adams are just two different type of players. They both played the strong safety position, but they both have strengths and weaknesses. And Cam was no different than that. And he was a hammer, but Cam was also relieved of a lot of duties of having to be put in coverage very often, to be put out there in space. And I saw in 2014 in person, it was 2014 in person, at the height of the Legion of Boom era, on a day where the Chargers found a way to force Cam in coverage, and he got himself burnt like toast by Mr. Gates. And a lot of people got burnt by Mr. Gates. But Cam did on that day, and Cam wasn't always asked to play and cover a tight end. The one thing Jamal can do that Cam can't do is he can cover a tight end up the field and do it consistently, I think. Cover a running back. And I think Cam's not god-awful in coverage, but I think at times they put him in that lurker role to be that hammer, to hit those short passes over the field. And it's just, you got two different players a little bit there. Both great players, but just two different players. Eddie Castro, this fake nuance of not knowing how to use players is some sort of millennial BS. Well, I'm not a millennial, Eddie, so I don't know on that. You feel like, Eddie, over the last year and 4 months, since spending 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick and now paying him $17.5 million on average per year, that the Seahawks are using Jamal Adams correctly and appropriately? This isn't exactly a bold take on my part. I think many in the fan base feel pretty similarly. And there's a lot of evidence to show that. And I would first and foremost point to the evidence of why was Jamal Adams a more effective player playing for the Jets on a worse defense than he's been playing to the Seattle Seahawks up until this point. That, to me, Eddie, would point to utilization. And fake nuance, I don't get that. I'm trying to give you actual details of nuance. You're speaking in broad terms. So perhaps you can get a little more detailed-centric and why it is there's such faith on your part of believing that they're using him appropriately and that he's been playing it, basically been at that same level he was at the Jets. I would love to hear your thoughts on that. Zach Merkenberg, no way Seahawks make the playoffs with that defense. We'll see, Zach. Zark. Sorry, Zark. We will see, Zark. It's a long season. Long season. Eddie Castro says the Seahawks don't know how to use him. Sounds like Jimmy Graham's BS. All right, Eddie, now you're going to get my blood up. Now you're getting my blood up, Eddie. All right, you want to fight? You got to fight, buddy. You think the Seahawks knew how to use Jimmy Graham? Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind? That's one of the craziest things I've seen in the chat. I was almost kind of with you on the point of they know how to use safeties, but then you completely lose me on the Jimmy Graham. It is absolutely quantifiable at this point, beyond all reason, and you show ignorance as a fan to say that you believe the Seahawks utilized Jimmy Graham correctly throughout his time here in Seattle. Jimmy Graham was a flex tight end with the New Orleans Saints. He was a de facto third wide receiver many a times. The Seahawks brought him here, and Tom Cable specifically took hold of this to turn him into an inline tight end. That's what we call mismanagement of a player. That's what we call not utilizing the player correctly, getting the most out of what that player had to offer. Jimmy Graham himself has referenced this recently, by the way. So I don't know. You don't believe me, you don't believe Jimmy Graham, but you seem to be all in on the front office being some genius in their aspect of how they utilize their player. And I can point to multiple other players in the respect, Eddie, of them not utilizing them correctly, not finding the right position for them, trying to float them through a multitude of positions and not doing those players any favor by doing so. See a guy like Ethan Posick that you tried to play at guard before finally he is just a center. Well, let's do James Carpenter at tackle. Let's do him at guard. Justin Britt's a right tackle. Wait, no, he's not. He's a right guard. No, wait, he's not. He's a center. Jordan Brooks is a middle linebacker coming out of college. Let's move him to outside linebacker. Oh, he doesn't look very good at outside linebacker. No, they totally know how to use their personnel correctly, Eddie. You're right. It's millennial just espousing on my part. How dare I even speak of this? Jason Tudor, Gilmore wanted $15 million a year, but we could have given him a contract like Adams, which is something like $6 million the first year, then it gets higher later. If you were all in on today, if you weren't worrying as much about tomorrow, that might be something they're willing to do. I don't even know if at that point Gilmore would have been willing necessarily to come out to Seattle, though. He may have just wanted to stay out east. But the hour's drawing nigh. Like I say, it's getting closer and closer. Mario Lara, what's your score prediction? Whew. Let's go 34-31 Seahawks. I've yet to predict a Seahawks loss yet this season. I don't think I'm going to begin now. But it's going to be a tight game. I see some points being scored. I don't think both teams shut each other down. I think instead it's going to be, scoreboard time a little bit. I wouldn't even be surprised to see the score go up even higher than that. But I'll go with 34-31. I wasn't far off on my Niner deal either. I had Niner at 24-21. I got the final score, and that was 28-21. So I got pretty close last week. Truth is, I know it. Collier's college tape showed slow feet and no bend around the corner. Was strong but did not wreck shop in college. What were they thinking? He had a 90% pass rush win rate at the Senior Bowl. I know it sounds silly that in itself blew them away, but they saw that against upper-level prospects, and I think it tainted them a little bit and got them away from just concentrating on his tape, concentrating on what he was in college. And you are 100% right. Slow off the snap with no bend is a horrible combination for an edge rusher. And his strength, while good in college, wasn't magnificent. It wasn't like it was going to translate. And one of the common things I say, because I've heard it from scouts and former pros and all that, is that, speed can translate to the next NFL level, but strength is one of the first things that gets neutralized, because everybody at the NFL is strong, because strength is something you can kind of control in the weight room and with how you train your body. Speed, you naturally have it or don't. Quickness, you naturally have it or kind of don't. Lateral movement, you kind of have or don't. Michael Cora says, have a great night. Great show. Let's go Hawks. Thank you, Michael. You have a great night as well. I do appreciate it. Zach Merkenberg, if San Francisco had a decent quarterback, that game would have been a blowout loss. I don't know. I don't know about that, Zart. I don't know if it would have been a blowout. I'm not sure of that. I think Coach Carroll up recently with his defense, he's had some bad matchups at times and going against other offenses with his defense, but the one weird offense that's been Carroll's fit pretty well up against has been the 49ers recently. I don't know. Maybe. UE2K, nothing lost with Gilmore. This D is a wash and is what it is. Only way to victory is to score 30 to 35 points every game. Prefer all available resources go towards the offense. I'm good with that, man. I'm good with that. At this point in UE, just upgrade the team by any means necessary. Philip Champion, greatest Seahawk moment of all time is a no-brainer. Beastquake, hands down. That run had me jumping up and down and screaming like a madman. That is probably a pretty good moment, Philip. I'll give you that one. I don't know if I could come up with a better one than that one. That's probably right there on that, I mean, winning the Super Bowl was nice. Winning the Super Bowl was pretty nice in New York. That was a pretty good moment for me. Deb Peterson, did you see any Washington State Cougs getting drafted in the next season's draft? And if you do, who? I believe they have a tackle who's got some decent movement to him. I haven't looked deep into him very much as of yet. Don't think there's a lot of guys really being looked at, but I haven't dived super deep into the draft at this point. I'm going to be ramping up to early here, but I need to dive a little bit deeper in. I just haven't quite yet gotten into it at this point, but I'll get you an answer on that, Dev, hopefully by even the next show. Mario Lara, if my aunt had balls, she would be my uncle, all the what ifs. Danny McCormick, that's the point. We can't keep trading picks for vets who will play for 2 to 3 seasons. Love KJ, love Darrell Taylor and his future. He actually looks like a 12-plus sack guy next year. Alton, too. Absolutely. Love the future with Alton and Darrell Taylor as maybe our 2 future bookends on this team. Both guys really look good and look like they're going to come on as players. Yeah, I agree. I can get not trading for it. Always the one thing I'll say is you remain in a conservative mode this year. You're doing it at the cost of Russell leaving. Then you're doing it at the cost of now needing to go find a franchise quarterback, which took us 40-odd years to do in the first place. Mike B., do we have any help coming back this year? Ben Burkervin, John Ursula, Trey Brown. Trey Brown's coming back, I don't even know if this week, but by next week it looks like maybe Mike. He's just getting back. So you got a chance with him. No, Ben Burkervin's out. Ursula's out all the season. They're gone. So there's no reinforcements coming from that side of things. Nor is there anybody really coming back from any kind of other injury that I can think of. Eskridge, you have coming back. Parkinson's just getting back into the swing there. And then Brian Monet, you're going to get kind of back in more, hopefully. I don't know how bad his elbow injury is, but hopefully you can get him back in here at some point too. But nobody else outside of that. Elena McCollum says, Stafford and his timing routes with Kupp and Robert Woods is crazy. We have to cover that middle. They're going to get their spots. They're going to hit their shots. You can't shut them down all game, but the key is just keeping it up in front of you. Don't give up the intermediate stuff if you can as well. Keep it short. That's why you want to drop to me in this game as many guys as you can into zone, just squeezing down those zones, controlling the alleyways where you're going to have Stafford throw to, and then hope and count on the fact that you can get impatient. Philip Champion says, you could argue that the Sherman tip was the greatest Seahawk play due to the implications, but it was nowhere near as impressive as Beastquake. No, I mean, maybe that's a little bit of what I would probably parse between that, Philip, is there's great moments and then there's the greatest plays of Seahawks history. The Beastquake's the greatest play of Seahawks history, the greatest performance in a play we've ever seen. But is it the greatest moment in Seahawks history when you got those great, like the tip, like winning the Super Bowl? I mean, it's pretty big moments. Eddie Castro says, for all the geniuses out there, what was the correct way to use Jimmy Graham? Oh, wait, that's right. You don't know. Well, Eddie, you seem to have a little bit of venom going right now, Eddie. I don't know what's going on with you tonight right now. Let me try to bring you up, my man. Let me probably bring a smile to your face. I just gave you an answer to the question. I can do it in one sentence. You brought Jimmy Graham in, who was a flex tight end, or also known as an H-back tight end, Eddie. This is a tight end that you don't normally put on the line of scrimmage. And you don't do that because they don't tend to be very good blockers. They're a little bit light in the pants, okay? So what you want to do is you want to flex them out, get them into space. So if they are on the line of scrimmage, let's say over the top of a left tackle, rather than you putting them shoulder to shoulder, you give them a step back. See how I did that? Give them a step back. That step of space gives them kind of a semi-free release to the line of scrimmage. If you don't do that, you move them out as your slot wide receiver. This is exactly, Eddie, what the New Orleans Saints did throughout Jimmy Graham's time there. What the Seahawks then did was move him in line. So they didn't have him in the flex position. He went in line, shoulder to shoulder with the tackle, and then they asked him to block a predominant amount of the time from that position. That is why they misused him. That is me being specific. I'd love to hear your counter as to why I'm wrong. Elena, Ursa was done for the season. He tore his ACL. He did indeed. Landon Edwards, Gilmore for a 2023 6th round. Are you kidding me? I'd like to know if we even made a run at him. Man, this is so frustrating. The scuttlebutt seems to be that we made some kind of run at him, but that same scuttlebutt says we weren't willing to offer him the $15 million per year he was wanting. UE2K, John is just as guilty as Pete. If he's not, he would have quit his job where his opinions are being so disregarded. Maybe he certainly shares some blame if there's blame to go, but and then again, at the same point in time, if he is under the assumption that he's eventually going to take over the job in full and he loves being here and he doesn't want to move his family, I mean, we don't often take that into account, UE, that these folks don't want to necessarily uproot their whole family and move everything away from a place they've been for 10 years and building that same family. That might have some weight to it as well. And so I don't know that we can say with certainty that we know that he would have quit if he was being so disregarded. He may be sitting here thinking Pete will retire here this year, maybe next year, John Paul Bacon, the cards showed that the Rams could be beaten. They did. I mean, that Rams team was looking pretty unstoppable up until that Cardinals game, and then the Cardinals really took it to them. They did. UE2K, what? Is Chris Carson injured? Who could have predicted such a calamity? Dark Arch says, 2020, the Cardinals started out 6-3, and they finished 8-8. Just to Dark Arch's point on that being about Kingsbury being a guy that starts out hot, doesn't quite finish out in that kind of same fashion of place. Eddie Castro says, I will not be subscribing, especially when you think that the Seahawks don't know how to use a strong safety, Jamal Adams. I've never heard this line of argument before when it came to claim Chancellor. Nor have you heard me. Well, if you don't want to subscribe, Eddie, don't subscribe. I'm not trying to force people don't want to listen to the channel and anything else. As well, Eddie, we try to be a little deeper in what we look at here, and we also don't all need to have groupthink. So I'm okay with you disagreeing with me on it. The thing that I'd probably draw a line on, though, with you, Eddie, is that you don't want to really talk about it and have a go back and forth. I was just talking with UE2K here, or Dark RH in this chat. I've had a lot of times I've gone back and forth with those guys where we've disagreed. But the thing with those guys and what they've got in spades is intelligence, and they want to talk at the depth of it. You're speaking in broad terms. You're straw-manning an argument. For instance, I've heard this line of argument. I've never heard this line of argument before when it came to Cam Chancellor. Right. I never said Cam Chancellor was misused by the Seahawks. Right. So don't straw man in that direction. Nobody's saying that. If you've been in this chat much, Eddie, if you've read online much, I don't know how extensively you look out there at the general given opinion of the Seattle public. I run a 2-week-a-show deal here. I usually go about 5 hours a time. So I get a lot of different opinions coming in, streaming into my chat. It's a pretty common understanding out there that the Jamal Adams is not being used very appropriately here by the Seahawks. We can go into the details of it, Eddie, which is what I'd like to do with you on this type of stuff if you want to have a back and forth. But if you just want to just get angry and pout, that doesn't do much of anybody any good, and we're not going to get anywhere in any kind of conversation. What we do here is we try to get to the deeper mold of conversation. So I'd be happy to go into the details of how and why Seattle has misused a little bit of Jamal Adams, not gotten the most out of him. We can get into that, but it's a back and forth, That's what we kind of do here. That's the point of me going through every comment and talking about it. Elena, Cards beat Rams by exhausting their defense with Kyler running. Most of the quarterbacks aren't going to do that. Even Russ won't run that much. Dark RH, his name is Cliff for the Cliff. His name is Cliff for the Cliff. His teams fall off midway through the season. Philip Champion, Sherm's longevity is impressive. 33 and popped his Achilles, and he's still a solid quarterback. Agreed, Philip. I would have jumped on him if I had my way. I would not have passed. Eddie Cam Chancellor was a freaking sledgehammer that does himself to destroy anything that moved. He was indeed. Zark says, you can evaluate teams all day, but the reality is the refs decide 9 of 10 games. I don't know if it's that many. Tim DB11, good night, Brandon. Good job. Retro Uni is better than the Action Green. Tim, yes. Thank you, Tim. Right in my heart, man. Right in my heart. I want the retro unis. You know how cool Russell look in the retro unis or DK? Like, get out of here. Get out of here. Davakin Escrolls. Back to flying high, Hawks. I hope so, Davakin. Earl Larson. Seahawks on Thursday night, prime time. Excuse me, but we got this. First home win. I love it, Earl. I love the confidence. That those fans are going to be hyped up. They're going to be drunken up. They're going to be buck wild. Landon Edwards, I wish somebody would ask Pete in his press conference what he plans on doing with this $13 million. Landon, I don't like poking the Seattle media, the sports media, because those guys get real sensitive when you're like, can you just ask this question? I won't need to ask it. So you don't ask me to ask them a question, okay? I'll do my job. You do yours. So I don't know. I'd like to see him ask it, though. Somebody maybe, if you want to do your job, just somebody out there, John, Mr. Bell, you guys just not going to use that $13 million this year in a year that seems very important? Might be a good question. John Paul Bacon, if the Hawks could play on Monday night all the time, we would have been the team to beat all time. Hawks have the best winning percentage on Monday. We do. We're prime time, man. When the lights are shining brightest, we are at our best. The truth is, I know it. Did anyone else think that the San Francisco offensive lineman dropped his knee into Dunlap's calf on purpose? That guy was a little off balance, then looked down and dropped his knee right into his knee. Wouldn't be surprised. I didn't get a chance to see that, but I wouldn't be surprised. Truth is, I know it. I could see Wilson going to Chicago for Justin Fields and some picks. Sierra wants out of Seattle. Maybe. I feel like the Bears feel like they got lucky by getting their hands on Fields there, and I feel like they've got a cheap talented rookie quarterback on a rookie deal. I would bet that they maybe they need to make a splash to keep their jobs there, so it's possible. But I would tend to guess that they would probably hold on to what they have. Landon says, did you see the D. Eskridge is out again this game? Since when has a concussion kept a player out 3 weeks plus? I wonder if there's something else we don't know about. I think it's probably the concussion, but it's just the effects are really lingering long. I have heard of it happening before where it takes a long time. It's not good, though, because it's an indicator maybe that they're a little bit made of, I don't know. Look, he was injury prone in college. He's been injury prone now since he come here. We've got a toe. We got a concussion already. He's been on the field for about 7 plays. So it's a little perplexing to me as well, but it has happened in the past where it's taken a little bit of time to get going. Eddie Castro says, let's trade Russell Wilson for 3 first-round picks and sign Blake Bortles now. I don't know. Young Mitch, man, if anyone ever wishes for Marshawn, all respect to the legend, when we have the best running back duo in the league, hands down, Carson and Collins, CNC crash course. It's the CNC crash. CNC Music Factory. Tim TV11 says, I blame you. Nice. Truth is, I know Carson is injury prone and doesn't break tackles like he used to and doesn't have breakaway speed. He'll fall forward, but isn't explosive. Collins and Dallas are both better at this point. They might be. I can be talked into that. Mike B, my first Seahawks game was behind the Raiders sideline. Dave Peard tripped on the sideline, fell flat on his face. We jeered him and he flipped us off. Hawks won. Nice. That's the type of Hawks fans I remember and loved, Mike. Sprout, another Hawks fan. What's up, Sprout? Fire Tom Cable. Yeah, Tom Cable needs to go. Philip Champion, we should have picked up Brady and traded Russ for Aaron Donald straight up. Guaranteed it would have been a ring last year and probably one this year. Do you think, I don't know if Brady would come up to Seattle. I don't know if that would have even been a spot he would have been willing to go to. Certainly if Seattle was willing to move at that point, trade Russ for Donald. That's interesting, Philip. That would have been a wild trade. I couldn't see it with all those moving parts of those guys going around, but especially when you're talking about trading within the division, and division foes don't like to trade within each other for some odd reason. Well, not some odd reason. They just don't want to have to face the same player they traded away who's like motivated and how dare you trade me? I'm going to beat your ass today. So you're like, geez, we shouldn't have traded him. Elena, you don't have a good offense if you're 3 and out 5 possessions in a row. Oh, it's a development offense. It's one that's coming along. It's a new offense. Thomas Gray, what's everyone's thoughts on Shane Waldron so far? Thomas, I think you've had a little bit of a mixed bag, which is a little bit of probably what I expected. I didn't think that you were going to necessarily, hit the ground, crazy running at this point in time in this year. But they're putting up points. They're showing signs of being able to get it together with the drives, which is a little different from the past. We fell back in moments into falling in love with the deep ball again, right? Second half, the Titans game. A little bit into the little bit in the Colts game, and a little bit in the other loss we had, the Vikings game. But there's also signs within those games even that you see them embracing the short stuff. We're seeing the up-tempo stuff. We're seeing a little bit of them trying to do the outside zone stuff in the running game. It's not working as well out the gate so far. I think it might look a little bit better with Collins there, but it's coming along. I would say it's coming along. UE2K, this is why we should have moved on from Carson no matter how cheap he was. His time has passed before this season. We're always a day late and $1 short. Could be that. It does look that way right now. I won't lie. It looks that way right now. Sprout says, Aaron Donald's our kryptonite, honestly. He is. He's had his best stats through. I know we play in the same division, but he's done the best against us of any of the division foes he's gone against. Elena says the second half comeback versus the Niners was because Trey Lance came in and wasn't ready. Well, Elena, it was 7-7 at halftime, so it wasn't a comeback even at the time that Trey Lance came into the game. And you had, by that point, kind of shut down Jimmy Garoppolo and that San Francisco 49er offense for the most part. It would have gotten more competitive. It probably would have been a closer game. But I don't know if he would have guaranteed like a win, on his own. Mike P says, I think DJ Dallas could be the emergency quarterback. Yeah, he might be that. That makes sense. Whitey White says, Seattle's 30% third down conversion on offense is 29th in the NFL. Have given up 107 first downs on D, most in the NFL. This is horribly toxic combination. It is. I would not expect the Seahawks offense to continue at that place. So that's the one thing I could be wrong on this, but that would be the one caveat I'd give to that. UE2K says Brady was re-exposed on Sunday. He can be successful if his team is solid. He can't carry a lesser team to the Super Bowl. To the playoffs, yes, but not to the Super Bowl. Perhaps he was also fighting through a pretty bad cold last week, so he was really under the weather throughout the whole week, as I understand it. Sprout, if we can win tomorrow, then that would push our chances of winning the NFC West. Yeah. I mean, you're going to have to play 4 games against the Rams and the Cardinals. You come out of this 3-1, 4-0 even, say nothing of that, you've probably won the NFC West. So it is a little bit simple like that. Davikin says, thanks, Brian Schottenheimer. Yeah, thanks. Ryan Collum, what is your most aggravating problem with Carroll? I have a few, but I 100% feel that the controllable issue is penalty issues. We average 6 penalties a game this season. Rams are at a total of 10. The penalties are a slight above what they've been in the past, but I would say to that, Ryan, if you look at the 10-year history of Coach Carroll here and the penalty situation, if you look at 2013 when you went and won the Super Bowl, 14 when you went back to the Super Bowl, you were still one of the more highly penalized teams in the entire NFL. There are detail-centric coaches that get into the minutia that will teach you on the smallest of details in order to avoid those kind of silly penalties that can happen. Coach Carroll's more of in my opinion, a big picture guy. I don't mean this negatively. I just mean it's like a different types of coaches. Coach Carroll operates more from the big picture aspect of things. And so I think that when you think about that realm, the penalties are always going to kind of be there a little bit, in my opinion, with Coach Carroll. That's what you get with him as your head coach. My most aggravating problem with Coach Carroll at this point is the power. I think that somebody having as much power as he does, I understand there was some good upshot to this when he first came in here, but I think the negative upshot of that has been laid to bear on too many different levels because it affects too many different things. Micromanaging affects you from never bringing in a new outside defensive-minded guy who can bring some new ideas to you as your scheme gets a little bit stale, as it gets a little bit old, as the league starts to figure it out a little bit. Not micromanaging would mean you wouldn't come into John Schneider and overrule him on stuff or dictating him to make certain player moves that he might not want to make. Micromanaging is you implementing yourself on the offensive side of the ball, deciding that you're both a defensive expert and an offensive expert and that you should have some sort of say on what the call should be and how the play calling should go. That all comes down to me about power, relinquishing some of it, trusting the people that you've hired to do the job, and then being able to benefit from that also by concentrating on some more of the high-level stuff, which, just to double back around to your initial point on this, Ryan, would then lead you back around to maybe cleaning up more of the penalty stuff because you're not concentrating on all these 10,000 other things. You're now got a little bit more time to be the true figurehead as a coach, which I think coaches are at their best when they're more into that figurehead state where they're not doing the play calling offensively or defensively, right? They're sitting there just taking the whole game kind of in. Eddie Castro says, I can't stand the fact that Pete Carroll is the most conservative Republican coach in the NFL. Eddie supports them. Okay, Eddie's trolling. It took me a while on that, Eddie, but I finally got what you're doing there. Ramilia Sports Report. Rams bounce back and win in Seattle, 34-24. I don't know. I'm not going with that one. My guy. Punk 5291. Just got home from my son's football game. He caught an interception and caused 2 fumbles. Taking that as a good omen for tomorrow. Fingers crossed. Ooh, you got a ball hawk on your hands, Punk. You got a ball hawk on your hands. I love to hear it. We got some good omens. I felt a few good omens coming through here already, Punk. So that momentum's rolling right now. We're downhill. It's picking up speed. AI says Walter Jones is their best of all time. You can make an argument for Walter Jones, in my opinion, even above where Russell necessarily would be, because Walter Jones, some people would say, is the best left tackle of all time. I do counter this a little bit when I say you're comparing it to Largent, where Largent retired. It was undeniable, best receiver ever. When Walter Jones retired, there were people in parts of the country that would tell you during his era, Jonathan Ogden was better. There are people in other parts of the country that would tell you during his era, Walter Pace was better. I don't agree with those people, but there would be those people out there that would say that, whereas when Largent retired, far and wide across the country, that would have been the general consensus. He was the best. Now, Jerry Rice took it. Jerry Rice took it quick. Jerry Rice didn't give him a long time to wear the crown, but he did wear the crown. Truth is, I know it. Ryan Neal's a baller. They should start him at left cornerback. I think he'll get exposed if you put him out there at outside cornerback. I don't think he'll have the speed to hold up out there, but I do agree with you. He is a player. Dovikin says, go Hawks, Dovikin. Ethan says, I'm curious to see how we defend against the scheme we run ourselves instead of against the Rams. I wonder. Yeah, well, you would hope maybe you're a little more familiar with it defensively. You're not caught as off guard with what they do. Especially if, normally you've been practicing against your offense in recent years and you've seen nothing that looks like the Rams offense. So maybe theoretically that would give you some insight on it, some help. John Paul Bacon says at one point Largent held every wide receiver record. That's it, man. I mean, that's it. He far above anybody else dominated his position at what came prior to him. Have other people now dominated their position? Jerry Rice, because he was one of the most dominant players in NFL history, just kind of blew it out of the water. But that doesn't mean you forget about what Largent accomplished and what he achieved when he did. Ramirez says, Jalen Ramsey, Dolan, Old Stafford, Cup, all with a big game tomorrow. Book it. I'm not going to book it because I don't want it. I appreciate you hopping in. AI, Largent held every receiving record when he retired. If he played in this pass-happy league with these sissy rules, he'd have 25% higher numbers. Yeah, he's going to be my guy. I don't know if anybody can make that argument on somebody else overtaking him on it. Jason Tudor says, Largent could have been the best wide receiver of all time, but he still won't mean as much to the team as Russell. That's not a slight to Largent. It's just because he plays wide receiver and Russell plays quarterback. Well, I mean, then we're talking about two different arguments, aren't we, Jason? If we're talking about who's the most important player and who's the best player, those can be two different answers, right? If you're talking that Russell's been the most important player, I mean, maybe. And maybe it's Coach Carroll that's hampered him in all these years since then, but the guy's never had an MVP vote. And he got to the Super Bowls when he had all-time legendary defense. And when he didn't have an all-time legendary defense, he's not gotten back there. Now, it's not his fault. There's reasons for this. I know this is gonna flame on the chat. I already see UE2K just pounding away at his keyboard. But when we're talking about comparing these two guys in that realm of things, I just don't know, as far as good player and impact at his position, Largen's got him beat. Elena McCollum says, Gerald Everett on goal line slants. I'd like it. Yeah, I like it. Michael Simon, why don't they just put Eskridge on IR? Because if it's a concussion thing and the lingering effects of it, those can change week by week. And if you put him on IR, then he's stuck on IR for at least, 4 to 6 weeks? Something like that. Devin Martzall, yeah, buddy, good to see you again. Excited for the game tomorrow, but a little nervous. I know we can beat them, but will we? Also, I have the same Largent jersey framed my man cave. Go Hawks! That is an awesome man cave simply for that fact alone, Devin. And thank you to you, Devin. You're one of my 3 patrons over there on that other side. Devin Martzall, Carmen D. Costanzo, and James Tomlinson, my 3 patrons. I appreciate you all over there on the patron side. But I'm worried. I'm not uber confident in my prediction. This game can go a variety of different ways, and I probably wouldn't be surprised by any which way it does go from that. So it's hard to know what we're going to see. We've had a little bit of a variance in what we've seen of our Seahawks here through these first 4 games. There's reasons for that, but it does make it hard to predict. Michael Simon says, the $11 million cap able to be carried forward to next year? Yes. If you do not use the cap space you have this season, you can roll all of that money into next year's cap, which if you were looking to potentially have to take, let's say, a $26 million hit from letting go a certain player, that $12 million could eat some of that then up. JDM, what do you see as the biggest point of emphasis for this team to get the W? We'll need to effectively run the ball, convert on third downs, and have long sustaining drives to keep the defense fresh. I think that's a big part of it, JDM. To me, success in the short passing game will be where a lot of this is driven. And not just in short passing game, and short and intermediate, I should say, both. Because I think you're going to convert those third downs. You're going to have to be good in that realm. You'll get some yards in running. You'll get some yards in early throwing, 4 or 5 yard little hitches here and there. But to complete the third downs, you're going to have to hit the short and intermediate stuff consistently to keep those chains moving. And that's the part that will be, for me, at least offensively, as much as anything, the key. Defensively, you really have got to limit the big play with Stafford. He's going to want to try to strike down the field. He's going to use that big arm. You've got to limit it. Force him to be patient. Force him to be patient through an entire football game. I don't think he will be. I think he'll give you a couple picks if you put him into that lane. But it's sometimes easier said than done as well. Darren Fleming, how did we feel about Lockett this week? He looked a little injured last week. It looked like that hip thing was still causing him problems. I know they said it wasn't a major injury and he's okay and he's fine, but it looked like it was a little. He didn't look 100% last week. Michael Slicker, this game will be huge for DK. Hope he can get the best of Ramsey at least once. Me too, man. Me too. I'd sure like to see DK have one of those big blow-up games where he just goes off. That'd be so nice to see this week. So nice to see. Michael Simon says, in 2022, Wilson will be gone, and since DK will not receive the amount, he desires, will he leave too? I don't know what DK's stance would be if Russell left, if that would mean that DK would move on. Seattle has club control over him. He's coming after his 3rd season, but they can still, I believe, have 3 years of club control on him at that point. You can do like an exclusive rights thing, I think, after this year, and then you can franchise him twice. So Seattle does have good club control over 3 years for him if they really wanted to hardline that. I wouldn't expect them to do it. I'd expect them to pay him. But that would drive negotiations, as negotiations are driven by leverage. And just because DK says, I want out of town, I know some players have been able to do that, have some success with this recently, but I don't know if the Seattle would be as willing at that point to just bow down to that and say, okay, well, we'll let you go then. We'll just give you up. I haven't seen exactly any proof to believe that just if Wilson left, that absolutely means DK is going to. It might, but we don't have anything to back that up necessarily for sure, or even to lean to believing that that's going to be the case. UE2K says, been a Seahawks fan from day one. Largent was indeed the greatest wide receiver of all time at his retirement. But Russell Wilson is the greatest Seahawk ever. Hardest position and led teams to the greatest era so far. I do agree with the back end of your statement. He has led this to the greatest era so far. I don't think, though, that it's all him doing that. I think that there's been a lot of help in achieving that. So I guess that's probably where I'm at on that, where, like I was mentioning with Largent a little bit earlier on that UE2K, he accomplished all he did, which is far and away was the best receiver at his position, and did so with lesser assets around him. He never had really a number 2 wide receiver until pretty late in his career when there was a Brian Blades, which meant he got double teamed a large part of his career because you didn't have to worry about anybody else. He played in a run first offense, which didn't give him the touches and the targets to even raise himself up at an even higher level. And then again, didn't have the quarterback. So in a lot of ways, why I lean to Largent is that I take into account he had a little bit of the antithesis of what Russell Wilson has had as far as those things working in his favor and benefiting him. Costa Rica sports fan says, watch this be like a 6-6 Cardinals game from a couple years ago. Oh, that was a brutal game. Please, no. No. John Robinson said, I would have called the bluff that Stephon Gilmore holds out and hopes that when he sees the culture in Seattle, he falls in love. The only way he can increase his value is by playing this year. So not a bad strategy, John. You possibly could have done something like that and said, to hell with it. We don't care. Could he have maybe told you that maybe this injury will get better, maybe it won't, and I'll still get paid in this offseason and I'll be 100% at that point. I don't know. We'll probably not ever really know all those details, but I understand why you might try something like that. John says, at worst, Gilmore holds out, doesn't play, get a comp pick. Could be that too, yeah. Good point. You do get the comp pick as well, yeah. If you held the line, he's at least going to probably sign and get you a 4th rounder at that point, especially since, John, you're probably not going to be very active in the free agent market this offseason, I wouldn't think. And Nickel says, this is the 12's chat, just a heads up to the Rams, 40 Winers, etc. Brandon's polite and a gentleman, but I'm not. Yeah, the NFC West folks hop in here. They the 12s definitely get they do get out. They'll get on you. I can't stop them. I can only hold them back so much. Michael, do you think Ramsey will have pass interference penalties tomorrow? He'll have one, Michael. He'll have one, and it will be on DK. How's that for a bold prediction? Ground Knox 83. I love the username. Has David Moore been signed to an active roster? Inconsistent, but good for some contribution and some chemistry with Russ. No, as I understand it, he is still on the Cardinals practice squad. Or he's on a practice squad still, so not yet. And Nickel says, hell, give me $50 million and call me the biggest bust in history. I'd have a smile all the way to the bank. Yeah, me too. John Robinson said, I would have liked to see them try to get Jalen Smith. He's a little taller and bigger, and at 6'2", I think he could have handled the Sam and let Taylor strictly rush. Well, the only thing with that, John, is that he's never done the Sam stuff. He's been a middle linebacker for them exclusively. So you would be moving him to a position that, he's never been moved to, and that the Cowboys never tried him at, even as they were getting diminishing returns from him at the middle linebacker position. This would seem to probably indicate to me that he wouldn't have the skill set to handle either of those two duties, be it the setting of the edge at the Sam or the ability to need to run in space and change direction like you would need to at the will. And Nickel says DK owned Gilmore last couple of years. He don't want no part of Seattle. Yeah, maybe it was that in Nichols. He didn't want to come to practice and have to go up against his father every day. John Robinson says, what are they saying about Jalen Smith anyway? That he slowed down or something? Because he was a Pro Bowler at one point. Yeah, I think the Pro Bowler thing was a little misnomer thing for him, John. He's a guy that if you listen to Cowboy fans, his stop and start ability has never really recovered from that ghastly injury he suffered against when he was at Notre Dame. I think it was Taylor Lewan caused that, in fact. But it's just a ghastly injury he suffered. I don't think he ever got back the full juice of his athleticism and speed. Even with that Pro Bowl season, he was able to accumulate. And they would probably point to you on that saying, he just can't turn and run in space. He just can't do it. He's dragging that leg along. And again, I'm just speaking about what I've generally heard on it. I don't know if it is where he's at. Mark Harpercorn says, I like the 5 defensive back set as it was more effective, especially with Ryan in. He brings some spunk to the backfield. Hit that like and sub button for this hard-working man. Go Hawks. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that. Please do. If you like what you're hearing right now, please do hit that like button. If you're listening on replay, please do hit that like button because it does help this channel. I know it seems weird, seems stupid, small, but you hitting that like button on top of subbing shows other Seahawks fans that this channel exists, that I'm out here, that I'm not just speaking to the darkness. And Nichols says Ryan Neal's got a little Cam in him. He does got a little bit of that Cam hitting ability. It was nice to see last year. Cam was doing a little mentorship of Ryan Neal last year, helping him out, helping him get along a little bit. In Tech World, I agree with just upgrading the team. I don't think no matter what we do, the defense will be much better. At this point, make some part of your team great. Do something great. Probably offense. I'm good with that. I'm not a picky man when it comes to this. Just add to the stack. Add to the talent. Add and improve this football team. Corey Pitts, I have a theory as to why we are undefeated wearing our green jerseys. I think it makes it easier for Wilson to read the field. Everything we use, then Wilson has a big game. You may be right, Corey. You may be right. And if I'll say this, if that's the case, then maybe we need to just switch to this all green jersey as long as we got Russell Wilson at quarterback. Is anybody saying no? Is anybody saying no if that's the truth? I'm not. I'm not. Rams House says, good luck to you, Hawks. Good luck to you, Rams House. Always appreciate seeing you in the chat, and may the best team win. May it not be decided by officials. May it not be decided by injury. May it be decided by the toughness and the hard hearts of men that are just willing to enforce their will and take over a football game. Iwi2K, Beastquake was awesome, but most exciting Seahawks moments was Sherman's deflection, the NFC Championship, and onside kick recovery, and Russell's dime to curse the NFC Championship the next year. All good moments. All good moments. I could see why on all those accounts. John Robinson says the Rams are going to go deep early and often and try to get ahead quickly. The Seahawks better be ready for it. I hope they blitz and come after Stafford on early downs. They're definitely going to try to do that. The one thing with blitzing is you're leaving holes on the back end if you do that now, as opposed to dropping into your zones and just staying deep and keeping things clean, kind of up over the top. I would be surprised to see them come out blitzing this game. I would, man. I think they're going to come in more with their traditional kind of looks and try to drop as many guys as they can into zone coverage. Nichols says, thoughts on secondary struggling to pick up man or zone every time we blitz. They lost Debo for a 75-yard touchdown. I've long held that blitzing's just not in the designs of the scheme. It's not in the DNA of Coach Carroll, and frankly, not really in the DNA, not at all in the DNA of Norton either. And if you're going to be a defensive coach who wants to turn your scheme into a defensive-heavy scheme, you need the minds to know how to teach it and to do the small little details that have to work right, because it's a lot of moving parts in the blitz. It's very easy for you to have 10 of 11 parts working and doing exactly on assignment what they're supposed to be, and the 11th part mucks it up, and you get a 75-yard touchdown down the field with Debo. So it's one where everybody's got to be on the same page. There's got to be the ability to disguise what you're doing so that the offenses don't know. There's so many little moving parts to being a blitz-heavy team, and when it's not what you want to be as a football team defensively, and then you try to be it, you can't just flip it like a light switch. It doesn't work that way. It's got to be in the DNA of how you construct your defense. And it's not in our DNA to be a blitz-heavy team. Even having a blitz guy, a guy who blitzes well in Jamal Adams from the defensive back position, perhaps one of the best all-time blitzing defensive backs in NFL history. Stephen Coleman says, we are going to play our hearts off tomorrow. You better believe it, Stephen. Primetime game, at home, division opponent, so much on the line. You better expect this is going to be a war. I expect a war and nothing less. John Robinson, watch how our safeties are going to bite on double moves off what the Rams were running last year. If I know this, I hope they don't get burned, but watch. We'll see. We'll see. It's keeping things clean over the top, staying on point, staying on task. That's part of that. But you're right. I do lean towards believing, John, this is a game built upon limiting that big play. And if you can limit the big plays in this Rams offense, that will go very far, I think, to winning this football game. The truth is, I know it. That comeback against the Green Bay in the NFC Championship game was an amazing moment. Sheesh. That might have been the best. He was putting that in there. That makes me think. Hard to pick, man. Hard to pick. It's like picking. It's like Sophie's choice and picking between children. AI winning the Super Bowl, especially for those of us who've been fans since '76. I remember when we won it. Really hard to believe. I kept saying, I can't believe we finally did it. Yeah, that's where I probably land with it too, where those other moments may had more shock value, more just awe-inspiring. Oh my God, what just happened? That was that moment where you just finally had this relief from years of being what we were and years of not getting close. The 2005 season and having it stolen, and then you got it. You did it. Oh, it was great. It was great. And the 12th man took over the city streets of New York for a single night, which was also awesome to watch. Megan Gockroger. Megan Gockroger. Thank you for the $5 donation, Megan. You're very kind. I ain't getting it yet. I'm working on it. Like I said, I think the key's the Aussie accent. Megan says, hoping for the win, but just don't feel 100% sure. Nor do I, Megan. Nor do I. I'm confident, but unsure. I feel good, but I'm also pensive. I'm just not sure. I'm just not sure. Thank you for the $5 donation, Megan. Randall McDaniel coming in with the big fat $20 donation. Let's go, Randall. Hitting that super chat hard. I appreciate you, my guy. You know I do. Thank you so much. He says, let's go, Brandon. Let's go. Let's go, Randall. Let's go. I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much. Very kind. Very kind. Let's get this win tomorrow, Randall. Let's get this win tomorrow. Oh, Megan come in with another $5 donation, Megan. All right, I see you. Thank you, Megan. I appreciate that. Megan says, after watching the Rams game from last week, I wish I could say I was confident, but unless we shut down Stafford, we will get smashed. If Stafford goes for 350 on you, Stafford goes for 362 on you, you're losing this football game. To your point on that, Megan. I think you probably do lose this game, unless he takes like 55 attempts to get there. But I think that is not going to be the pathway to success. And that's why I say limiting the big play is where you're going to limit those yards. You're going to make him have to earn it. Eventually, he's going to throw it to your football team. And whether you pick it off or not, that point's going to be on you. But he's a good quarterback. He's a productive quarterback. He's still learning this system. But I don't think the Cardinals found some magical way last week to shut him down. He just had a poor game as he starts to learn the system. That's how it looked to me, at least. So I think he's going to come back strong this week. We're going to get their best fight, Megan. We are. And I do hope we're able to limit him. Mark says, I still miss Bam Bam. He was the enforcer for sure. Laughing out loud. I think that's what the Hawks are missing, is that really hard bell ringer. Maybe someday we'll find another. It's hard with the new sport, Mark. I mean, you can make the argument that as effective as Cam was with where the rules were, where the game was enforced in 2013-14, would he have been able to be as effective now? Would they allow you to hit like he once hit? Maybe, and probably. But I do think we don't have necessarily that same guy we haven't. It's been a missing presence since he left, no doubt about it. Especially once he left, when you had a couple of corner safeties out there that were just, Bradley McDougal and, Tedrick Thompson or Lano Hill. I mean, you had guys that just couldn't come even anywhere near. But yeah, he's a good player. In the tech world, what do you think about when people say Sherman in the Legion of Boom in his prime couldn't be better than a man-on-man cornerback since zone is easier? I don't have a belief that zone is easier. I think that man is like, to people's mind, man is considered sexier. You're traveling with the guy. You're mano a mano on your island. It's on you. There's no help. It's just you. There's a lot of this like machismo, bravado kind of crap that goes on with the man-on-man guys that travel. But there's a lot of there's upsides and downsides to the way you play. There's upsides to man. There's downsides to man. There's upside to zone. There's downside to zone. They're also two different skill sets, but they are both skill sets. To be a great zone defender is a skill set. And just because it looks differently than what a man player does in man coverage does not mean that it can't be just as effective, if not more effective. So I don't buy into that argument. I think you're special in a particular defensive scheme. You're special in a particular defensive scheme. And I do think that that is the case here. I think he was special, and he's going to the Hall of Fame. Nolan R. Vance. What is up, Nolan R? Man, we got a little bit of dono trains going here. I love it. Nolan coming in with a $20 donation. He's also coming in strong tonight. I appreciate that. I love that. Thank you so much, Nolan, and thank you as well for being a member on the channel. You're always coming in strong with that. He says, I really like the action green. Gonna love the OG throwbacks next year with the helmet rule change. Sam, I'm not a big action green guy. I don't hate it. I'm okay with it, but man, Nolan, I just got an affinity for, maybe it's that old sentimental young boy of the 80s in remembrance of those throwback jerseys, and to actually see now really good players across the board put in those jerseys versus back then we had a couple of good players to put in those jerseys. It would look cool, especially do the jersey where you don't have the long sleeves, but you got these nice new tight sleeves where it looks cool. I think it looked cool. That silver would look nice. I can't wait for it. But action green, we're undefeated, Nolan. Undefeated. I can't argue with that. And at the end of the day, the results of wins and losses are what matters. So it's got to be action green and blind my eyes to see it, so be it. I will be blinded by the light, wrapped up in a. No, I won't start singing that. But thank you, Nolan, for the $20 donation. Very kind, brother. Very kind. Plagueis says, Hawks Nest, you're the best, bro. Always a good time listening to these epic streams. Thank you, Plagueis. I love interacting with you guys. I love talking with you guys. I love talking shop, man. This is what we do. But I appreciate you. John Robinson says, Cooper Kupp looked all of the 4.6 receiver he is. Yeah, he's not a super fast guy. He's a very crafty receiver, man. He understands how to run routes. He understands how to vary his pace. He understands how to do all those little things as a receiver you need to do if you don't have speed. He's a really good player. And Nichols says, Hawks Nest was my grief counselor after that loss. You hit rock bottom when you're getting consolement from 12s on YouTube. Hey, you guys give it to me when I'm down at times. So it's same things come back in my direction. And man, we got to get it from somewhere. Otherwise you just sit there and stew in your misery and depression. Oh my God, it's another season gone. You got to talk to somebody. Even if it's just the hopes that will not be returned, at least some hope. Schvecter7 says, remember that 2019 magical Thursday night game against the Rams? Hoping to see that again. Oh, it was a game that definitely stands out. Schvecter, awesome game. I call it the Paul Allen ghost game because I felt like, Legatron, who had just owned us for years coming into that game, comes in for the game-winning kick, and a kick that, he easily could make, and then came in Paul Allen. He just sort of just blew it a little to the right. Just a little bit to the right there. Just a little bit to the right. John Robinson says, Adams is a downhill run defender who can stop the run, who's great in pursuit, can be great zero cover blitzer, and can take away tight ends. And man, Chancellor was a lurking zone defender who struggled in man. They're different. Yeah, John, that's a great point. Well said. That's how I'd sort of see it. And it's hard. People want to compare the two guys, but I think you really, in this case, really can't. Even though they both play the same position, they just do it differently. Great point. Wheeler, I would say Adams is being used decently. At the end of the day, he's a box safety who's best at stopping the run. That's how Hawks primarily use him. Yes, and I think they're coming along with it, Wheeler. I think it was a little rough last year when, look, he gets the 9.5 sacks, but you're blitzing him in a rate for most of the year at 13%. So he gets a couple more sacks than had been his career average, but you had him blitzing at double the rate to get there. And then you also had him covering wide receivers. There are the moments that stand out last year where you've got him running with Stephon Diggs on a key third down, or Cooper Kupp 40 yards up the field, or Julian Edelman 50 yards up the field in week 3. That's not utilizing him correctly. That's putting Jamal Adams in a position to fail at that point. They're getting better, I think. They're starting to understand him, as you would with the more time you get with a football player. So it's not like it's an end game where there's no way to fix the situation or get him at this point of surging. But it's just an observation of up until this point. Sean T is, oh man, he's hyped. He's confident. He says, Hawks by 11, go Hawks. I love it, man. I love it. Just drop the mic on that one. Dovikin says, cool Hawks chatting. Later, y'all. Later, Dovikin. AI, any estimates on how much the cap will be increased next year? It goes up to $208.8 million would be what my guess would be. That's what they've slated it to be. I think that's the highest of the high it can go. but I would expect with the fans now return to the stadium this year, it to go to those heights, it to reach into that area of things. So I would say yes. Megan coming in with another $5 donation. Megan, you're always coming in hot with the donos, Megan. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. I salute you, kind madam. Megan says, can you explain to me how anyone can get a half a sack? Two men converge, Megan. Two men converge on one man. That sounded bad. Two guys converge at the same time on a quarterback. And they arrive basically both seemingly at the very same time. Or they arrive nearly at the same time. And it becomes indistinguishable about which one really was the one who should get credit at that point. And rather than having the scorekeeper at that time make a call, basically like flipping a coin, they said, we'll just give each of them a half a sack. So it's pretty rare in football, but that is how you get it. It's sort of like tie goes to the runner in baseball. The gets on the base, and if he hits the base at the same time that the first baseman, for instance, catches the ball, then it's going to be he's safe. Tie goes kind of the runner. So tie goes to a half a sack. But thank you for the $5 donation. Very kind. In two cases, the Saints franchised Jimmy Graham as a tight end, and he took the Saints to arbitration because he played the majority of his snaps lined up as a wide receiver. We misused one of the greatest pass catchers of his day, Hall of Fame. Thank you, Uwe. Yes, and very well said. Very, very well said. Filthy. Do you think we might be able to take advantage of the run game since AZ exposed the Ram defense? Filthy, yeah. In fact, we had Dark RH, one of our resident Ram fans, came into the chat here and talking about that a little bit, that right now they are struggling, and especially if you look at like A-gap runs, stuff that's going to go over the back of the center, over the top of the guards, those inside type runs, that seems to be where they're a little bit vulnerable right now. If you're just basing off some of the recent tape you've watched with them, the linebackers aren't quite as good as they've been recently there, and they're missing Michael Brockers, I think, a little bit, just a little bit. A guy who did a lot of that dirty work at the one tech to let Aaron Donald run free over the years, and he's now playing up in Detroit. So I think a little bit. Carl says, I saw the intention of trying to injure Dunlap on that one play. I bet they probably did. Merksy Case is only a 2023 6-rounder from Gilmore. Even if we only get him for a year, why not pull the trigger? He might have just come here and sat out, Merk. He might have said my leg was hurting and I don't want to play. It hurts too much. Are you gonna hardline that guy at that point, Merk? Bringing a guy in like that as a hired gun? Are you gonna start taking him to arbitration and turn it into a dirty situation, a dirty mess, or do you just kind of shrug and go, okay, he doesn't want to come here? I think that's more of what it is. AI says his badger. Jeffrey Thistle, Tom wouldn't have gotten the control he wanted, plus he wanted to go to a weak division. He's not dumb. Yeah, he's not dumb. He wouldn't have come here. He might have gone to the 49ers because he's from California. That might have happened, but not here. Merk, hold on. What does everyone want to trade Russ? I don't want to trade Russ, so I'm not trying to get that impression. Somebody asked me about it though, Merk, so I think somebody's trolling a bit on the chat. Might be, how about Dan Quinn in Dallas? One draft and he built a greatly improved defense. When will the Seahawks do that? Let's wait on Quinn with Dallas through the whole course of the season, because especially a team in Dallas that's been so bad defensively, I want to go past more than 4 games to kind of make that determination that they have turned it around. Dan Quinn long referenced the fact that he learned early on in his career with Atlanta as the head coach that he had to dispense and do away with some of the cover 3 stuff, some of the base stuff that they did in Seattle that he was bringing with him to Atlanta. That he had to innovate, he had to expand, he had to grow. I would offer you that same kind of growth and expansion and innovation has not been in place with our Seattle Seahawks over the last few years, despite the scheme being, especially defensively and most especially offensively, a little stale, a little stagnant, a little devolving, a little degenerative, a little bit in that kind of state of things. So how can they do it? Turn those things around. Stop being that way. Become innovative. Bring in, in my opinion, bring in a defensive coordinator who's got outside ideas that will challenge Coach Carroll, that will say, okay, I know you've done it this way for years. Can you think about trying it this way? Because with the game and where it's gone, this is probably where you should maybe be thinking of trying to do this instead. I think that could be interesting. I don't think Pete would do it, but it would be interesting. Hey, Nichols, all these comments on Carson, let's be real. Do you forget the Thomas Rawls saga or Eddie Lacy or the three-headed monster committee backfield? Not at all. John Paul Bacon says maybe even 6-0 in the West or 5-1. It's going to be hard to get that record, man. It's going to be tough. We're 1-0 so far. We're going to just take this one game by game. MSR Rook says, yeah, Corbin Smith is the worst. If you ask him to ask something, he will say, no, I want to keep my job, and he wants to be liked. It's a joke. He's such a homer. Never ask the tough questions. I think that's the way it is for pretty much that's been my tacit understanding with all the journalists there and why they all are a little evasive with that type of stuff. And that if they ask us a question, somehow they're worried they're going to get fired or something. And it sometimes just shows a little bit of the sadness of where journalism is. Your job is not to be there to be a buddy to the front office or be, hey, yeah. You are there as sort of a voice of the public, be it in sports or whatever it is, whatever realm of the world it is in that you're a journalist. And when you go into that homerish area of things, when you just essentially be a guy there that's just there to repeat whatever a coach tells you to repeat, then you're not kind of doing what you should be doing with that. But, people are trying to keep their jobs. I get it. I can't argue with that. I'd like to think I'd be tougher with it, but I'd probably be, I don't know. No, I'd probably end up getting fired because I'd come there and like day one be asking crazy questions and they'd be like, it would be so jarring to them that they'd be like, get this guy out of here. Get this guy out of there. Mike P says, what's my take on Urban Meyer? I really think him skipping the trip home with the team is the biggest issue. Seems taboo in the NFL. Earl Thomas did that also with the Ravens, a red flag taboo. It's been a rough road for him even beginning in here with Jacksonville to start things. It's not getting any better, and it looks like he'll be out of there sooner than later. You're a coach. If you're a quarterback, you've got to basically be a nerd and a guy that's a straight arrow at every turn. You can't step out of line at all. If that's true of a quarterback, it's doubly and triply true of a head coach, especially not just a head coach, but a guy that's sitting at the head of the organization like he is right now. It's a bad look in what he's going through. It's lost the team. He's going to be out of a job soon, and he's probably going to be in USC sooner than later. So that's my bold take with Urban Meyer. You will see him as the next USC head coach. Ryan Collins says, agree with your take. While power is also my main issue, I don't feel it as controllable due to the current owner. I blame Seattle's issue with the owner wasting our potential talent. Fair enough. Very fair enough. And I would be more, I don't like the penalties, Ryan, so don't get me wrong on that either. And the penalties are not something that makes me happy. I'm used to it with Carroll, and for some of the same reason, like as you look at the situation and say, well, the powership thing isn't controllable. That's the same way I look with the penalties thing, where I just don't know if it's controllable because I don't know if the coach really has it in him to coach the team in a way that he puts cleaning up the penalties as a forefront in their methodology. Isaac Fisher, I understand the Sidney Jones hesitation, but also his mistakes were more misunderstanding of assignment because when targeted, it felt like he was on the receiver's hip every time. I'll acknowledge that, Isaac. He did look better than Trey Flowers. He did. He did look better than Trey Flowers. He also got beat for a touchdown by a not George Kittle tight end named like Dooley or something. You know what I mean? Like your cornerback getting smoked by a tight end that's not exactly Gronk or Jimmy Graham in his prime. That one was not a blown coverage. That just, you got beat. But he did look better. And yes, he was on the ball way more than Trey. Hell, he had a pass defense, Isaac. Trey Flowers hasn't had one pass defense all season long. That in itself. And he did look better. And I'll give him time with it. I'll give him time. The only thing I don't like, Isaac, is we just might be stuck with him or Trey Brown as our kind of only options going forward. And we might be limited there with not a lot we're able to do to fix it, being that the available names, the available guys out on the market are kind of gone at this point. Ryan Collum, appreciate you and your channel. Look forward to it growing. Always have a good take, an open dialogue. Well, thank you, Ryan. I appreciate that. I do try to pride myself on open dialogue, even if I disagree. There's times I get, pig-headed about stuff, and I get touchy about stuff, but I do always try to double back around to trying to get people's perspective. And I do like back and forths. And I think it's what makes this channel at its best is when we're able to, really get it out and hash it out. Sometimes that means disagreement, and sometimes it means we're just trying to have a meeting of the minds, But thank you, Ryan. Appreciate you. Randall says, let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Randall. Let's go. Mark CK says, yeah, our owner, she doesn't know a thing about football and just gave the keys to Pete. I wish she would just sell the team and get her money and leave. I'm same. A football owner needs to be a person who cares. They got to care. They got to care at least minimum about football. Call me crazy, but I like my football owners to like football. I consider that a benefit. Megan says, hey, Brandon, sorry I'm late. Hey, Megan, it's better late than never. And when you're coming in with the donos that hot, you can come as late as you want. You can come with 5 minutes left. Ryan Collum, if I'm not mistaken, she also owns the Los Angeles Clippers, spreading her channel of focus when Paul Allen was so involved and passionate for the Seahawks. Truly believe that is why we had success. She owns the Trailblazers, Ryan. It's Ballmer, but I know you're confusing Ballmer, another Microsoft guy who owns the Clippers. So understandable. Easy confusion there. But yeah, we knew the guys all involved as Paul Allen was. He was involved. You know, he made John Schneider write him a report off of every game for Monday morning of what happened and the in-depth of what happened and what caused what to go on, whether it was a win or a loss. That is an owner that cares. And thank you, Megan, again for your donations. Awesome. Rick Cassi, Rick says, great stream. You know your Hawks. Don't forget, like and subscribe. Well, thank you, Rick. It's my team. I love it. This is my thing. I try to keep myself on point with my knowledge when I can. Don't get everything right. I do get my share of stuff wrong, but I try. My heart's always in the right place. But thank you, Rick. I appreciate it. Randall says, our defense will continue to improve and really show up and show out Thursday. Offense will play efficient ball. I don't do score predictions, but we will win. I love the confidence, Randall. I went score prediction. I went 34-31, Randall. I think we got a little bit of a mini shootout. That's where I see it. Diehard Hawks fan says, why would Josh Gordon go somewhere else after we were the ones fighting for him? It's a balance probably between maybe a little of loyalty of us fighting for him versus him trying to go out there and secure a final paycheck in the NFL as his career winds down, as his time winds down as a potential upper level receiver in this league. So when you look at coming to Seattle diehard, you got two frontline guys already here with Lockett and DK, which they were here before, but DK is way more established and Josh has not overtaken him. And the same thing's true with Tyler probably. Then you got D. Eskridge as the third guy. He's coming here as the fourth guy. Whereas you go to Kansas City, he's going to probably ascend very quickly into the number 2 role with the Kansas City Chiefs. Wouldn't be surprised in the least if he gets there very fast. I think he's going to do very well with Mr. Mahomes. So just he made a, I can't hate on him. He's making a choice. He doesn't have a lot of time left on the clock. He's got to get while the getting's good. Megan was rewatching the stream and dead money trades kept being mentioned. Can you explain what this is and what it means for the Hawks cap? Absolutely, Megan. Most contracts, they can be signed sometimes for 5, 6 years, 7 years, 8 years, Megan. But what happens with a contract is there's 2 parts of a contract to get money. You get money on a base salary and you get money on a bonus. Okay, bonus money is money you get in hand, usually day 1. Sometimes they can get creative and do it into year 3. You get a bonus kick. But again, to keep this simple so it's straightforward for your understanding, we're going to keep it simple and easy. The first 4 years, that bonus money spreads out evenly. So if I've got a $20 million deal on a 4-year deal, right? That means every year, $5 million of the bonus money hits the salary cap, in addition to the base money. So let's say I did a 4-year, $30 million deal, but $20 million of it was bonus. So if I look at the first year hit of that, for instance, you would look at probably being $5 million, first year of the bonus money, plus whatever the base was set to. And the base money can be set to anything. There's only $10 million of base in that contract. So the first year could be $1 million. The first year could be $4 million. The first year could be $8 million if you wanted to. And then the next 2 years beyond that, you could have the base lowered really far down. But it's the combination of the bonus and the base which makes up the yearly cap hit of the player. Now, if in year 2 after signing that contract, you then decide, you know what, I don't like this guy. This player is not very good. No, I want to move off from him. And you move off in year 2. Well, all of the remaining bonus money, which had been hitting at a $5 million yearly mark as of year 1, all accelerates in totality at that moment. So at that case, right, you've got $15 million left of bonus money. All of that accelerates, and it's offset by what the base is that year. So if the base was at $1 million, you could take $1 million away from that. but you as a team are still on the hook for it hitting your cap at that point for basically $14 million. So the dead money accelerates off of how much bonus money remains. The bonus money breaks out into 4-year increments. That's how it tends to hold out. So when people are talking about certain players, Megan, like a Grady Jarrett or like a Jason Kelce, what I was pushing back on last week in the stream was you got to look at the dead money hit, because if that team's going to if it's going to cost them money to get rid of him, if Jason Kelce's under their cap right now, but there's more cap money that accelerates off of what he costs right now, and it's significant, they're not likely to move him at that point. Because not only now do you have to move Jason Kelce, you got to start cutting other players away and creating cap space in other places just to eat that dead money. So that's the case with the Kelce. That's the case with the Grady Jarrett. And one reason I say for those folks who like these kind of guys, you just have to look at that on that basis alone and understand that team's not moving them on that basis alone. And so we got to look at other players at that point. I hope that was a little more clear in how that works. I can go a little more in depth if you like on it too. Ethan, Russell is getting there, but he needs to embrace the idea of letting the other pieces around him work for him. Throw a 5-yard pass and let the receiver run 10 more. Doesn't only need to be air yards. It's a process, Ethan. He's bringing on a new offense for what I've said the first time really in his whole career, and that's going to take a little time. You got to work the kinks out. It's going to be a little bumpy road at times early on this season. The part that I try to give as the silver lining of this is that I do expect it down the road to improve. I expect this to get better as the season moves on. That's the one other aspect to that I would hope for. It may not. It may not be embraced by Russ. He may not flourish within this offense, but I think he probably will, being that he's already getting some pretty good returns, playing pretty efficient ball right now as he's in the learning process. They're still putting up a pretty good amount of points as he's in the learning process. Randall McDaniel says, I concur that Russ is the greatest Seahawk ever, our franchise quarterback, just like Montana is the greatest Niner ever. I can understand the standpoint, Randall. I'm a Largent guy, but I do get where people would come from with that. And Nichols says, and if Largent had gloves, these players do nowadays. Yeah, dude. Another part about Largent, did not wear gloves. And this was after the Stickum era. They'd outlawed Stickum. So Largent had no Stickum, wore no gloves, best receiver of all time when he retired. Let that one just sink in your head for a second. MSR Rook, I feel like Russ would tell DK to stay. It's possible. Megan says, I wish I could be so certain, go Hawks 21, but after watching the Rams game last night, I've decided if Stafford isn't closed down, the Hawks will get smashed. Maybe, Megan. Their defense was getting hit pretty hard, though, too. I mean, there's things that was happening against their defense that we can replicate. There's holes on that defense, and I think it's not the same defense as far as production as it was last year, where they were lights out. And Nichols says, Russ, yeah, but never forget the Tez. Tez is a little bit like the Walter Jones one, where you go, okay, but I know he was great, maybe one of the best all time, maybe the best all time, but there were players during his era that were every bit as good, if not even better. A guy like John Randall with the Vikings, both played the 3-tech defensive tackle position. John's got just as good a production as Tez, if not a little bit better. AI, the only way we eat $26 million cap hit for Russ is in trade for picks. We are just going to cut him. Even if you cut him, AI, the dead money would accelerate at that time. So there's no way to get out of the $26 million by trading or cutting him. They would do that at that time if he forced his way out of town, because I have a general feeling and belief that when he pushed a little bit for a trade this offseason, that the front office says, there's no way in hell we're going to eat $39 million of dead money this year. But if you still feel this way next year, we will open the door to moving on from you in the $26 million cap hit at that time. That's my general feeling on what the conversation was had at that point. And it's still a substantial amount of dead money to hit. But if Russ wants out, if Russ is done, if Coach Carroll's done with Russ, the front office is done with Russ, if everybody's just done, they'll find a way to make it happen. Sean T says they need to protect Russ. The Rams D will come at him hard, shut down Stafford's passing, and Hawks will put points on the board. They can. They can on this defense. You're right. And the key on protecting Russ, I think the best protection for Russ in this game is the short passing attack. The Rams will give that up in their defense. Russ has got to embrace throwing it, getting that ball out of his hands, not giving that Rams defensive line time to rush the passer. Wheeler says Gilmore was traded to the Panthers. It was indeed. I think he wanted to go. Remember, Wheeler, he did play college in South Carolina, and there are indications here he wanted to go back home. Merc C says, y'all keep saying he's the best Seahawk, but have no problem trading him. No, I don't think people want to see him traded, Merc. More of what, and maybe there's some people in here trading. One person said he was joking on it, Merc. I don't think anybody's looking at trading Russ. They're recognizing the reality of the situation and what we might be facing, and then just contemplating on what that would mean. And I think those are two different things, by the way. I think there's a difference between, and this is where I land myself. I want Russ here forever. I like Russ. I don't want to see Russ move on. I don't want to see Russ traded at all. But I also understand the fact that they may have a situation here where the front office just doesn't think that it's in their interest to do it. And they don't want to do it. Or they want to move on, or they want to try to get a cheap young quarterback and replicate having a rookie quarterback on a rookie deal, which is what they had last time when they did go to a Super Bowl. I think it's probably going to be wrong as a thought process, but that doesn't change the fact, Merc, that might be the thought process going on. And it's just people contemplating the what ifs. What if this situation and where it's going? What will it mean? If this happens, then that. If that happens, then this. Megan says the 12s give good as they get. I know I'm proudly one of them. Hell yeah, Megan. Hell yeah. U2K says all of Largent's achievements were his achievements and did not result in Seahawks being a winner. It was a run-first league, and teams focused on that and not stopping the pass, giving him room to roam. Well, he wasn't given a lot of room to roam for a majority of his career. And I've been putting a long Largent video together. Someday I'll release it on the channel, but I got to get it just right. But I've watched through a lot of his games. There's a lot of old 80s footage, 70s footage, full games you can watch of Largent playing back then. And especially once you got into the early 80s, he was getting double teamed a lot for the same reasons you're speaking to. You don't have another receiver out there that's got to challenge you. It's all kind of on him. All of his achievements were his achievements. That's kind of that way would be for Russell's too, right? All of his achievements are his achievements outside of the Super Bowl win, which again, if we're looking at talking about the greatest of Russell Wilson, the Super Bowl win did come when he had an epically legendary defense in NFL history on the other side of the ball. And it's not Largent has no control over who's throwing him the pass. Largent has no control over being a run-first centric league. It was also a league, UE2K, where it was very hard to complete passes at that time, right? The completion percentage was incredibly low. The quarterbacks were throwing for an incredible amount of interceptions at that time. Probably the highest in NFL history during the 80s. Quarterbacks were throwing it. It was really hard to get those catches. It was a challenge. And I think Largent can't be held against him that the team wasn't built up well around him. That's not his fault, and I'm not going to ding him for it. Randall says, I was looking forward to seeing the first father-son combo on our Hawks. Well, we've seen it in baseball. Why not football? Who'd be the father-son combo? Megan says it's far too bright for me. Got to find my sunglasses, I think. Yeah, I can't. I get blinded by those greens, man. They found the most neon-y green they could find. John says, no, you can blitz while taking away all the deep stuff because they're not looking to check down early, but hit deep shots off play action. If you blitz and take away deep stuff on back end, you win. I agree with that, John. That follows up with what I saw too, where when sometimes Stafford wasn't looking for some of the short completions in that game against the Cardinals, he was looking for the deep shot. And even in trying to kind of fit it into tight windows that shouldn't have been tight, shouldn't have been fitting it into. He wasn't kind of just staying on par, just kind of staying in the pocket of the offense a little bit. Like we kind of need Russ to do similarly. Kay, wish we could get a linebacker from the Bills. Not sure how their corners are. Not sure if the Steelers have any. Was A.J. Terrell on the Steelers a few years ago? I know A.J. Terrell's been with the Falcons since day one. He was drafted in the first round by them. One of the best zone corners coming out of the recent drafts 2 years ago. Man, the Bills, K, are good defensively. I was looking at the stats before the stream. The Bills have only 797 total yards they've given up versus we've given up 1,800 total yards. They have been by far and away the best defense so far, it seems like, statistically speaking. And yeah, it'd be great if you could. We could use some linebacker depth in a couple different areas at this point. Sadly, I think, we're going to have to kind of ride with what we got. In two cases, Russ would be a Hall of Fame quarterback anywhere he went. Seahawks never win a Super Bowl without Russ, just my opinion. The years of miracle comebacks and last-second wins are Russ. We've undervalued his talent. Fair enough, UE2K. I get where you're coming from. And again, I'm not trying to knock into Russ's greatness on it as much as I appreciate, to me, Largen's greatness as much as anything. And I think that sometimes it's a lack of people not seeing him play, and it's, well, you played back in the old days, so you didn't matter what you did. And I think that's, to me, I look more at NFL history throughout the whole vision of NFL history, right? Where it's, if a guy, just because he played in the early 80s doesn't mean that you got to de facto slice everything away from it just because the newest and the latest is the greatest. But you might have been right. You may be right. Michael Simon, do you take the ball first or do you receive the second half? I defer. I'm a big defer guy. I like getting that ball back at the second half. I really do. And Nichols, Brandon, true 100%. That's what? Hell yeah. Separates the defense. Got to trust each other, but can't earn trust with blown coverages. Yeah, very much true. And thank you again, Randall, for your $20 donation. You awesome. Kay says, I wouldn't mind signing Todd Gurley. Always will be a wish for a David Montgomery, Nick Chubb. Oh, wow, those are good backs. I think David Montgomery just went down with an injury, Kay. But Todd's done, man. I looking at Atlanta last year, he just I think that knee's a little dodgy, Kay. I just don't think he's got that same explosiveness or speed that he once had, unfortunately. And that's why he's, I think, remained unsigned up at this point. Is he can't, it's not coming back. You know, and I think it's more of not about the pounding you take on game day, but it's the training to get yourself at your most explosive, especially you get older as a player. And I don't know if Todd can do that anymore, but he was a damn good player. He really was. Merksy K says, even still, Gilmore is better than Flowers, Jones, and Reed. Very much so. K says, the thing that upsets me is that we don't have much depth at center at all. Britt came in for a few years back, but we stuck with freaking Ethan. We stuck with Ethan Joey Hunt. Yeah, I go just that Ethan had a little Mission Impossible reference there, Kay. The center position's been one of those ones that's been the redheaded stepchild of the offensive line now for the last couple of years. Can't get any respect, can't get any love. They don't spend a lot of money on it. Second round pick, Ethan Postic, has not been very good, and he's injured constantly. They didn't address it this offseason. It could be the thing that ends up sinking this offensive line. Fuller's not played well in the position, in my opinion. We should do better, but this is a little bit like what the corner position's sitting at, where we don't have a lot of options to improve it. Randall says that 31 teams didn't offer a 2023 fifth-round pick. Either word's out on his injuries or he's going to want top dollar, or his agent got word out, Randall, that if you trade for me, I'm just going to be injured all the rest of the year. Right? That's also a possibility. And if you're a player that's a gun for hire like that, and you tell a team that that's the way it's going to be, if you do that, that probably is going to dissuade a lot of teams from making the trade for him at that point. There's going to be a few teams that are going to want to take that hardline stand, especially with $5 million at stake, so to speak. Thomas Cox says, for me, the Super Bowl was relief because my cousin always thought, how many Super Bowls did the Hawks have? It got boring hearing it. It does get boring. It did get boring hearing that. Megan says, then, Brandon, we either, God forbid, need him injured or we need to cover him or he'll run past everyone on the field. What does it mean? Megan says, Stafford will be pissed beyond belief with the loss and won't let it happen again. Shame it's the Hawks that will be on the end of it. I don't know. We'll see. Kevin Getchell, live in North Carolina, flying in for the game at Lumen. Go Seahawks. Ooh, all right, we got a 12 in North Carolina. I love it, Kevin. I'm putting a pin in the map over here, because we are worldwide here at the Hawks Nest. It's Hawks Nest worldwide. But welcome on in, Kevin, and I hope it's a great game. Be loud in there, Kevin. Don't let those folks around you be quiet. We got a lot of people go in there that just want to just silently enjoy the game. You have a job to do there, 12th man. I've said this time and time again. I shouldn't have to say this. There were generations born before you that didn't have to have this described to them. They walked in that stadium and they knew what time it is. Well, you better know what time it is tomorrow. I don't care if it takes shots down the line. I don't need you a little vape pen before you go in there. I don't care if you got to take some BTs. I don't care what it takes. You get in that stadium and you be hyped up out of your mind. You scream until your lungs can scream no more, until your lungs are literally shooting out your mouth, until your ears are bleeding from the noise. That is your birthright. That is your responsibility. You were born amongst the trees, and this is what comes with that. Merck, yeah, but a fifth in second year, if he could have played the season, if we could only get him for a year, he didn't take much to get to know. If he can't, that's different. Yeah, Mark, I just wonder if he would have just told the teams he's not going to come in and play. That's my only thing with it. That'd be my only thing with it. Randall says, I cried like a baby when we beat the Packers in the NFC Championship game. That was the most shocking win I've ever had as a Seahawks fan, that we came back off that one. I was in the lowest of the lows at about the second quarter of that game going, oh my God. I couldn't believe we came back on that one. That was amazing. Just absolutely amazing. Ethan, so in my high school marching band and our football team's offense is struggling. Honest question, do you think if I sent in my Madden resume, they'd take me as the new offensive coordinator? Hey, maybe. Well, it sounds like it couldn't be worse, right, Ethan? Sounds like it couldn't be worse. Jason Tudor, heck, they didn't even let Cam hit the way he hit back then. Remember him absolutely destroying a certain Niner tight end with a perfect hit and getting a BS penalty. So sad. So sad. Yeah, it's been one of the tough parts of NFL. I mean, there's some things that have annoyed me here through the years and rule changes and everything else, but the physicality of the game getting legislated out of it, I understand why it happened. I know with the brain stuff, and I understand the former players suing the owners and all that, but it has taken down the game just a tiny tick, that being removed from it. It's taken a little bit of the intensity, a little bit of that moment where you jump up out of your chair and get hyped. You know, it is a little bit gone, which is sad to see. Thomas, I don't see Stafford having 2 bad games, but I don't see a motivated Wilson having a bad game. But Rams have more weapons on defense. They got a couple weapons on defense. I don't know if they got more weapons on defense. You got Ramsey, you got Floyd, you got Donald. You know, those are your weapons. I think we got more weapons on defense than that myself. They may have more weapons on offense. You could talk me into that. Megan, my diary is full of Hawks Nest stream days, Hawks Nest game days, and alarm times, and not much else at the moment. I love it, Megan. Hell yeah. As it should be. As it is, and as it should be. Kevin Getchell says, one of the morning football shows says Rams are the 27th in defense. Is that true? Let me bring up the stats here for you. So right now, the Rams are... Here's their rankings. This is a little bit more, I think that's your general rankings, but I'll give you sort of the in-depth stuff. The Rams are 4th in passing, 23rd in rushing yards. They're 6th in points and 15th in points allowed. So they might be yardage-wise back into the pack, but in actuality of how many points they give up, they're basically dead middle. Dead middle. So I wouldn't put them as the 27th defense in just general terms. It's probably what they're doing with that, Kevin, is looking at the yardage part, because it doesn't match up from the point standpoint, what they're allowing points per game and whatnot. With defenses, Kevin, I don't tend to lean towards yardage. I've learned enough over the years with my Seahawks defenses that it's really the yards don't matter, especially if a bend but don't break defense. It's keeping them to field goals rather than touchdowns, vis-a-vis keeping the score then that much lower because of that. Thomas says, I don't see you having 2 bad games. Well, remember too, Thomas, that part of the bad game that Stafford had last week was not that he had a bad game because he was just off. He's having a bad game last week as he's learning a new offense, as he's coming along, much like Russell Wilson's coming along. And so that's the part where I more go, that could happen again. Those growing pains could occur again. Nickel says Jamal needs to put his helmet in Kittle's kidney early and let him know he's there all game long. Oh yeah. Megan says, so glad I don't have to be awake functioning until this game's 11:30. That is good. No more getting up, no getting in the morning, at least on this game, Megan. It's few and far between. We only got a few primetime games. You got to do a little bit of it. This is one of the few. Randall, I was at the game where he missed the field goal and the one where Sherman blew up Goff. Yeah, that's the hit where Sherman saved Goff from Chancellor. Chancellor was a step behind him and would have killed him. Chan Man says, do you think if Jamal Adams has another game like he had against George Kittle in terms of pass pro against Tyler Higbee, we can stall out drives versus the Rams, or is Cooper Kupp more of a threat? It's more about getting Adams in situations where he's on a guy like Higbee instead of on a guy like Kupp. Strong safeties in general terms are not going to be asked most of the time to have to guard a receiver. That's an unusual thing to ask a strong safety to do. And I think that's why, a little bit of why you saw, on top of the fact he's injured last year, why you saw Adams struggle in that role last year. They're showing more of a prevalence of putting him on tight ends, not getting him matched up like that where he's getting set up to fail a bit. And if he can get matched up on Higbee, I think he'll do a good job on Higbee, Chan Man. But if you put him up on Kupp, you put him on a receiver, Kupp's probably going to get the best of him on a few of those. UB2K, Dallas's D isn't numerically better. They're still giving up a ton of offensive yards and points. The difference is they are getting turnovers, and they have a great defensive linebacker, Parsons, that is creating havoc. Very well said. Very well said. And yeah, I'm not quite there on believing them at this point either. I'm still a little reticent on that, thinking that defense is that much turned, or that it's sustainable, I guess, is the word I'm looking for. Diehard Hawks fan says it'd be nice to see our D cause 3 turnovers tomorrow. Well, if you cause 3 turnovers, you're winning the game. You're winning the game. I don't see your offense turn over the ball 3 times, and usually when you win the turnover battle, you usually win the game. So that'd be awesome to see. Megan says, look better than flowers, not hard, Brandon. That's true. And Nichols, salute Brandon. That comment was for the haters, not you. Oh, no worries, bro. I appreciate you. Thank you. Hit those haters. Hit those haters. Merck says, Friday my grandma could look better than Trey Flowers. I wouldn't doubt it, man. Megan, at least she'd be aggressive. Megan, any news on Everett playing? Watched Coach Carroll's press conference this morning and just feel more confused after his answer. As I understand it, he had one more test to pass today, and if he passes the test and if he's not hot, then he gets to be back on the field tomorrow. That's my understanding of it, but I have not heard the results of that test as of yet. Diehard Hawks fan, who do you think will have the best chance for a multi-sack game? Rams pass protect pretty well, and they get the ball out of the hands pretty quick. It's hard to get a 2-sack game against this Rams team in that respect. I'll go with Alton Robinson. I'll go outside the box here. I'll go get a little wow. So Alton Robinson will be my guy for my first multi-sack game. He's getting ready to pop. He's getting ready to blow. UB2K says, instead of flying back home with his winless team, the head coach that preaches we're all in this together was out partying after a road loss. Not a good look. Yeah, especially when he's not with his wife, and just, you know, if you're going to be a certain figurehead in football, if you're going to be a starting coach, if you're going to be a head coach, you've got to, unfortunately, toe the line and have it stand out. Unfortunately, it's just you've chosen the path. You can't do that kind of crazy stuff. That doesn't come off well. Megan says, so resisting the urge to say something more about being a Coach Carroll fan after getting flamed last stream. Oh, that's all good. I know that, you know, some folks get flamey, Megan. It happens, you know. Ryan Collins, good night, Brandon. I'll be here for tomorrow for post-game. Appreciate you. Well, you better believe I'll be here too, Ryan, and hopefully we'll be celebrating a win. Hopefully you're going to be, your voice will be, you did say you were going right to the game. I think you mentioned up there. So appreciate you, man. And yeah, we'll see you tomorrow, man. Hope it's a win. A. Nichols, Pete's most winning coach in Seattle history. Dennis Erickson, Holmgren, Chuck Knox, etc. He is. Yeah, good coach. Ethan Chamberlain, never bet against a dog at home. Go on. Never bet against a dog that's been kicked at home. Never. That's what we've been. We've been kicked around, and we're done being kicked around. Now's our time. Jeff Fornall says, curious when they bring door setup. Go Hawks. It will probably happen sooner than later, Jeff. They do have a little bit of a love affair with Mr. Dorsett. I don't know why, but they do. Have a good night, Jace. Appreciate you in. UE2K, that's why I envy Cowboys fans. And they know their owner will do anything to make the team better, even if that means meddling so much that he keeps them from winning. Yes, it's a love-hate there with the ownership in that respect, isn't it, Huey? And I always say I want the owner carrying right up until the point he crosses the line into Al Davis, Jerry Jones mode. I want the owner right up into that line, the front part of his toes just touching the part of that line, and then he leaves it right there. You know, don't overstep it. Keep it right there. Kay says, I love Everett. You should love Everett, Kay. He's awesome. We're going to need him tomorrow. Hopefully he comes back with that the deal. He's healthy. Random McDaniel, is Eskridge going to play? Does not look like it. He must have gotten blasted on that hit. He looked dizzy for sure. Sometimes those concussions can last for quite a bit of time, Randall. It's weird, but they do. They do. I bonked my noggin a couple years ago. I was putting up horse fencing in Montana, and man, I smacked my head good. If I ever shaved my head, I'd have like this big scar right down the big center of my head. They had to put in staples and stuff. But man, my head was ringing for quite a bit of time after that. Megan, so how does the dead money work with Russ? Megan, where Russ would be at in the contract right now into this next offseason is he would cost $26 million of dead money to move off from. That would be the offset. So that would be the offset of the dead money minus the base equals the true cap hit for trading or cutting him. So $26 million this season, this offseason, and it was $39 million last offseason. So you've had this extra year between last offseason and then this next offseason. You have a 1 year of that bonus money being eaten up of those 4 years of the bonus money time. And Nichols says, speaking of bonus, pretty cool. Russ got David Moore that touchdown last season. That was $200,000 incentive pay. That was nice of him. What was nice of him. Merc CK, Megan, EV2K, or sorry. John Paul Bacon, would Largent need gloves? No. Because God touched his hands at birth and said, you will catch footballs, my son. And so it was. Megan says, do the cap hits lessen each year or increase? So they would lessen, Megan, right? So remember that example I was giving of the $20 million? So year one, you're on the hook for the full $20 million, but it's only $5 million in the first year hit, right? By year two, you only have $15 million remaining, right? So I guess to your point on the cap hit lessening, kind of yes and no. The bonus money stays the same. The lessening or the increasing of cap is based upon the base salary. So there's the base and there's the bonus. Base is like the check you get all throughout the year. You're being paid this check. Bonus money is a one-time check you receive at the time of signing. And so you can have a base money any amount you want as a team. There's no regulation over that. But on bonus money, there is the regulation of it's got to carry over a 4-year term, and it's got to carry evenly at that point. There are little mechanisms around this, but I'm trying to keep this simple just so you understand it, at least on that level, before we start progressing into some more advanced stuff, which is putting bonus escalators in year 3 and stuff, which can do different stuff. But in just general terms, it's in a 4-year increment and 4 years, averaged out. U2 cases, the owner and Pete are in the way at the moment. Russ is only keeping this team afloat. It's very much could be the argument we arrive at, and I'm having some of those indications myself. GoOx21 says, talking about Russ's $26 million cap hit if he goes next year, maybe that's where they're keeping that $12 million of that cap space remaining. Just saying. That's been a little bit of my wonder on that. GoOx21 is if they're sitting on this cap space and they're not being aggressive, unlike they've been in past seasons where they don't tend to sit on this kind of cap space, if they're doing it to eat in part some of that dead money hit. And that would piss me off. But it absolutely is a possibility. Merc CK, so Russ's bonus went down from $39 million to $26 million because we paid him the $13 million in bonus money last year. So now to move on, it's cheaper. You have to pay a bill. Oh, so you're explaining to her on that. Sorry, Merc. What I said was I want an owner that's winning is personally important to him. Whatever we think about Jerry Jones, we all know he takes the Cowboys record personally, and we wish we had an owner like that. Yes, I do want that, Huey. I do want that. For sure. Above all else, man. We've seen owners who don't care, Huey. We had a gluttony of them in all of our sports, Schultz's and Bearings. We need guys that care. We know what happens if not. Megan says, sorry for the questions, but for an Aussie, this game gets confusing. It's a very confusing game, and the contracts are confusing, Megan. So I don't mind answering. It's part of what this channel does. Part of what I'm here to do. Marcelo, does the NFL allow teams to negotiate dead cap in a trade? For example, if we negotiate Russ, could we pass along the $26 million and get fewer picks? Not that I'd ever want to ever negotiate Russ, laughing out loud. Not in this way on the bonus money that has already been paid. If you have a future hit of a contract, and I'll give you an example of this, but if you have a future hitting contract that's like on a 1-year deal, for instance, you can then move a little bit of it along. So my example of this would be Jadeveon Clowney. A couple years ago, you trade for Jadeveon Clowney right at the start of the year. He is on at that time the franchise tag. But the Seahawks got the Tennessee Titans to pay for half of the franchise tag cost that year in order to get the deal done, because that was a 1-year deal. There was no bonus money involved, etc. With Russell's deal, that's not what's going on there. And so, no, there's no way to pass those costs on, much in the way that Seattle couldn't have done the $39 million last year, and how that held the deal probably up from actually probably happening. EJ is not ever going to argue against Largen's greatness. He's just not the greatest Seahawk. And I won't hate on people that don't take that stance. You know what I mean, Huey? So I get people looking at Russell and saying, no, for me, it's Russell. I do. I'll give you reasons why I disagree, but I get why someone would come from that standpoint. Randall says, Mega, for instance. And Malpata. How you doing, Ann Malpata? Studying, but I'm taking a short break, eat some ice cream, and watch the stream for a bit. Awesome, man. Thank you for thank you for jumping in. Thank you. Appreciate it. Randall says, cool. Cody Coleman says, Seahawks from Montana. Oh, way to represent, Cody. Hope all is well in Montana. I have actually lived for a time out in Whitefish, so I know a little bit of Montana pretty well. Very small part of Montana very well. Jace says, hit 80 subs the other day, 20 more to 100. Keep grinding, Jace. Keep grinding, man. It takes some time. It's going to take some time, but you stay on your grind, you'll get there. It's a process, my guy, you know? It's a process. So just stick with it and know that too. It's also you getting better at it, right? Every stream I do, I hopefully get a little bit better at it. Every one of these I go a little bit better. Megan says, how can you be a Lumen and be silent? That is not possible if you are a true 12. Megan, we've been getting, since we won the Super Bowl, a little bit of the wine and cheese crowd in there. A little bit of them Bellevue folks in there. I need a little bit more of the Arlington crowd. I need a little bit more of those Marysville folks. I need a little bit of folks out of Tacoma in that stadium. I need a little less Redmond, a little more Federal Way. You know what I'm saying? You guys feeling me on that? And Megan, I've gone in the last couple of times, and I like to get myself, I'm not even a drinker, but when you're going into that stadium and you need to be in a raucous mood and you be riled up, you drink yourselves, you imbibe a little bit of liquor. And I've gone in that stadium the last couple of times, and it has been quiet around me. It has been silent around me. And me and my friend, being that we aren't always gentlemanly, would then try nicely to ask those around us why it is that they were being so quiet. And there would be no way, not by hook or crook, a way for me to get them to open their mouth and make a single noise. They wouldn't even respond to us. They just sort of stared at us like aliens. I don't know why you go in the stadium and do that. It drives me nuts, Megan. We have a history here of being loud. Like I said, it's your birthright. If you're not doing it, you're failing your ancestors. You're failing your grandfather. You're failing your parents. In every way, frankly. Randall says, I feel like the team never deferred kickoff, but Pete bought it from college, and now it's very common. Yeah, Pete was kind of one of the forerunners on that. You're right. Merk, when we see 0 points in the second half for the Vikings, I couldn't yell or cheer. When we score 0 points in the second half, I couldn't yell or cheer. That's understandable. That's fair. That's fair, Merk. That's fair. They play like crap. I can't, I get that. Brian Koski, as I recall, Steve Largent would try to time the defensive back's footwork before making his route cut, kind of like in basketball. Number 80 was a badass at it. Yeah, he had little techniques and things that he did that were just unique to him. And it's part of why I really do. And again, I grew up on him, so part of this is me growing up in my time on him. I got to admit that too. I mean, I'm going to be biased as much as anybody. But, and again, going back and just watching all these games of him playing again and watching what he was doing, he would get guys, they could give forearms upside your head constantly. We all remember the play where Largent gets the broken jaw. Go back and watch his old tape. He's having guys tackle him like that all the time. One guy'd come up and make the tackle, and in comes the other guy with the forearm. And he's just getting forearmed like 3 times a game. They're trying to beat him up. They're playing on the line of the rule book in the 80s, which was a pretty gray area rule book, quite frankly. And he still was so great. He still got his catches. He was clutch when you needed him. When there was a big catch like that 83 game in the playoffs where we're playing the Dolphins and they're the team that everything's going to win, and he comes all game, he's kind of getting held down because they're double teaming him all game. And then finally at the end comes in with 2 big time catches on the final drive to allow Kurt Warner to bang it in. Then at that point, he was just awesome. It's awesome. Megan says, I was born the same year as the Hawks, and you better believe that when I finally get to Lumen, My eardrums are going to burst and I will have no voice for days. Well, I love to hear it, Megan. That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to see. Hot tubs are good, Jace. They will help you out. And Nichols, do you need to do that over like 300 type intro, bathed in fire of blue and green? I'm going to do it. This is a video I've been working on. My biggest video of all time is the day the 12th man won the game. I think I need to do a 12th man game about reminding them where they come from, who they are, what they bleed in their veins. And we all bleed this blood. Green with little neon liminess to it. It's healthy. Don't worry about it. But you better believe it. You better believe it, Ed Nichols. Jeff Ryans. Hey, Jeff. How's it going out there in Montana? Another one of our Montanaites out there. Montanians. I hope you're doing well, man. Good to see you. Nolan R. Van sounds like Ryan Neal will be out there more in dime or big nickel. He should have the tight end coverage. I like that, Nolan. I like that. I like him on Higbee. I like them on more than Neal. Get him on the field. He's got a nose for the ball. Guy's a playmaker. Good things happen when Ryan Neal seems to be on the football field. UE2K, the brain trauma stuff has taken some of that raw savagery that those of old enough to remember grew up on bone-jarring hits that bring you to your feet and have you in awe of these modern gladiators. Yeah, it was that. Well said. Absolutely beautifully well put, UE2K. I couldn't put it better myself. And yeah, it's that feeling you got when you just saw a man just take another man's soul on the football field. And yeah, okay, he caused some brain damage. All right. Can't make a omelet without breaking a few eggs. But I get why they legislated out, but there is something, man, especially going back, you watch those 80s, 90s old film, and it's just like, Jesus, oh my God. They're just killing each other out there. And it's a wonderful sight to see. I love it about football. You can call it my caveman brain working, but I love it. Maxwell Winnie, Seahawks drop Pete for Rex Ryan. Your thoughts? We'll get 2 good years. I'm not a Rex Ryan guy. I can't do the Rex experience. It'd be fun. It would always be interesting. But it would be probably a little too buck wild for my take. Though Russell Wilson and Rex Ryan would be a funny combination. Megan says, whoop, love me some Everett and the way the commentators react with the city name when he does some things. Oh, yeah. Soon we'll be signing Chase Edmonds. We'll have Chase Edmonds in the backfield, and we'll have Gerald Everett as our tight end. You guys don't even want to know about this upcoming prospect in college named Aaron Redmond. Paul Third says the Hawks have no chance against the Rams. I don't know, Paul. I think we got a chance. I think we got a chance at home. I mean, Vegas has got this at 2.5 points, so they think we got a chance. And they tend to be, it's in their financial interests to be right. Barry Soy Toro. How you doing, Barry? Doesn't the saved cap space roll over the following season? Yes, it does, Barry. Every bit of it. So not even a partial of it. You get all that you keep rolls over into the next year. If you're able to keep some cap space, that is, of course. Kevin says, Aaron Donald is going to be a nightmare for us. I hope Russ goes back to doing what he did back in 2013-14 because staying in the pocket is not an option. Maybe throw in some up-tempo. Up-tempo would be great, Kevin. Of course, you can start to wear Aaron Donald down a little bit because he does play so many snaps. So you can run a little bit more of that up-tempo stuff. Agreed. My contention at the start of the show with this was, Kevin, was embrace double-teaming Aaron Donald the majority of the time. That's what the Cardinals did last week. They said, oh, you want to line up in the 3-tech? We got a double team. Oh, you're in the 1-tech? Got a double team. Oh, you want to go a little 5-tech out here on the left side of the defensive end? Well, we'll still double you. We'll still put the tackle and guard on you at that point. And not double with the back, not chip with the back, but literally have 2 offensive linemen on Aaron Donald nearly every play. That's the route that I would go with this if I'm the Seattle Seahawks. I think I would do it all day long. Jeff coming in with a $10 donation. Jeff, man, you're so awesome, brother. You're always coming in hot at the end, man. Bring a smile to my face. I do appreciate that. Jeff says, hey, Brandon, hoping for a good game tomorrow. We'll be wearing our Hawks jerseys tomorrow at work. We outnumber the Green Bay fans, and it's always fun. Here's a little more to your awesome channel. Well, thank you so much, Jeff. You are always very kind and giving in that respect. And yeah, wear those numbers proud, wear that jersey proud tomorrow. Don't take no guff from those Green Bay fans. Don't want to hear anything from them. We'll see where their season goes. Let them know it must be nice playing in a weak ass division. It must be nice getting to beat up on toddlers every year. We got to take on grown ass men over here. But you enjoy your empty record on your toddlers over there in Lambeau. Megan says, be careful what you say about Tacoma. That's where Noah stays when he's in Seattle. Well, I'm hyping him up, Megan. I'm saying we need more of that contingent in the stadium. We got too many of them preppy types, too many of them yuppie types, too many of those types that can't be bothered to, my voice might start hurting if I yell too loud. Why is it so loud? They put their hands over their ears because it hurts their ears, their little sensitive ears. I need some more hardened edge. I need a little more grittiness in that stadium. I need a little griminess to it. And if Tacoma's one thing, it's a little bit grimy. MSR Rook is Thursday night game. The crowd is going to be wild. You better believe it, Rook. They're going to be hyped up. They're going to be drinking since like 1. They took the day off from work. They ain't giving an F. They're coming to that house. They're ready to go. It's against a division rival. You better believe it. Megan, Brandon, I'm sure you would have been a perfect gentleman after a few drinks. I was kindly asking them. Now, granted, I was asking them with just a little push, but it was a loving push, right? It was a, come on, it was like the slap in the movie Airplane, when they got the woman freaking out and they're all lining up and giving the slap. It wasn't even a slap, just come on. You're here to do something. Why are you all quiet? But it was like pushing over mannequins, I tell you. Pushing over mannequins. Randall says, peace out, Hawks Nest. Need some beauty sleep. I understand, man. I'm the same. I got a big time install tomorrow, and then I gotta do the show. So I'm right there with you. Cowboys are number 1. I can't pronounce that in 4 hours in, Cowboys. That's way too many syllables for me to pronounce, but I'll try. I will be the monthly disagree. Well, you disagree with me. JJ is a businessman, runs franchise like any American would. Money first, over wins, absolutely. However, he is a genius marketer and sells desire to win to the world. You're a Cowboys fan. You would know more than this on me in this respect. And I can only speak from the outside where it seems like they do always press their cap up to the maximum. They always seem to be all in on today, even at the expense of tomorrow, which has its costs at times. But I don't know. I could understand that as well. As at the end of the day, it is a money making machine, and he wants his team to win. So I will say this about him: Cowboys are number 1, though. You would probably say this as well: is that at least from an owner standpoint, he is married to wanting to win above. There's owners I think that are pretty indifferent and could care less. I think the Cincinnati Bengals ownership is absolutely trying to draw a profit every year, and that's pushing them above all else. I don't think he's to that stage of things. But again, I'd lean back to you on this one. Jace, it will always be the CenturyLink field. Also, my eyes are hazel blue and hazel green, and the switch sometimes. I am the Seahawks. Nice. You are Seahawks. Like Spartacus. I am Spartacus. I am Seahawks. Yeah, it's always going to be hard to get to the Lumen side. Just doesn't have the ring like CenturyLink, the Clink. That was a nice little thing we had there with that. That's about as good as you get with these naming rights things anymore. About it. Matthias 23451. If we get a good pass rush and establish a good running game on offense with short early down passes, we will win. 100% agreed. Succinctly put, Matthias 231, but you captured every perfect detail of what you need from this game to win the game. Didn't need to add anything in, didn't leave anything out. Very, very well said. Megan says Noah has autism, but can scream down the place when his Hawks are playing. Good. I know Noah's going to bring it, Megan. I know that. I got no question on that. Kevin says this will be a win as long as Russ T. I think, Kevin, you got cut off on what you said there. A little cut off. U2K says, I'll always be a Seahawks fan. I'm a 12 before there were 12s, but I'll always love Russ and will root for him wherever he goes, excluding Frisco. I love San Francisco. You've got a line. I love it, Huey. I don't hate on it. Russ is easy to root for. He's a good guy. He has been an awesome player for us. He's been awesome for the local area and the community. All the off the field work he's done can't ever take that away from him. It's a huge effect. And yeah, easy to understand. Definitely understandable why you want to root for him. Megan, I think that means that fair point. Mr. Rook, I hope this is Jamal Adams' game to go off and show the national media how good he is and what we can do and defeat the almighty Rams. F Stafford and those bums, I tell you, those bums. Me too, man. I've been hoping Jamal can kind of show up here at one point, at least make me look good on saying, hey, this guy is a good player. He's going to be a good player for us. It'll come around eventually to where you'll see it. I've been looking pretty not great on that. It looked better last week finally, but it'd be great if he can come on there and make a game-changing player too in this game, really turn the tide. That'd be so awesome to see just for him and getting a little bit of that positive momentum working in his direction here as we go forward a bit. Lolo says, and I couldn't imagine Russ going to a team in the NFC West. The salt on the wound would never go away. No, that would be brutal to watch him play us twice a year and probably next 10 years at that point. So it's going to be a lot of watching Russ at that point going up against our team and all that brings. That would be brutal. Megan says, I'm ashamed to admit it back before I really fell in love with the Hawks. I was a whiner. Then I came to my senses. That's okay. You came to your senses, as all good 49er fans do. We have a lot of 49er fans that come into this chat, and I'm converting them right now. You could say very much, Megan, I'm like a missionary. I'm going down into Santa Clarita spiritually. I'm going into San Francisco spiritually, and I'm taking them out of the darkness. I'm pulling them from the muck. You know, they're blinded by 5 championships like 45 years ago, and they can't see what is true now, which is that they're rooting for a team that will go nowhere. So come over here. Come on over here. It's okay. As long as you're eventually converted, that's what really matters, right? As long as you eventually come around. U2K says, sorry if you go to the 49ers, you're dead to me. That's why Sherm is dead to me. I can't argue with that. I get it, man. I get it. That was brutal watching Sherm. I left it out, E2K, one of my of the mic'd up moments I had. I had a great moment where Bobby Wagner seeing Sherman for the first time in the 49er uniform on the getting ready before the game, and he's like, ugly. It looks ugly on you. Ugly. And Sherman comes over and he's like, you looking ugly. And it's true. It looks ugly on him. Never looked right. Never looked right. Nolan R. Vance coming in with another $5 donation. Nolan, you are awesome. Awesome. You're always awesome. Second donation today. Member of the channel. Always donating. Always kind. Always nice. I do appreciate that, my guy. I do. Thank you so much. Nolan says, would it be crazy if everyone here liked the stream? Oh, thank you for mentioning that. Please do hit that like button if you haven't done it already. I know it seems like I don't want to touch my mouse and hit the clicky thing on the clackety thing. Hit the clickety clackety thing. Helps me out. Big time. Helps out this channel grow. Helps me show up to other Seahawks channels. I eventually get big. I eventually get to do this every day, talking with you guys, going live every single day. That is the goal. And guess what? We're on the road here. It ain't a goal that's like a dark tunnel far off miles in the distance. I can see a little bit of that light. It's getting a little bit, that circle's getting a little bit bigger, getting a little bit clearer. We're getting there, Nolan, and we're getting there for folks like you, members of the channel, subbing the channel, liking the channel, donating the channel. That's how we are going to arrive there. You better believe it. Ain't no denying. Ain't no denying. All right, I'm going to use, get a little bit of water here, and I will be right back. All right, we back. Hanging on there. Thank you for hanging on there. MSR Rick says, as good as Blair is, I'd rather pay Quandre. Him and Jamal are deadly duo, best safety duo in the league by far, just based off of their versatility. I could get with that. I think you got to make a decision at Blair at that point to try and at least see if you can get some value in moving on it from him if you did go that route. Look, Quandre has played really good this year on a defense that doesn't have a lot of standouts necessarily right now at the moment. He has been one of those guys, been a pretty good standout in what he did. And I'd say that interception last week was a legit pick in that it wasn't a tip ball or a badly thrown pass. It's him, reading the eyes of the quarterback, jumping on the play, making a good, trusting the film study and making a great play. And we need more of that in this defense. And it's going to be hard to see him leaving if we don't have more guys kind of stepping forward like that and doing that. It's hard to pay two safeties top of the money in the league. It's hard to pay $18 million, $17.5 million for Jamal and then be paying $12, $13 million for Quandre Diggs. It is not usually how most teams have done it in the league, but they may have to come to making a decision on that one. Brian Koski, yep, it's a 4-day weekend if the Hawks play on Thursday. Party hard, call in sick on Friday, win or lose. I love it, Brian. I love it, man. That's awesome. Yes. Hey, it only comes once a year, so it's not like unless your managers are really on it, it's not like they're going to notice. It's always this one time a year on Fridays. Lolo, yeah, if it's your first time choosing a team to follow, the first instinct is to choose who looks the coolest. My dad chose the Bengals, and sometimes looks are deceiving. Very much. Bengals do have legit kind of a cool uniform, but that was a brutal choice on his part, Lolo. Brutal. Kay says, excited to see Master Shane this weekend. Go Hawks. Kay, he's going to have that Waldron cauldron, a bubbling, a roiling boil, He's going to be sprinkling in the essence of osprey and a little bit of the, special flower from the highest mountains of Rainier. A little bit of that, a little bit of it all together, and then we are going to get offensive supremacy out of it. That's the key. Offensive supremacy. You better believe it. So I'm stoked. I hope you're right, Kay. I hope you're right. Megan, God, I hope we win against the Cardinals. As I've said before, my younger brother loves them in baseball and football. And since the Yankees got beaten, he'll be unbearable if they beat the Hawks too. Yeah, that would be good. Hopefully we can get him, Megan. He's going to let you hear about it. You better believe it. When the Cardinals win, they like to start getting loud because it doesn't happen very often. So they get loud. Cowboys are number one. Watching Dodgers and Cardinals right now. Let's go Astros. It'll be a hard one for us in here, Cowboys. We're Mariner fans, so we got you guys in the division. Andrew Taiki. Andrew Tayaki? I hope I got that right, Andrew. I got your first name right at least, and I appreciate you subscribing, which is the true important part. You heard my call to the hills for subscribing, and you answered, sir. You're kind for doing so, and I appreciate you. Lolo says, Quandre has been a ball hawk since we traded for him. He's been our best corner, even though he plays safety. Shaquille wasn't even as impactful. No, he's been the better. He's been the best. I go with that. He's been the best secondary guy since you brought him aboard. I go with that. Absolutely. Megan says, Brandon, with 11:30 a.m. here, 11:30 a.m. starts on Friday. Should I start drinking then? Yes. Yeah. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, Megan. That's the thing about being worldwide now. We're interconnected as a world, right? So everything's connected from here to there and back. So that's 5 o'clock somewhere, and it's Friday. Nobody gets anything productive done on Friday anyway. Nobody. That's what Monday through Thursday is for. Friday's just for looks. Friday's just to make people feel like they're being a little more productive, but nobody's doing nothing on those days. I got to go with 2K on that one. The Astros equaling the garbage can. Yeah, in more ways than one on that one. I'm just saying. Barry Soy Toro, another one of my members, also coming in again with the dono. Members, your membership on the back end, donating on the front end. Barry, thank you so much for doing that. You've been one of my OGs on this channel for a very long time. I appreciate you, my guy. Barry says, if the scenario of the cap space is saved for next season to offset Russ's cap hit for 2022, Pete has to leave. There's no exception. More scandalous than Pete, USC? Your thoughts? So essentially just, I'm going to unpack what you said there, Barry, so that's clear kind of what you're asking on that. which is essentially if Coach Carroll were to keep this cap money in anticipation of having it offset Russ's dead money hit, because there is this intention, this silent intention that exists of being open, and not if open, but just fully well on board with the thought process they most likely will be moving on from Russell Wilson after this year. And then that thought process, we could take, Barry, and understand that thought process wasn't born today, and it wasn't born yesterday. That thought process was born at some point this offseason. And if that is the truth, which we don't know if it's the truth yet, because they could still use that cap money, they could still do something with it. But if that is the truth, is that more scandalous than even what Pete went through with USC? And in my opinion, it is, because it puts a cherry on top of not getting the most out of a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime. It puts the cherry on the top of letting ego guide you as you're finishing out through your career, and letting that be your guiding light above all else, above being intelligent, above eating some humble pie from time to time, above riding on hubris. And I do think that it becomes more scandalous because you look back in this 10-year period of the most successful period of Coach Carroll's era, of the Seattle Seahawks era here, and you end up thinking more about what if rather than what was. You appreciate what was, but you look back and go, God, you never got back the Super Bowl, and then Russell never got an MVP vote because you never really built an offense around him, and you stayed in your same stagnant defenses as the returns yearly were lessening more and more and more. If you just would have just made a few turns of the screw, if you would have just done a couple of things differently, what if? What could have been? And I think that will be the thing that then sits back 10, 20, 30 years as they look back at that era. That's the overriding thing that people look at first and foremost before they then get to the Super Bowls. You know, that will be the thing that they dwell upon. And that's unfortunate because this was all fully controllable and Pete didn't have to have this happen. And again, it just shows the ego and pride that not the ego, the pride, but the ego that you would have to possess to just sit on that money and then think the fans are going to watch you not spend that money and not believe and not understand that you didn't put the best football product on the football field you could have this given season to keep Russell here now and into the long-term future. It's a slap in the face to the fans. It frankly treats us like we're idiots, and it's wrong. It's just wrong. I hope they don't go that route with it, Barry. I really don't. I speak about it a lot, but I speak about it almost to hopefully talk it out of existence at times, to stop this from being a possibility, because it burns me of how people can be so silly and stupid in football sometimes while also knowing that they're smart people. They know what they're doing, but the obvious stuff sometimes just hits them right in the face and they can't see it. And this is one of those things that's going to hit them right in the face. Because if they move on, they're never getting back the same success they once did. Just because they think they're going to a cheap quarterback, I don't buy in that they're somehow going to fix everything through by that, and they'll go find the next quarterback. This was a team at one time that brought in Tavarius Jackson to let Matt Hasselbeck go, or Charlie Whitehurst, or Matt Flynn you gave $26 million to off the back of one game where he threw for 5 touchdown passes. Okay, you hit on Russell Wilson, great. But the history of quarterbacks you've looked at, Andy Dalton, they were really big on in that draft when he was coming out. He was going to be maybe a target. They loved him. They don't necessarily have a proven eye for quarterbacking talent just because you've taken Russ. So that'd be weird. That would be weird. MSRX says you can upload your film breakdowns to Twitter if the NFL is taking down your content on YouTube. It's not being too bad on that. The NFL stuff doesn't get taken down. They just take all the NFL just takes the monetization of it, which I'm not super worried about necessarily because my monetization where I'm at isn't super huge as it is anyway. It's annoying, especially when you don't put very much in there. But no, I can still get the breakdowns done, and especially I can do the college stuff as well. The thing I'm looking out for is the All-22 tape, Rook, and they haven't come back out and provided that to people on the live stuff anymore, which is the stuff where you can really dive into some tape and get into some good juicy stuff. Megan says, good point. The double shot vodka straight R on me. Sounds good. I'm game. I'm game, Megan. It's game day. We got to get in the mood. We got to get our mind right. Cowboys are number 1. Oh shoot! Laughing out loud. I forgot Seattle was in the division, but I like the GOAT Brady tactics by the Astros. Laughing out loud. Astros. We don't say the Astros here. We don't say them. MSR Rook says, I hope that Pete and John have someone good in mind if they're thinking of moving on from Russ as much as I would hate Russ moving on. I'm so interested to see who we get next, what era it will be next. Boy, I'm not interested in that at all as a possibility. Because again, just kind of like I was speaking about a minute ago, they've looked at quarterbacks in the past and valued quarterbacks in the past that they should not have been valuing. You should have never given Matt Flynn $26 million. You should never have decided, well, Matt, I didn't love Matt Hasselbeck at the time. I support moving on, but then to say Tavares Jackson is the answer instead now. They've shown at times trying to get a little cute at the quarterback position prior to Russ. I'm not necessarily disbelieving they wouldn't get cute with it again. Kind of short sell it a little bit again. Try to just get just enough done at the position. Have a guy that's just good enough as a game manager. Well, that's how you limit yourself and your team and your overall potential, in my opinion, when you make those kind of decisions at the quarterback position. Megan says, been reading about how some are saying Carroll has to go due to his age, but forget Belichick is a year younger. Does this mean he has to go due to his age? I can't speak to where other people are at on that, Megan. I know with me, when it comes to Coach Carroll, it's not his age that makes me, it's not how old he is that makes me kind of lean towards being open to wanting to move on from it at this point. It's that his tactics, his scheme, his thinking have gotten old. And those things have nothing to do with his age, and it has everything to do with no longer being innovative, no longer being open-minded to new processes and new ways of doing things. And that sometimes, and that is, whether we like it or not, often synonymous with getting older. You mentioned Belichick. Belichick, throughout his coaching history, has been the antithesis. I can't say the word. He's the opposite of that. I'm going to do the Porky Pig. He's been the opposite. But he's been the opposite of that. He's making the great example I'll give you for this, Megan, is Belichick was like Coach Carroll. And I've said this many times on this channel, but it's a very salient point to just kind of distill this down into something that's really clear. Belichick was like Carroll. I'm going to play defense first and foremost. I'm going to ask my offense to do just enough. I want a game manager quarterback. I'm going to play good special teams, and I'm going to win a lot of football games doing that. But then about halfway into Tom Brady's career, Bill Belichick had his eyes opened up and he said, well, I've lucked into a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime. Maybe I should start to build this team around that rather than my old school approach, which is what he did, Megan. And so what Bill Belichick did is he brought in the spread concepts from college that were being run, like at Oregon at that time. And spread concepts weren't as prevalent as they are today. They're becoming very much commonplace now, Megan, but essentially spread concepts are getting as many wide receivers out as you can, as many tight ends out wide as you can, getting a defense spread out as wide as you can. And he brought that in to help Brady, to build to Brady's skill set. Brady wasn't a guy with a big arm, but he's a guy that's very accurate with a quick release. So that type of offense fit really well with him. He showed an ability to change his mindset, to adapt, to innovate. Where is that within Coach Carroll at this time? Where are the innovations within what he's done, even over the last 5 to 6 years? It's kind of few and far between. Food Gamer says, I wish we get a better center. I say Fuller isn't just average enough for the season. Who would you want to draft or free agent? I would want free agent at this point, Food Gamer, because I want somebody who gets in and they're ready to roll. I don't want to wait on development or on an unknown element of what we're getting. So I would probably go that route instead, would be to look to free agency, look to see if Jason Kelce's still with the Eagles at that time. Can I make a trade for a guy like Jason Kelce? He would be older. There may not be a lot of options available out there on the market at that point, but that'd be my preference. Kevin, I feel good about tomorrow's game, and hopefully we don't rack up a bunch of injuries anytime we play the Rams in a street fight. I bet the Russell is hungry for this win. Go 1-0 every game. Yeah, let's do it, Kevin. One at a time, baby. And yeah, it's going to be a hard game. It's going to be a hard-fought game. Hard-fought game. Hard-fought game. Cowboys are number one. It's all good. You can mention Astros. I'm just playing. It's just my bad, Brandon. Never again. The Houston? The Houston? What? I don't know. No worries, man. It's all good. Our team wasn't good enough to really care if they were cheating. We still weren't good enough to win anything at that time, so it was really irrelevant. As far as our baseball team's good now, but they're getting better. But at that time, it probably didn't really matter all that much. UE2K says prepare for the Teddy Bridgewater, Jacoby Brissett era. Facts, man. They've had some interest in the Brissett before, haven't they, Huey? I wouldn't put it by him, man. That's what makes me completely like, no, do not move on from us. You guys will mess this up. You will mess this up if you move on from Russ. And I think that they will, especially if Carroll's still here at that time. Food Gamer says, Bill, trading is scary. You don't ever want to trade with him. He knows the player is not worth the money they're asking or past their prime. There is trade deadlines where we can get players. It's fair enough on that. There wasn't a lot of loss to this one. And for a 6th round pick and $5 million of salary, that's not a huge risk to take on a guy that 2 years ago was the defensive player of the year in the entire NFL. But, yeah, I mean, you don't want to tend to dance with Bill in trades. I will say this, though, Food Gamer. Look at recent trading history with the Patriots between the Seahawks. We got the best of them on the Justin Coleman deal. We got the best of them on the Hollister deal. So recently we've kind of tangled with the master and mastered him. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Not huge master strokes, but just subtle strokes, right? The soft brush. Food Gamer, what players do you want in a trade? A corner, running back, center, others? Give some realistic trade, ideal moves. I don't have a lot of realistic trade ideal moves, Food Gamer. The guys have gone off the board that were my ideal moves. Well, you know, what's left is okay. It doesn't get me super excited. Jason Kelce jumps out to me, but I don't know if the Eagles are going to want to eat the $14 million of dead money hit to bring him aboard. Bradbury of the Giants at corner could be interesting if they're looking to start to offload. Is Saquon Barkley a possibility as a running back option? That could maybe be a guy. I've looked through the teams. There's not a lot of great guys. Atlanta Falcons. There's not a lot of great guys you're going to be able to pull from the Atlanta Falcons. They're probably going to be in sell mode, but who are you going to go get? Detroit Lions. They're in sell mode. Who are you going to go get? You know, could you talk the Bears into Cody Whitehair at center? That'd be great. I tend to think the Bears with Justin Fields and a young quarterback don't want to start offloading offensive line assets at this point in time. Could you bring, tap on their shoulder about a Khalil Mack? Maybe. But that's kind of where we're going at this point. I'm going pretty far outside of the circle of realistic scenarios on trade targets because there's not a lot of guys. And it's looking at guys that aren't even on the market or rumored to be on the market. A guy like Food Gamer Danielle Hunter from the Vikings, they're 1-3 now. If they get into sell mode, he wants a new contract. Would you look at him as a rental guy? That could be interesting as a move here as we get close to the trade deadline. But center-wise, there is not a lot of options. There's not. But those are kind of as much as I got. Maybe you look at Odell Beckham receiver-wise. I don't think it's likely to happen. He'd be a guy, again, these are just kind of the only names that are kind of out there percolating. Megan says, fair point, Brandon. I haven't watched as much Belichick as I have Carroll, so I was unaware of the change. Thanks for the clarification. Yeah, and I just think it's apropos because you have two guys, to your point on that, similar age, right? Similar methodology in the way that they go about what they do. They run two different defenses. They don't run similar defenses at all. But their methodology and how they run a football team is very similar. And that's the place where, to me, Belichick's shown a willingness to innovate. I can give you another example of this, Megan. You've got the Rams game in 2019. It's 19? The Rams win? I'm trying to figure it out. 18. It's 2018. The Rams and the Patriots are playing each other. And the Rams are killing everybody with this look as 11 personnel. They get 3 wide receivers essentially on the field. And they're killing people with it. And nobody's got an answer throughout the whole football season. And the Rams offense is dominating. Well, what does Belichick draw up coming the week? He starts running out 6-man fronts. And it's varied, like you've got a 6-man front, and every time 2 guys are dropping out of the 6-man front, so that you actually only end up with 4-man fronts, coming after you, but you don't know which 4 guys are coming. And it just totally muddled the whole offense for the Rams in that game. One of the great all-time strategic attacks, and he did it in a Super Bowl. Carroll wouldn't have that same kind of flavor. He wouldn't have that same ability to go to a 6-man front in a Super Bowl like that. He wouldn't. He would just trust what he knows, trust what he does, trust what has always been. And that can be good too, but I think you are limiting yourself just a little bit in that realm. Not for sale says college coaches are more suitable for today's NFL. The NFL is no longer about dominant defenses. Agreed. I agree with you. It's built to the offense. You should build to the offense first. The Food Gamer says, honestly, even if we make the NFC Championship or Super Bowl, I want to move on from Pete. He just feels outdated and something new would be nice. Any coaches in mind? If you're looking at guys that have coached in this league with success, who would be on one of the, kind of on that list right out the gate that Seattle would probably be making a call to, I would imagine you'd be making a call to possibly Harbaugh, probably Doug Peterson. If you're looking at the college ranks, you're probably looking at a Lincoln Riley, trying to say, hey, you want to come coach Russ? That'd be the first thing. I like the Iowa coach. Not a big Kelly guy out of Notre Dame, but eventually he's probably going to get a chance in the NFL with somebody. So probably something in that realm of things. I would want an offensive-minded coach first and foremost, which would probably be my most important part because I'm trying to keep Russ. So I said we're going to have an offensive-minded coach here. So we're going to build this around you. We're going to give you a great offensive line for the first time in your career. But an offensive coach would probably be more of the most important part, even beyond who exactly that coach is. And I'm with Not For Sale. I'd be probably a little bit more open to looking at one of the bright young college offensive minds out there, as opposed to looking for an also retread head coach. U2K says Patriots always kept a great offensive line around Brady, even when they were lacking at wide receiver. Always kept a great offensive line, Gronk and scat back wide receiver. True enough. The thing that did help them, though, as well with that UE2K is they've had probably the best offensive line coach there as well over the last 20 years. They've got one of the great developers of offensive linemen there, Scarnetti, whatever his name is. But him and Howard Mudd have been the two great preeminent offensive line coaches, along with the Broncos offensive line coach back in the late 90s. Can't remember his name. But those three guys, to me, are really the true guys that have separated themselves as offensive line coaches. They can take a talent that's a little bit less and raise them up a bit, which also help them out. Puget Sound, why the hell we let Aldon Smith go again? We can't get no pass rush for sheesh. I don't know. Nobody signed Aldon Smith. He must have done something bad, man. I don't know what he did. Maybe he hit on one of Carroll's nieces. But I would have rather he had been here as well. I think you would have a better pass rush with him here. Not For Sale says Lincoln Riley or the Clemson coach would be great options for the Seahawks if we get rid of Pete. I'd probably more Lincoln Riley than Dabo. Dabo just kind of seems better built for college and to remain in college. Food Gamers is off topic from the Hawks, but I'm so glad we aren't a Jags fan. That team is so disorganized. Urban is gone by this offseason. He might be gone by midseason at this rate, Food Gamer. And yeah, they are dysfunctional as hell. And I thought it was a stupid hire with Urban Meyer anyway. It was a name, but it wasn't a good hire. You could have done better. No imagination to that hire whatsoever. Jay said Pete adjusted after the Super Bowl loss over the years that could have easily been one of the best dynasties in sports histories. I'd go with that. I could definitely go with that. 100%. Megan says, dumb question from the Aussie yet again. No dumb questions in here, Megan. It's all good. What happens to the players' teams? What happens to the players' teams put up for the draft that don't get picked in the draft? Do they have to stay with their teams? What happens to players' teams? So I think you're meaning college prospects, Megan, that are declaring for the draft but then don't get picked in the draft. If I'm off on what you're saying with that, let me know. But I think that's what you're saying, at which point they become free agents and they can sign with any team as an undrafted rookie free agent, which many of them then are signed. If they have a smidge of NFL talent, they will be signed at that point. So that's kind of how that goes with the draft. If I was wrong on that, let me know if I misread that. MSR Rook says Pete's time has passed. Russ leaves Pete, probably retires, but who do you think should be the next head coach? I would like someone from the Harbaugh or Flores maybe. Flores was available. I might be interested in him. I like him as a coach. I think he's an up-and-comer. I wouldn't even be against Harbaugh. There's a part of me that likes Harbaugh's crazy and buck wild, but there's a part of me that likes the thought of going from a player-friendly coach to a hard-ass like Harbaugh and maybe getting some early returns on that before it burns everybody out. So I could be okay with that. Like I mentioned a second ago, Lincoln Riley's a guy I really like a lot. There's a lot of reasons for it. Offensive-minded coach, innovative mind, pushing the offense forward into the new era, has worked with smaller quarterbacks and gotten excellent production out of those smaller quarterbacks. I like that part of him a little bit, which makes me gravitate a little bit more to him because of that. But Yeah, there's a couple guys I could be interested in. I don't have a huge list of names. I don't think there's a long list of names of good coaches out there that aren't just the retread types, you know. U2K says, I definitely try and trade for Beckham. Anything that will help Russ and show him we're serious about changing. We're like a bad husband trying to convince his wife not to leave them. Please, baby, please, baby, don't go. Yeah, we're like that. We're like that. That's a great comparison to U2K. And we're trying to show the wife that we want to keep him, but we're also keep cheating on her, or we don't buy her anything, or we don't do anything for her really, or don't take her out to dinner, but we want to keep her here. And she's going, yeah, but do you? Do you really? A Food Gamer, how ironic that Sean McVay, an offensive-minded coach, but has a really good defense, and Pete is a defensive-minded coach, yet the defense is bad at the moment. Yeah, I mean, I think McVay did a great hire in Staley after Wade Phillips moved on, so bringing in a guy like that was smart on his part. I think McVay's a guy who's smart enough to understand he doesn't know the defensive side of the ball, and so he trusts his coaches. And I don't think that Pete Carroll does the same kind of thing, especially when it comes to offense, for instance. So part of it is just McVay trusting that process, sticking to what he knows, knowing what he knows, and knows what he doesn't know. So there's a little bit of that too. That helps as well with McVay, that you got two of the best positional players of their positions in Ramsey and Donald, and you can structure a defense around that, as proven last year. They had other good players, but you can kind of build out around that in a way. Jordan Chivas says, do you think John would be willing to move on from Russ? Well, as it currently stands, Jordan, I don't know that it's John's call to make. It will be Coach Carroll's call to make, because Coach Carroll rules over the top of John. So John's opinion might be almost irrelevant on this in certain respects. Do I think that John wants to move on from Russ? I think that there's a little bit of what Russell Wilson did this last offseason in trying to drive for some new change is I think he burned a few britches in that front office and Coach Carroll. I think he said certain things. I think his agent releasing a list of 4 teams that he'd be willing to be traded to, I don't think it went over very well with the front office this offseason. That's my gut instinct on it. And I don't know if that means he wants to move on from him, but it also means that I don't know if he would necessarily fight tooth and nail to then keep him at that point, if it's Carroll driving it, if that makes any sense. Leland Kimball says Eric Bieniemy for the next Seahawks coach. That would be a name as well. That would be an interesting name to bring in. Barry Sotoro, incoming Gardner Minshew in 2022 at 3 years for $50 million. Yeah, there it is. That's a Coach Carroll move right there. That's a Coach Carroll quarterbacking move right there. Megan says, yes, or players that say Seattle puts up players for the draft and no team chooses them. I don't know, why would Seattle put on players for the draft? They come from college, Megan. Jace, going to bed. Got to get to rest. Got a math test. My crush. Also got lunch with my crush. So got to be on my A game. Good to hear, Jace. Kill it with her, man. Just give her a nice compliment. Don't layer it with compliments, all right? Just one initial, like, you look really pretty there. Or do something weird that just throw, like, you can compliment her nails. They love that, too. Because they're like, you notice my nails? Yeah. So just one little subtle one. Give her a little subtle one on the first meeting. Then just normal conversation from there. Just kind of lay it out there just a little bit. Brian Koski, I believe Coach Doug Peterson has a home up in Ferndale, Washington. Maybe he can be a decent defensive coach. I don't know. Just asking. He's a possibility. I think he wants to be a head coach again, Brian, and being that he won a Super Bowl in his prior stint, he's probably going to get another opportunity in this league as a head coach. I believe even this year, one of the reasons he didn't want to get back into the coaching fray was because he's getting paid this year, I think, by the Eagles to not coach. So he would be a possibility, being from the area, but he's got the pedigree, he's got the resume. He could be an interesting guy. I thought wasn't he more of an offensive-minded coach, Doug Peterson? I think he's an offensive-minded coach. Seahawks Network, what the hell happened to Trill Williams? I thought he could have been gone as high as the second round, and he goes undrafted and doesn't make it out of minicamp. Such a mystery. He was kind of a guy without a position, where he's sort of a guy between safety, outside corner, and slot corner, but not any one of those things he was necessarily his spot. And I would be led to believe a little bit maybe that held him back a bit. I thought he was just a good football player. He just knew how to play the game. But that would be my guess if I was making a guess. Food Gamer says, man, F made me the head coach. Man, you mean the head coach. I'll be 10 times better. I'll change the defense and mix things up. fire Ken and cut Flowers, then get defensive-minded coach to coach the defense, and I'll coach offense. Sounds good, Food. Sounds good. Nolan R. Vance, Jim Harbaugh has a top 5 punchable face. I want nothing to do with him. I get it, Nolan. And he's not my first guy at the top of my list. I do think he's a better head coach than he is a college coach, but he's going to grind people out. He won't last for very long. But, I'm okay with going a different direction. It doesn't have to be him. I'm just trying to come up with names off the top of my head. EV2K, Jags are in a better position than us. They have a young team and can build for the future and play in a bad division. We're in the toughest division and have the worst roster but the best quarterback. I don't know if I'd say they're in a better position than us. I don't know if I'd go that far on it. Just simply because you have the quarterback. You don't have the coaching staff. You don't necessarily have the general managership. Your roster's not stacked with a ton of talent. I don't know on that one. Rook, I meant someone from the Flores or Harbaugh coaching tree, not the coaches themselves. And this, if Russell leaves, also because I want a defense that helps Jamal and takes advantage of Quandre and Jamal together. Oh, fair enough. Makes sense. Okay. I'm okay with it. Kevin, anyone about Jim Harbaugh? I'll take beast mode before Jim. How about that action, boss? All right, I'm removing Harbaugh's name, folks. You talked me into it. He's out of the list now. I'm talking management. We've agreed he's not. It's a no-go on Harbaugh. Your voice is being heard. Megan says, "Is that why you have ex-girlfriends, Brandon? If that's the kind of lines you use?" I didn't. Come on now, Megan. I just said to say something nice to her when he says in the morning. I didn't say he has to hit on her. I didn't say something lewd. I just said compliment her on something. Say something nice. You know it would work, Megan. You know it would work. And Jace, I want you to do that now and then report back to me on the effect that had. And we'll see if I'm right or wrong on this one. Jordan Chavis, trading Russ would set us back years considering the recent drafting history. We would probably miss on the picks with Pete in charge. Jordan, this is the thing that I've been harping on for a long time. And one of the reasons that I sort of like a dog that's chewed on an old bone and there's nothing left of the bone, but I'm just gnawing on the last that remains there, and it's slimy and it's disgusting. I'm doing that with this Russ situation, and partly the why I've done it and harped on it so much is I don't want to see this happen as an eventuality. I can see this train coming down the tracks, and we're all hitched to the tracks, tied to it like some, damsel in distress in one of those old 30s black and white movies, and there's nothing we can do to get out of it. And the end of it is Russell moves on, and we just have to sit here powerlessly to watch it play out. And that's why I've said this team needs to be all in today. They need to be all in right now, not we'll just muddle through and we'll figure it all back out next year. The mentality is broken, and it will lead to a long-term result of us not being as good a football team over the next 5 to 10 years, of us not only 10 years, but at least the next 5 years, and having no real chance of ever getting back to sniffing the Super Bowl in that time period. That doesn't seem like a winning answer to a tough situation that's going on between these parties. Instead, it would have made a lot more sense from my standpoint to try to build this offense around Russ, to give him the best damn offensive line he's had in his entire career here in Seattle, and with the new offensive coordinator, with a modernized offense, and see if that could flourish. See if that could take this regime into a next level going into the next 5 years. That's the smart way to go. That's the right way to go. But they seem to be a little bit hard-headed about this. UE2K says, need an NFL coach with an offensive mindset. 49ers offensive coordinator McDaniel or Chiefs Bieniemy. Louis Riddick is a general manager. Riddick would be interesting. I like Louis. I do. Rook says his brothers from the Ravens is the one I'm talking about. Okay. That'd be interesting. It would be attacking defense at that point, Rook. And I like that. Food Gamer says, if you are given a job position to be the head coach of the Hawks, who would you take? I'm assuming, would you take it? I'm assuming yes. What are some big moves you are going to do? Trades, free agent signings, drafts, staff? Let me hear your thoughts. Yeah, I would take it, because why not? That'd be fun as hell. I would build, do I get to keep Russell Wilson? I get to take over, so I get to keep Russell Wilson. So I go to Russell Wilson and I say, Russell, I know what's happened in the past. Now that's in the past. Now we're talking about the future. We're talking about today. We're talking about going forward. I want to hear about the past and what Carroll did. I want to hear about what I'm going to do for you now. You want to hear what I'm going to do for you now, Russell? And Russell say, yeah, what are you going to do for me now? So I'm going to put a minimum of 2 Pro Bowlers on that line. I'm going to try to put 3 Pro Bowlers on that line. I'm going to give you no weak links on that line. He's going to say, I like what I'm hearing so far. So good. You should. We're going to keep DK out here. He'll get signed to an extension for you, so don't worry about that. I'll get that done this offseason. You still got Tyler. We'll get Will Disley back in here. We'll probably try to bring back Gerald Everett. As you got Eskridge, but I'm going to get you even another receiving target on top of that. I'm going to stack the depth 1, 2 extra high. 1 extra high. Defensively, I become an attack-based defense. I go to 3-4. I utilize and keep Jamal Adams. I have him as that piece I can move across the defense. I bring in a defensive coordinator that's 3-4 based and understands it really well. A guy that can just take the reins on it. A Wade Phillips type, though not Wade Phillips, he's a little old, but somewhere in that neighborhood of a grizzled defensive coach who can understand how to use assets, who can understand how to put his players in a position to succeed, and has a defense that's coming downhill at all times. I'm not going to worry about big plays like this team worried about. I'm going to worry about big plays that my defense can cause. Not about the bad that can happen, but about the good that can happen. So I bring that attacking 3-4 scheme downhill, coming from every different angle, best to utilize Jamal Adams. Offensively, I put the majority of my assets on that side of the ball. The majority of my money's on that side of the ball. The majority of my draft picks are on that side of the ball. I build not only a top-end offensive line, I build a deep offensive line. I still bring some onus to the special teams attack. I love Avin Dixon. I still keep a top-flight kicker here. I think that those are beneficial to a team. But that would be the general way in which I would move it along. That's the general way in which if I was taking over as head coach, I would let my coordinators coordinate. I guess I've got to pick an offensive coordinator for you. If the Waldron scheme worked through this year and I was seeing Russell take to it throughout the course of the season and get better at it over the course of the season, I would probably lean to keeping Waldron in that role, especially if I can remove the Coach Carroll element and him instituting himself to the offensive side of the ball, as we all know he does, as evidenced by them taking their foot off the gas in Indianapolis game and taking their foot off the gas in the 49er game. I'm going to let Waldron be my offensive coordinator. So I would probably lean to that first and foremost. If Waldron wasn't working and that offense wasn't working at that point, then I would probably then try to find a different, a guy that runs a little more of a different offense. I'd go outside of maybe West Coast. I'd go for more of the down the field attacking off of play action type offense, something that could take advantage of Russell's deep arm at that point if the Waldron scheme wasn't working. So that'd be my general way. Free agent signings, I would be open to doing the offensive lineman, whoever a top flight offensive lineman is out there. That'd absolutely be my wheelhouse. I wouldn't draft running backs early on. I would draft them late. Yeah, that'd be in general terms. Lolo says, I don't know. You seemed rather charming to me. Thank you, Lolo. At least, hey. I think it works. I think Jason's going to report back and he's like, thank you for that advice. And he's going to tell Megan, he's like, Megan, the man knew what he was talking about. She gave me this smile that she ain't never given me when I said that. If you say about the nails, you mess with the girl too. Because all guys say the same compliments to girls. Oh, pretty smile, pretty eyes, pretty butt. Da-da-da-da-da. Y'all heard it a million times. You got guys hitting on you 24/7. You say something about another guy doesn't mention. Say something that's a little off the cuff that kind of hit, wait, what? You call my nails? What? Kind of throws them off a little bit. Kind of hits him a side ball. It's a little curve on that one. Maybe I'm wrong on this, Megan. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. We'll see with Jace. Seahawks Network says, Eric Bieniemy is my dream head coach. I think he's definitely earned his chance, hasn't he? He's earned his opportunity. It's been weird that it's been a little bit of time that he hasn't gotten his chance to really get that going out there and get a shot here in the NFL. But it'll happen sooner or later. Megan, answer the question, Brandon. That won't work on me. Megan, every woman's different, and it doesn't work on if you're not. Jace is a younger man. He's a teenager. That stuff works on teenagers. I wouldn't be using the same moves on a woman as I would on a young girl. Not that I'd be hitting on young girls. That sounded weird. But you use different tactics at different times. The game of a man when he's in his teenage years and just trying to get it out is going to be much different than the game of a man in his 30s or 40s. It refines with time. And the advice I'd give Jace is going to be different than the advice I'd give a man in his late 20s or the advice I'd give a man in his 40s. It's just it's different. It's different places. And I didn't use lines most of the time. So I wasn't a line guy, but I bet Jace has some success with it. UE2K says, yeah, because women just hate compliments. Jeez. Seahawks Network says all 22's back. Seems like it's only available for games from this year, which is unfortunate. That sucks, but I'll take it. I'll take it, Seahawks Network. Time to start putting some videos together then. Time to start looking some stuff. Case is half sick, a.k.a. sandwich. What do you think, Kay? What do you think about my compliments line? Think that's going to work for Jace? Well, if her nails are pretty, Megan, you're still complimenting her on something it's true. I said he's got to be observational of something that's real. He's not lying to her. He tells her if it's something, it breaks the ice. There's always tension with the teenagers, Megan. There's always the teenagers, all those hormones running. You got to have some icebreakers on that, or you're just going to be fumbling and mumbling as a dude. And guys, we got to talk. We got to come out. We're just all quiet on girls. They don't like that. So you got to say something. And sometimes it's, a little opener. He's got a crush on her too. So that's the thing about this. He's coming into it super nervous. You know that. It's your crush. You're already coming in there, heart's pumping. You need a little bit of a leeway there. You already need a guiding line just to kind of get you going, Ethan Tremblin, Kirby Smart. I don't know too much on Kirby Smart, Ethan. I've heard the name a little bit, but not looked too deep on him. But I know he's got his reputation's on the rise. Megan coming with another $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. I appreciate it. I'm going to give you a compliment too, Megan. No, I'm playing. Megan says another $50 says you're full of crap on the lines, Brandon. Hey, it's between teenagers, lines don't work. Yeah, I don't do lines. That's not my style on it. But if I was a teenage boy trying to endear myself to my crush, my high school crush, I'm gonna have to reach deep at that point. I don't have a big bag of game to pull upon. I'm a very simple young boy at that point, just finding my way along in a dangerous, treacherous world. Food Gamer, let Pete go back to USC and semi-rebuild the team with staff and reload the team with younger players and some veterans. I'm okay with that. I don't think he wants to go back and go back onto the recruiting trail once again. I don't think that interests Pete at 70 years old, like it maybe once did. Seahawks Network says, if I was hired by the Hawks, first 2 orders of business is fire Ivan the Terrible for God's sake, the Seahawks trainer, and get rid of the Color Rush uniforms for good. I'm burning that shit. Well, you and me are both, I think, are the only ones on that Seahawks Network. I've been railing a little bit against the Color Rush tonight, and most people are like, I like the Color Rush. So we seem to be alone on this rowboat out in the middle of the ocean just paddling away. Leland says, I need you to get on this Eric Bieniemy coaching change with me. We need an offensive coach, and he's due for a promotion. Up-tempo, aggressive. Russ has experience that would be perfect for him. If it was announced that Coach Carroll was fired tomorrow, Leland, and a month later or 2 weeks later, you're bringing on Eric Bieniemy, I'm as happy with that offensive hire, I think, as anybody. I mean, Lincoln Riley's the guy I've gone to, but I don't know that there's this Superman coach out there that would just blow me away above anybody else along the line. There's probably about 7 or 8 guys that all kind of probably fit along that line. I would feel good about it. It'd be a good hire, it's a smart hire. It's the right time to bring that guy on. It makes a lot of sense. So I don't need to be talked into too much. I definitely like Bieniemy. I think he's earned a shot. He's going to get a shot. I don't hold it against him that he doesn't call the plays and that's Andy Reid's deal. That's been the way with all of Andy Reid's coaches. Some of Andy Reid's coaches have had success moving on after him, like we saw with Doug Peterson. So it's not like the Belichick tree where the guys usually falter and don't do a whole hell of a lot once they become head coaches. So I'm with it. Food Gamer says, I wish I had $1 billion lying around. Would buy the team from Jody and fire Pete and Ken on the spot. I think there's a few folks that would be on that same page with the Food Gamer. Same page. Nolan Arvans, too bad Bill O'Brien is out of Houston. We would have traded for Justin Britt. Give us money and picks for Penny. Yeah, how about money? How about we'll give them Penny. They give us Justin Britt and just throw in Brandon Cooks too. We'll take those 2 guys off you and you guys can have Penny and a 4th rounder. That seems fair. Well, Megan, like I said, I would have to first come in the room, Megan, and I would No, there's obviously, I don't have a picture of you or something, right? But I come in and I see it. I wouldn't do this anyway. I wouldn't do the compliment thing in you. I'm too old for that. It doesn't work when you get older. Women are too jaded because they've heard too many lines by that point. So lines don't work on an older woman. And by even older woman, you can be a late 20s, early 30s woman. It's going to have a marginal impact. But a teenage girl and a teenage boy, I think it'll have some impact. Now, me, I wouldn't be working lines. That wouldn't be my style because I'm older and I'm more refined now. So it'd be a little different for me. Jordan Chavis, I'm at the same conclusion as you are with Pete Russ. Do you see any way in which Pete is fired this season? Hard for me to see it happen, Jordan, being that they just gave Pete a 5-year extension last year at the start of the year. Back like 6 weeks into the year, you give him a 5-year extension. I don't think Pete's staying for 5 years, but it makes me hard to believe that then ownership on the heels of just giving him that extension now a year later is going to move on and fire him at that point. I think it's going to take Pete being willing to retire and swallow that pill himself, which I don't think he would do. So I don't think that they would do that. They should, Jordan. If you're making a pick between this franchise quarterback and Pete at this point, I'm picking Russ. I'm picking Russ over the coach. That's just me on it. That's just me. And I do appreciate the $5 donation though, Megan, even though you don't like my lines. Dodgers got the walk-off? Oh, wow. Dodgers might actually get it done this year again here. Megan, and be careful with the knowledge that you have about my age. I don't know your age, Megan. So that's why I said it could be late 20s, it could be 30s, it could be, I don't know what it is, So it's a general thing, I would say on that. Michael Byers says, haha, it turned into a dating show. I'm just trying to help out Jace. I'm just helping out one of my OGs in the chat here. I know I was when I was trying to talk to my childhood crush. I was like, oof. Brutal. Leland, when Pete is done with Seattle, he will be done entirely. No college, no NFL. It's coming to an end. I agree. I don't see him going on anywhere else. Food Gamer, might be a personal question. Don't have to answer if you don't want to. I don't mind answering personal questions. I got nothing to hide here. Are you married or do you have kids? I've never been married and I do not have kids. So neither one on those. I'm a wanderer. I'm a desperado. I'm a gypsy. Kind of just the way I roll. Alex Rivas, can we stop Stafford? Alex, you can stop Stafford if you do a couple of set things. Number one, get him moved off his spot. You let him sit back and get comfortable and get in rhythm. He's like Kirk Cousins. He's like Ryan Tannehill in this respect. He's more talented than those two guys. But the same in that if you let them get comfortable and cozy, they will kill you. Absolutely kill you. Got to get him moving off his spot. He still can be pretty good throwing on the run, but he can be a little inconsistent with it. And so that's where he can tend to throw a ball or two up over the course of the game where he's going to give you a chance to intercept it. So you'll get 2 interception opportunities a game from Stafford. Can you take advantage of it or not? And if you don't, he's going to put up a lot of yards on the other side of it usually. He'll probably usually throw for a couple touchdown passes on the other side of it. So you've got to counterbalance that off a little bit with the production that he's going to bring about. But getting him off his spot, generating rush with a front four, and then limiting the big play. Limiting the big play. Don't let him hit those 17, 18-yard chunk plays. Keep everything short, underneath. Make him be patient. And I think you can stop him in that realm. I'm not fully stop him, but at least slow him down enough to where your offense will do enough to win the football game. Megan says, way back in the dark depths of your mind, remember what you did at that age, Brandon? I do. I was maybe a good boy. No, I wasn't. I wasn't a good boy. I was not a good boy. But hey, I remember when if I had a crush, I was a little innocent if I came across my crush at least. Megan says, the color rush, the bright green jersey you mean? Yeah, we call him the color rush here, Megan. That's the going general name for him when we bring him out. MSR Rook says the 49ers still have higher odds to win the Super Bowl than the Seahawks. That's silly. That's just silly. That's just dumb. Kevin, thank God weed is legal. Reach for a bag of that and you'll be fine. That's what I do. Well, it does help. It does help. It does aid. Michael Myers says women are jaded past 25. It's tough sledding in my age group being single. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. It's tough sledding. It's a little uphill. It is a little uphill. Not the easiest. Megan, thank you for the reminder. Don't forget to vote for Blitz the Seahawks mascot for the Mascot Hall of Fame. Now we got up until the 9th to get this done. 3 more days to make this happen for Blitz, the man, the myth, the legend. UE2K, you're either the cool guy and you ignore her and she pursues you, or you pursue her and court her property. Court her properly. Sorry, Yui. Bring her some flowers. Be nice. Just no stalker vibe. That's it, man. That's it. That's the way right there. A little bit better, Brandon. Allow me to hand you a shovel to dig that hole a little deeper. Hey, I still remain. My advice was solid to Jace, and I think it's going to help him out. He's going to come back in the chat. Let me like, man, what else you got for me, bro? What else you got for me? Brandon, talk to me how we'll get Blitz in the Hall of Fame, Brandon, then we'll see. Well, we'll see with him. We'll see with Blitz. I think he can get in. I don't know how stiff the competition is on that. That's the key. I do have fur kids. I have two fur kids. I do have 2 kitties, so that's true. That's as close as I am ever going to come to a child. Leland Kimball, Judy would pick Pete over Russ because Pete is running her fortune, but uniformative business. He is the horns in the bowl. That bowl is not changing anything anytime soon. I agree with you, Leland. That's my general feeling on it as well. Part of what makes me annoyed with where we're at this season, sitting on the cap space, doing the subtle nudge of Russ out the door, it does not make me happy for that reason, that I think that's how this will break down at the end of the day. And I think Pete has enough ego still left in that mind to believe that he's going to be able to somehow duplicate the success that he had in 2013 after moving on from a Hall of Fame quarterback. The sheer hubris and ego involved to come to that standpoint of things, but I do believe he's kind of coming to that thing. Jevin Cheese says, do you have any good feelings about Alex Collins going off? I do, Jevin. I think he's been a better running back this year than Chris Carson. I think he's been a more effective running back. The stats back this up. The eye test back this up. I think give him a chance and give him some carries. I think he's going to go out there and shine for us in this game. So, yeah, I do. I don't know if by going off I'd say 130 yards, but a guy that can clips 100 yards, yeah, he can do that. A guy can be effective in the screen game. Yeah, he can do that. U2K says, be sincere and ask her out for a proper date, not a hookup. Bring her flowers. All that corny stuff really works. It does. It does indeed. Does indeed. TJ, Gilmore doesn't hurt anyone anymore. Gilmore doesn't hurt anymore. Pete wouldn't want 15 plus million on the defense. Maybe not. Maybe not. It's possible. Jordan Chivas, I thought Britt was one of the better linemen we had. Why did we cut him to be left with Posick? Also, what happened to David Moore? Seemed like a solid wide receiver 3, but only a practice squad guy. Well, he didn't get a lot of money this offseason, Jordan, and then it's telling that after signing him, the Carolina Panthers cut him. I think that tells you pretty clearly about where David Moore is as a player in this league. Britt was okay as a lineman. He had one good year as the center. He got paid money by the Seahawks for that one good year, and then his play went off. He became less good over time at the center position after that. So they had drafted Posick in the 2nd round out of LSU and then tried to keep Posick at guard through the early part of his career. You wanted a pathway to getting Posick on the football field at his natural position. You didn't know Posick was going to be made of paper mache and that he would be injured every single year of his career. But that was the thought process at play. It was why you went one way or another, why you went one direction over another. Trevor says, do you think our pass rush is going to get it done? Rams have kept Stafford pretty clean so far. I do think they're going to provide some pressure. I think it'll come and go a little bit over the course of this game, especially if they're going to just keep the front 4 and not try to blitz as much. But I do think they get some done. I think they know they've got to find a way to get him off his spot, get him moving a little bit. Megan says, I call them the highlighter jerseys. It's a good name for him. Food Gamer, any running backs in mind in the upcoming draft? Blake Corum from Michigan. I see a decent amount of hype around him. Would he be in our scheme? If not, who would you want? I don't have a lot of running backs, and I'm sorry on this one, Food Gamer. I've not dived as much into the college tape and really concentrating on guys and seeing who's who and what's what. I think UCLA's got a pretty good running back. So I've got to look a little bit deeper into that. I'm sorry, I've been a little bit behind on that this year so far, but I will catch up. So just not certain. Not certain on the running back. I'll say this, though, too, for Gamer. I still land in the camp of I don't want to pick a guy high. And if there's a guy with a lot of hype right now at the running back position, chances are he's probably going to be picked pretty high. I think you can get running backs later on. I'd rather go for more offensive line approach than running backs early on. Thomas Cox says, honestly, Gilmore wants a contract. It could be a choice, Gilmore or DK. I choose DK, but still our corners suck. It does indeed. Yeah, maybe it would have been hard to pay Gilmore $15 million a year when you're paying already. I will say this. You'd be paying Gilmore $15 million a year, and there's a good chance Bobby retires pretty soon when his money comes off the book. So he just essentially eats on to what Bobby did. But they do have to pay DK quite a bit of money this offseason if they're going to keep of it. Megan says, $50 says you're full of it. Full of what? We'll see. We'll let Jace be the decider on this. I will be asking him. Michael, bring your flowers and get banished to friend zone for life. Trevor McGuire says, the only green jerseys I own are Tutupu and Earl. Which one should I go with tomorrow? Tutupu. It's a Tutupu day tomorrow. It's a Lofa day tomorrow. Megan, I am getting a DK highlighter green and a white 12 jersey coming for Christmas for my brother's family. Hell yeah, those are some tight jerseys, Megan. Tight jerseys. Love it. Love it. Those are awesome. Thomas says it matters if Carroll will listen, and honestly, history shows he won't innovate, and great defensive coordinators won't deal with it. Yeah, I agree. Probably wouldn't. Dennis McComber, in your opinion, do you think the Rams defense is as good as last year, or have they regressed? I believe they've regressed, Dennis. It was long my opinion throughout this offseason that the Rams were hitching their heart. Everything was being hitched to the fact that Stafford was going to make this big, huge change, and he's going to come over and just take them to this next level. And everybody sort of ignored the fact that you lost Jalen Johnson, your star safety, to free agency in a big money contract. You lost Troy Hill, one of the better slot corners in the league, to a free agent contract. Samson Ekubon went over to the 49ers. Michael Brockers is now playing for the Detroit Lions. Offensive, that's a lot to lose kind of defensively speaking. It wasn't a lot of frontline guys they lost, but you lost talent, you lost depth, and you didn't have necessarily clear ways of replacing that depth and talent you were losing. And so I tend to think that they are a little bit worse than they've been. I think that they still are fairly solid. I don't think they're as bad as what the Cardinals did to them last week, but I do think they're a little more exposed this year than maybe they've been in recent years past. Thomas says, honestly, some college coaches don't succeed. That's why Carroll was shocking at first. Now teams might be hesitant to hire coaches like Meyer. Maybe. It certainly has been more of a trend recently in the NFL. It seems like that you're seeing more head coaches overall, or guys that are coordinators becoming head coaches as opposed to coming from the college ranks. The thing that Carroll had as well, Thomas, don't forget, is of course Carroll had actually history with coaching in the NFL. He had stays as a head coach with New York, with the New England Patriots. And so that probably also opened the door up a little bit to people feeling comfortable bringing him back from USC at that point. He knew what he was getting into, unlike Meyer, who's was never a head coach here. Megan says, do you know where our draft picks fall yet? We don't know where our draft picks fall yet, Megan, because it's based on where your record is at the end of the year. So we got to wait to the record at the end of the year. And you better believe that I'm waiting for the answer to that, Brandon. To the where our draft picks fall, or a prior question, or to a prior question. How we'll get Blitz into the Hall of Fame, Brandon? Then we'll see. We got to vote him in. You've been doing a good job of hyping it here, Megan. I'm sure we've got a few folks went over and voted based off you reminding everybody. So I don't think there's a lot of competition there for it, though. I think he said we got a good fan base. We got a good online fan base in Seattle. So they'll get him in. Get him in. Thomas Cox says, but compared to Jones or Flowers, I would look at Jones and see what happens. But honestly, I think it's all more about scheme. Thomas, am I missing something on your thing? We'll have to wait on Jace till tomorrow, Megan. I'll be interested. We'll find out tomorrow, though. And I will be very interested to see. I'll be interested to see the crow you'll be eating at that time. I'm sorry, Rick. You can hate Troy Aikman and Joe Buck as much as you want, but I feel like they always give the Hawks the respect we deserve on Thursday night football, especially Aikman. He's one of the first people to point out Puna. Yeah, I don't hate Aikman and Joe. They just sometimes they're inconsistent. Sometimes aren't seemingly into the game as much. I don't know. They're okay. There isn't a lot of just great commentators in general right now in the sport. It's kind of in a weak time frame for that. I feel like a little bit. Food Gamer says, have you seen the new Speed Flex helmets? If not, look it up later or whenever, but they are super ugly. The helmet isn't even built all the way. Half a face mask. Super ugly. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know. I'll look it up. That doesn't sound good, though. Is it like super good for the brain where it's just like impossible to get a concussion in or something? Maybe. And my brother. Fair point. Thomas Cox says, do you think Ballmer might buy an NFL team? Yeah. He's rich. He's got nothing but time on his hands, and he's from the local area. I've heard generally he might have some interest, but I've not heard anything from certain, so I'm guessing. Okay, Brian Koskio, you're responding to Kevin. Russ needs to wear Speed Flex. The VIX is not my favorite. Also, he has to wear the dark visor. Would look nice. Russ would look nice in a dark visor. Russ would look badass. It's hard not to look badass in a dark visor, though. Like you look cool. Like you just do. You just do. It's just a fact. You know, it's just a fact. All right, well, we are 5 hours on into the stream here. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow night, so we're not going full 6.5 hours tonight because we will be right back tomorrow. In fact, I'm doing 2 shows tomorrow. We'll be doing 3 o'clock tomorrow with my weekly visit with Brendan Nelson over here on the channel tomorrow here, and then I'll be doing the show after the game, 2 post-game. So I got a double dipper tomorrow, as well as a big-time install on my IT work tomorrow. So I got a deep day going. If you do like what you listen to on this channel, please do hit the like button for me. I really do appreciate it. As well, subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Come on, we're on the road to 10,000. Now on the road to 10,000. Let's go. Let's go. I do want to thank again the sponsor of the show, Manscaped.com. Go over to Manscaped right now. We're in our little intermediate period here where if you use the code here, you can help out the channel a bunch, lock down the sponsorship long term. So if you have some lower Manscaped needs, and Megan, we do know that Jace is going to be out there needing some lower Manscaped needs because he's going to absolutely kill it with his crush tomorrow at lunch, and he's going to need to go to Manscaped and get this stuff taken care of. So go to Manscaped, save yourself 20% using my code NEST, N-E-S-T. Also save free shipping. Also help the channel. Win, win, win. You know I appreciate it. So thank you for liking. Thank you for going over there and using that sponsorship. Another great show today. We will see how this game goes tomorrow. I do not know how this thing is going to play out. I would not be surprised by any outcome, frankly. Any outcome across the board, I think, would not catch me surprised here. I don't know exactly what to get with our team week in and week out here. I got concerns. I got encouragements, but I don't know what I'm going to get week in and week out. It's just a big kind of question mark as we sit still 4 games into the season and as they still try to find their identity. We can beat this team. The Rams are not that juggernaut we don't have any place for on the football field. We can beat this team. We can beat this team in prime time. We can beat this team in LA. It's about things coming together on this team, things that haven't come together in certain respects to this point, starting to come together last week, maybe just a little bit. But this game is a keynote game. This is an important game. This game is going to really decide a lot of the future. Oh my goodness, not just direction for this upcoming season, but direction moving on to the future of the franchise. You start out 2-3, you still have a crazy hard record going forward. You're still playing 3 games between the Cardinals and the Rams. Still got to go to Packers, still playing the Saints, still playing the Washington football team, still even the Steelers on the road, East Coast game. Still a lot of the schedule that's going to be tough then to look at and go, okay, we know we still are getting to the playoffs. Maybe. It's going to be an uphill battle if you go 2-3. In a lot of ways, I'm not saying this is a must win, but it's getting close. It's pretty close to a must win. If the hopes are, again, to push past what you've been recently, which is one and done, where you've snuck in the back door of the playoffs or just barely gotten in and then kicked quickly out of it. Not one of those truly elite teams. We'll see how it goes. It's going to be a tough matchup. These division fights always seem to come down to the wire more often than not, and I'd expect it to happen this one. I think we're going to put a better performance together than we did in the final playoff game. I think we're going to attack this defense. I think we can come out of the win with the 34-31 win. We'll see how it goes. As well, just on a final thought, front office, do something. Do something. I feel like I'm a kid here just poking you with a stick. By God, do something. Don't sit on that cap space. Don't roll it on over next year after you get rid of Russ. The fans will absolutely revolt against you. That will not go over well at all. No amount of PR shenanigans or games like you tried to play with the Richard Sherman situation are going to work or cover that up. Use that money, and if you have to if it all goes down and you still have to push Russ out at that point, trade him in the year, whatever. You've done everything you can to get the most out of the season at that point. You're not left with questions. You're not left wondering, well, if we just done this or just done that, maybe we would have been able to go a different route here. Don't land in that place if you're the front office, if you're Coach Carroll, because you will be looking back and going, man, I was an idiot. I didn't really think that one through. I really do think that's where they're going to land on that if they go that way. All right, last couple comments on here on the chat. Lolo says 10,000, baby. That's right. We can do it. 10,000. We can do it. Tell people about this channel. Tell people you know about this channel. Say, hey, just subscribe to this guy. If you're not going to watch the content, just subscribe. Doesn't hurt you. We're on that rise. We're going to that 10,000. And someday I'm going to be able to do this full time, which is the dream. That is the dream. And we're going to get there, and we're getting closer day by day, week by week, season by season, game by game. And it's because you guys are supporting the channel in the way you are. I really do appreciate that. All the people that donated. Megan, you came in multiple times. Love it. Barry Satorio, Randall McDaniel, Jeff Rhines, Nolan R. Vance with a couple of donations in this chat. I don't want to miss anybody on this. Sophia Ann also came in. Didn't have any same things, just giving a chat. So thank you to all of you for that. I really do appreciate it. TJ says, we got this. I love it. Love the confidence, TJ. Lolo says, our schedule is real brutal for the first half, even the second. It's tough. It's not going to be easy. UTK says, Ballmer has disappointed me. Thought he was going to bring the Clippers north after Lease was up at Staples Center. Was looking forward to the Seattle Clippers. Well, we're going back to Sonics if he's bringing us back up. But I kind of was thinking he might do the same thing. They end up seemingly remaining there, though. Brian's got 27-24. So you're in the same place as me, Brian. 3-point win. I love it. Like-minded. U2K says, our only hope is Russ delivers us from certain defeat, as usual. We'll see. We'll see. He says, looking forward to tomorrow, no matter what. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Megan. And that's a great sentiment to finish up on. Oh, Wheeler, thanks for the stream, Brandon. I love watching the channel after long engineering classes. I love it, Wheeler. Thank you for hanging in there all the way through, and hope the classes are going well, man. You're in a good field. Always a good field, engineering. That's a little bit of my background to a degree. So awesome little field to get into on that. And he says, go Hawks. Well, go Hawks. Let's go get that win tomorrow, folks. Let's get the season back into turn to front. Let's get back stay in that winning column. Let's get on a run. Let's all run like a 9-win-in-a-row run. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? That wouldn't be the worst thing. Thank you to all of you in the chat again. Awesome time. Great interactions as ever. You guys are the smartest bunch on the block. I tell you it once, I'm going to tell you it a million times. You truly are. You make this my favorite time of the week, and I appreciate that. I love you guys. And please don't ever forget, even when you're going up against these big juggernauts, even when you're going up against the nemesis, the big bad bully on the block, even when that's occurring, even when that's happening, don't you ever forget. Don't you get lost in that storm. We are the storm. You better believe. Go Hawks.